자 이렇게 다시
오,
한번 아니 또 잡혀요.
죽었는데.
자 교환
자,
교환.
로봇까지.
로봇까지입니다.
아 잠깐만요. 이러면은 사이언 해주고 대박을 쳤는데요.
초대가 좋은데요. 미드 타운까지.
솔직히 아직 밀지는 못했지만 차분하게 하나하나.
오케이.
그렇죠. 또 잡아요.
여기서 지갑 빈도가 함께
이거
딜.
또 잡나요?
자, 다리를 잡아. 다리 앞으로. 앞으로.
그리고 긁어요.
네.
긁어요. 사이언은 놔두라고.
사이언을 좀 놔두라고. 하면 억제기가 나갈 것 같은데. 나갈 수밖에
그렇죠.
없겠는데요.
네,
억제기
안 하고 나갔어요.
아니 지금 사이언한테 스킬 쏘고 그런 거 자체가 손해예요.
네.
오 이거 위험한 시야가 일단 없거든요.
위험한 것 같은데 위험한 것 같은데요.
아 근데 이거
네.
메인가 되는 거 좀 알고 있는 것
사슬
같죠?
사슬 빗나가 사슬 빗나갔어. 사슬이
그러면
사슬이 안 닿긴 했는데 그래도 오케이.
전멸 자 토스가 일단 들어오고 먹었습니다.
근데 진지하게 안 쳐요. 근데 이게 싸움으로 진지하게 안 치고 제이스가
전투 저거가 너무 시점에
치나요.
3천 2천
치나요. 끝까지
2천
잠깐만요. 가 되나요? 이거
1600 멍크 이 탐도 이 탐도
제리가 정글로 빠졌고 옆구리 제리가 그때 폭발
와 제리가
디플락트니아
사이드 슬라 헤이팅이 폭발합니다. 자 그래서 결국 이제 바론의 자 버프 받고 바텀 2차까지도 밀고 들어가고 있습니다. T1 자 들어갔어요. 여기서 전력력 징크스 스페시가 잘했습니다. 근데 이거 바로 쳤는데
백만 벌트 아니 이거
야 한번 심장 발동 습니다 거의 쥐네이
하거든요. 그렇죠. 네. 디플러스 게임 그리고 오예 나는 쿠킹 아니 콜비가 쿠킹이에요.
기나가
아니
아니 스킬
제리 약간 애매한 것 같은데 자 볼까요?
미알
제리가 딜을 얼마나 할 수 있나요?
루피도
일단 빠져야 될 것 같고요.
예
제리가
근데 미아이는 일단
이제 제리가 딜해요. 제리가 딜해요.
아니 억울하가 이거 다 틀렸다.
불면 다시 앞으로. 근데 그런데 백도.
네. 자 HG만
어디 막기 쉽지 않아 보이는데요. 빨리 집 가서 막지 않아 보이는데요. 데미지가 없어요.
복귀해야 돼.
데미지가 없어요.
자 마무리 두 번째 탑으로 나갔고요.
메가 나래요.
잡기 잡았고 하지만 싸우는 거
안돼.
여기서 경기 끝. 제재.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas. It is round 2 of the playoffs. Extraordinarily excited to be here. I've got Chronicler alongside me as we get into the first best of 5 of this round of playoffs. What a time to be alive. What a time to be a fan of Challenger here in Korea.
Yeah, if you're wondering why I'm looking this way, the remake of Resident Evil 4 came out recently, and I'm doing my best Leon Kennedy impression.
It's
I need some more grime, but outside of that,
It wasn't actually his idea. It's just the makeup ladies. They're huge fans of the Resident Evil series, and you can understand why. It is a fantastic series. Personally partial to Resident Evil 4. Played it on the Wii when it first came out. It was absolutely amazing.
And
really good game.
I can only hope that the lovely gameplay that we see here today will eclipse that of Resident Evil, because of course it is the continuation of playoffs, and from DRX we don't really know because of course we haven't seen them in playoffs yet, and from T1 we also don't know because they really only played that one strategy that one time.
Yeah.
Which they
almost played a game in Game 3, didn't they? It
Yeah.
was almost a game, but I think at that point Hanwha was so tilted that they couldn't even play League of Legends at that stage.
No, they were winning and then they weren't. It was a little sad.
No, it wasn't super great. I actually was quite disillusioned by that entire series.
Yeah.
It made me a little bit sad. I therefore predicted a 3-0 for DRX, because I think that if they do that to DRX, it doesn't work. And then I think in straight up League of Legends, DRX is the best team that we have here in Challenger. So I thought it was relatively easy.
I am just very, very stoked to see DRX finally claim their title.
Oh, yeah.
That's why what I'm very invested in. They really did the ramp up at the right time. This is something we've talked about a lot, where D+ in the LCK is a really good example of this, who had like kind of a resurgence for like week 6 to 8, and then like week 9 was a disaster again. And obviously in playoffs they got knocked out by Hanwha, and I would not be surprised if we see something similar happen to DK tomorrow, right? Although I still have faith in them. Spoiler alert there. But DRX are doing the exact opposite, where they were kind of all over the place, and then their last 2 weeks, I mean it's the entirety, but their last 2 weeks in particular, when they played all the strong teams, they ran them over.
Gatoran has a really good point. Although we only have one series today, it will still somehow to go to 9 games. I love your faith, and we'll see whether it can possibly happen. Nobody had any clue what the E word was. Yeah, I mean, what is the E word? I don't even know what
No idea.
you're talking about.
Zero clue.
That is not even a thing. KT is still in the playoffs in both the LCK and Challenger, so we'd like to stay away from that if that's okay. Bro and Brew time with Atlas and Kekla. Well, the bro part not here, although lives on in our hearts. And I hope you guys all absolutely loved the Morgan emote.
Yeah,
Absolutely
we already.
incredible. The
I think
interview
most of
about
us
it as
already
well.
bought it.
Yeah.
Because you gotta support Morgan.
Absolutely.
What I'm actually, you mentioned bro, so I want to bring it up. Gamin has been released by the roster. So
Into the wild.
Yeah, into the wild.
Like a polar bear.
So Loopy and Feisty are of course still there. They're both playing tomorrow against one another. So the spirit of Breon is still here, and I think it's important to note. But today it will be DRX versus T1. T1.
It's a rematch of the World Final 2022.
It is. And it's about as relevant as the rematch between T1 and current form DRX in the LCK.
Except the other way around. It's kind of beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I think that... So there are a few arguments here, right? There is the fact that T1 just managed to 3-0 their opponent. If you look past the way that they did it, I think T1 deserves a lot of respect going into this series. And I think that I have struggled a little bit to reconcile that, right? And so until we actually see these teams play, I think it is going to be something that we have to tread lightly around. You know, especially. Because for some reason, I don't like dairy being used in my League of Legends.
I love cheese. I'm a big cheese enjoyer. You could call it my heritage, call it my upbringing, but I love it. But I still think that when you play against a team that is as stable and as well-rounded as the current form of the DRX, as well as DRX last year, we're going to make a lot of parallels to that, because it is, for a large part, still a lot of the players are remaining, right? Clear is still there. Plata is still there. We have Setop still there. So even though June and Peach are no longer part of this roster, what made them good then is seemingly what makes them good now. So I think that the reason why I was also very confident DRX is going to have a great time today is because I think when they're playing well, which right now they clearly are, they are a very, very resilient team. And I don't think they're going to get thrown off in the way that many challenger teams did. Hanwha Life, most notably, really fumbling in their first best of 5, their first playoffs. So DRX here today, as we can see, look at that. DK 2-0, KT 2-0.
Yeah.
Those are the matches you look at and you go,
I mean, it's an extraordinary run from this team. Like, they're perfect round 2, absolutely incredible stuff. They just sponged everyone. They sponged them in round 1 and used their own power against them in round 2. That's kind of how it worked. You know, they absorbed all of that talent, and now there is none left here in Challenger's career outside of this team that is just all zoomed in on someone's head. Was that Clear's head or was that Pletter's head? I don't know, but they all became one in that moment, and I think that's a beautiful metaphor.
It is, because that's what we need. We need team play. Pletter here, obviously, not having amazing games in the LCK, but he did have that one Xayah game that looked real good.
Man got a POG.
Yep, in the LCK. And then this is a trend that we've seen many a time. A player gets called up to the LCK, does a varying job, doesn't really matter, but then goes back to the to challengers and he's like, oh my god, the game is like 20 times easier when I don't have to play against LCK players. I get it now. And they kind of go on a tear. And I think with Plata we've seen this as well. Now, of course, he used to play in the LCK in 2021, but that was a very different situation.
He was a support.
He was a support, and also that team was one of the worst teams in the LCK of all time. So wasn't the best at times, but now he is looking revitalized. He is looking strong. And this man right here, don't let the KDA fool you, I think is the epitome of making sure that he is where he needs to be. There's a reason why his Rise win rate in particular is so big. It's because this is something that he did last year so many times as well. He knows how to play around the rest of his team.
He's one of the last players still playing Rise as
Yep.
well. Like, it's not that these are all stats from earlier in the season. He is still playing this Rise and still doing fantastic things on the champion, even if it isn't necessarily in the same point of power that it was in a lot of drafts earlier on in the year. So really, really cool stuff here from DRX, showing that they can utilize their own flair in order to win games. And I think against a team that is going to do some odd things on the Rift, one could say, that is a great power to have. To be able to play your own game to an exceptionally high level is what you need to conquer the cheese.
There is also the fact, and you were actually the one who mentioned this as we were walking over, that Clear exists.
Yeah.
And Clear is a very strong carry player, and I don't think that you can go with the blind sign against him and not expect to get punished by Gwen or Fiora or any scaling pick. What is exciting about T1 is that they might have a chance to finally bounce back after this team has had their fair share of disasters when it comes to the best of 5 stage. There have been multiple times where they have been incredibly strong in the regular season only to kind of fall apart, as obviously had to bring this one up.
The power of Dal's Scion, and to be honest, I felt like he deserved POG in both of those games. I think that without the Scion doing the Scion things and just suiciding boss style, like this, it would not have worked in any way near the same amount of success that it had.
Look at that. Damage taken per minute. That's
Absolutely
the stats. That's the
incredible.
stats we need. And Forest only came up heads. And this is something that we always are obliged to mention anytime that we talk about this player, is that on any given day, on any given game, you can get extremely varying forms. And that is the another reason, because Sponge was kind of the same way. But as we have seen, Sponge over time has gone better and better. But maybe now that they have Bay in a best of 5 scenario, his added experience is going to come through here.
Do you know what Forest reminds me of? Traipsing through the forest in Valheim. You know, sometimes you find berries, you find these amazing resources to take back to your camp and everything's brilliant.
Man,
Other
Valheim.
times, you find a troll and you get your head caved in. So
That happened to me a lot.
And me too. And we were in Discord while it was happening as well. It was great times. It was our bonding moment before you were released from your quarantine. What a time to be alive. Smash here on the bottom side for T1. I think he is the part of T1 that is legitimately just good. He was spoon-fed 3 games in a row, but still, he utilized that lead exceptionally well. I think this is something that Wolf brought up on the cast many times. It's the fact that, yes, he was given a bunch of resources, but he also used them. And there are a lot of teams that give resources to players, and then those players kind of run it down. So Smash, definitely a fantastic carry for this squad. I don't necessarily feel like it's going to be enough against the MVP of the league, but I think he is definitely a strong point. And then PCS champion, MSI representative Bay in that mid lane.
Oh no, 13th. This is we of course it's challengers, so we do have a lot of switch ups and a lot of changes, and there are some Galio games in here, you know. So damage share being low, they don't really play for Bay. They play towards the bot side, but still, even taking those things into consideration, you see a cheeky grin from Bay himself as well.
Oh, he's giving us a look. There's some sass, some Bay sass.
Who are these players? They're the T1 lineup. What are you talking about? Who else would it be?
Duet 1998, you've given away your birth year. We know your personality completely now, and you can't say mean stuff like adding a lol to the end of that question, and not a question mark. Giving away a lot of things here as we hop into C4 time. It's time to blow it up at the beginning of this series.
Chat community corner.
The corner's here.
And here.
Yep.
Double corner.
Yep. So, Duet, you're in the corner for now. And you're there to think about what you've done. We'll see how it is going to go. Retired to Chove's Camel Farm in New Zealand. Gatorand, did Chovy change his name when he moved into the camel farming business? And do you need a specific name in order to raise camels effectively?
Oh, I don't know. I never given it some thought. I don't think the camels care, but maybe it's good for branding.
That's true.
Can you explain the doo-doo-doo? In the actual song, there is a doo-doo-doo. There's a guitar riff.
Yeah.
But we heard it for like the first day, and then it was taken away.
2 games.
Like the first 2 or 3 games. And it's come back like once or twice.
Yeah. But we've never had the full 4 doo-doo-doo-doos.
No, we've never had it happen for an entire day. But basically, we took upon ourselves
to sing along. Yeah, because we really liked that part of the song, and they kept
really
cutting
good.
it off. And so we decided that we'll just insert it back into the song, take matters into our own hands.
Oh my God, we got our man on the inside, trying to make sure it actually happens.
That is what we really need, a man on the inside.
Actually, we played some fives yesterday, and he has a mean fresh.
Oh,
yeah,
hot damn. Thresh generally is pretty mean.
Yeah,
so
a lot of good
fit.
hooks. Yeah,
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it was great.
Nice.
Was cool to see. You know, we didn't have you
running it down professionally.
No, absolutely not. I was going to say bringing us that stalwart defender in the top half. So I was forced to play Ornn.
You were just building stuff in the top lane. Speaking of Valheim, he's playing
just
it
hammering
in
the top lane. I went I died a bunch of times, but it didn't matter because I was Ornn, you know. So who cares?
You just handed out presents when it came to Christmas time. Everything was okay.
Oh yeah, it was a very rough game, but we had Ox on Ziggs, so you know, and then on Fresh, like that was that's a mean.
They were playing Ziggs Thresh bot lane.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah, they were kind of decimating, and I was Ornn. I wasn't doing too hot, and Valdez was Jarvan. And every single time we were playing into an enemy Jinx, what happened is either me or Valdez would press R, and then the other one would press R, and then Orcs would press R, and then the enemy team was dead. It wasn't. We were like, I don't know, we're like 5 to 10K behind at some point as well. Like, no, we're scaling, we're fine.
How did you know that you were 5 to 10K behind? Because I actually find that because we commentate so much, I'm so used to A, having full vision of the map at all times, and B, knowing how far behind a team is. And so when I'm playing solo queue, I feel blind. I feel like I just don't know anything about anything at all, ever. And it's
so
because,
weird.
oh man, because how many games have we commentated this year? Like 200 or something?
Oh no, it's way more. It's like 250. You have GOL open. You can check it out. You can go and take a quick look see because it's just every LCK game. Although I have missed.
It's every LCK game and half of the Challenger games, right?
Yeah, give or take. Yeah. We'll average it out. Obviously, but I'd say it's like 250, 300 games, and that's just this split.
Yeah. So
it's completely understandable.
Way more zoomed in is another thing. By the way, Toasty, everyone actually Did you spend your first like 6 months of playing League of Legends trying to figure out how to zoom out?
Yeah, because you're used to any other game where you can zoom out further. Yeah. So.
I remember researching so hard of like how to do it back in 2010. I was like trying to figure it out. Like, can you go into the game's code to zoom it out just a little bit? I just wanted it zoomed out a little bit.
In Spectator, it feels so good as well. Like, because we also have Spectator client at the LCK.
Yeah, I know,
right,
and you can zoom out more than
so nice.
anyone should ever be able to zoom out.
Yeah,
it's actually ridiculous. Zooming in, definitely a thing. That is definitely good. Field of view is different in ARAM and Summoner's Rift too. It's more zoomed out on ARAM. That's actually kind of cool. It sort of makes sense. We were playing ARAMs just the other night.
Yeah.
I didn't actually
I'm
realize.
not much of an. I'm not much. We're both. I think more Summoner Rifters.
Yeah, although I had a really
ARAMers.
good time, mainly because Orcs gets way more upset when he's playing
really
ARAM.
funny, right?
And for some reason, when I'm playing with all of our friends, the more frustrated everyone gets, the more of a good time I'm having. It's mainly me that's frustrated, and that's less fun. But if Orcs is just sitting there saying, stop taking my farm, I'm trying to scale as Nasus, like, it just gives me life, man. It was just fantastic.
Yeah, because I remember the one game where everything looked K, and then Max was forced to play out Vayne versus Garen in one of the like one of the most that's like one of those matches where you just can't do anything. Like, it's just unplayable. And then Veldus also gave him a little present. And then yeah, that was. There's been some good games. Yeah, it's been a fun time.
It has been an enjoyable.
That's one of the biggest boons of getting Orcs in. Is not even the work. It's just now we have 5 people for League.
Yep. I also like I was enjoying playing ARAM as well because I've played all of the champions, but I've played them like varying degrees of recency.
Of course, yeah.
So playing Cassiopeia for the first time in 5 years was like, that was great.
You did a pretty good job as well. I was actually impressed.
I flashed forward, I yelled at people.
Yeah.
And most of the time, my triangle wasn't on the majority of the people there, but I had a really good time while we were doing it. Let's have a look at where these teams were going. And it looks like the trajectories are somewhat different. It looks also like someone was trying to draw DNA and failed really bad.
Yeah, they're supposed to, start at the beginning and then go back together
again. Or maybe
again.
these strands are just like, we're halfway through the cloning process.
And what's most important is that you see that jump there, right at the end of the week, or the weeks rather, for DRX. That was against KT and D+. Like that, and they 2-0'd both.
Yeah.
And that is one of the big reasons why we have such high expectations of the team, why we hold them in such high regard, and also why I expect them to be the big favorites going into the rest of the tournament. Now, if you're wondering how the playoffs work, it's the same as LCK. It's very
exactly
easy.
The same.
This is the matchup that we had, which was the equivalent of which would be T1 and KT.
Yep.
Right? So the loser of this isn't out. If you want to ask, where's Faker? Don't worry. Even if T1 loses today, you get another chance to do that.
Yep. Faker
in the lower bracket.
He's going to be playing on the weekend. It'll be totally fine. Bay will be playing following that. As, yeah, DRX definitely looking better towards the end of the season. Remember, it's really interesting, right, Chronicle? Because I think we were here casting what was probably one of the cleanest games that we've ever seen. D+ taking on DRX at the very beginning of this season.
Yep.
And that was an absolute demolition. That's why DRX started so far down in the standings. It took them a little bit of time to recover from that. But then that perfect second round, being able to then fight off all of their demons. I think it is a beautiful story here for this squad, finishing first place after being able to take down both of the strongest teams as recently as possible on this patch. It just feels like the right time to be a DRX fan here in Challenger.
It is also such a cool twist of the story that they had last year, where they were so much better, where some co-streamers were making statements like this team would clear the LEC, only for them to then completely bomb in playoffs and get upset by, if I remember correctly, the kings of upsets, Dundun and the boys.
Whoa,
yep.
That's a lot of DRX.
It is.
On the Korean side, I was actually having a chat to some of the Korean commentators before we turned up here. They were expecting that this was going to be a bit of a closer series I was expecting a few more 3-2s because of that. Wolf also joining that one. He was also vocal in the chat. He was like, wait, did I mess this up?
No.
And I think that he didn't. I think that we're all pretty confident in the fact that DRX can withstand the cheese, but if T1 have more prepared, then that makes this a whole lot more interesting.
Maybe it's a platter.
Especially if it's just like a specific side that this is going to work on, right? Like if they have a specific plan for a specific side of the Rift, then it is definitely going to change how this series is going to go. So a lot of respect. As long as it's DRX winning, I'm feeling like you're in with a shot.
And it is challengers, so, you know, maybe T1 3-0 out of nowhere, and we're just left scratching our heads that has happened. But a 3-0 that doesn't go DRX's way would, to me, be very surprising, as based on this, looks like DRX actually went for red side here. They are, of course, the first seed, so they will have side selection. And that is something that is very, very interesting, given the power of blue side.
But also, what this does is it mitigates the cheese potential.
Exactly.
Because it means that you can't hold that ace in the hole that rounds out your composition in a crazy way. For that last pick, you'll always have the opportunity to answer it.
The Kevin Kim quote.
Ooh, head coach Crush said in the pre-match interview that he doesn't think the off-meta cheese picks is a necessary tool of a top-tier team.
That's
oh my god!
Also, G2 frees both these teams. Well, I mean, they better because this is challengers.
Yeah,
so,
if they didn't 3-0 both these teams, then something is definitely going
pretty
wrong.
lackluster trolling, my friends. Look at that, the Gwen man. We actually were talking about this. That is one of the ways that I expect to see DRX try and look to punish.
Cancel the Scion.
Cancel it. Don't do it.
I also think that, like, there's a lot of other ways. We were having a discussion about this, and I was screaming at the TV for Gwen when T1 just kept picking Scion over and over again. I'm like,
happening.
Just pick Gwen! And, like, the best player on Harmalife Esports during that series was their top lane. Like, oh, it was very upsetting. Anyway, Maokai's going to be locked in. I do have a lot of
emotions,
a lot of angst in here. But I think we're going to be able to bring it out during the series. As Clear is going to lock up the Lee Sin by the looks of things. Blind Monk being taken into the Maokai in the jungle. Forest being a Forest, not outside of his wheelhouse, that's for sure. It's not a bottom lane pick, though. So DRX likely to lock in something a little bit more priority.
Is it just Zeri?
I mean, you may as well.
Yeah, you can go for the Zeri Lucian handshake. Could be a thing here. You already have the stronger jungler.
Ooh, I kind of like Aphelios just because it's hard to dive him if he has the right guns.
Yeah,
and diving something like a Thresh can be hard.
Might be the Caitlyn Lux to come out. Caitlyn Lux is a very execution-heavy lane. Now, I do think Smash is a wonderful Caitlyn, but we have seen this drop in priority somewhat, even in the LCK, because of the fact that it's by no means a guaranteed win anymore.
Yeah. I also think that you need to play Caitlyn lanes the way T1 play them, as that's Pantheon. We saw this yesterday. It was a pick that you could do.
Well, I'm wondering, like, the signal that is sending to me is that there is Pantheon, I don't know if it's support, but like Pantheon flags actually dunking on people in scrims, right? Because it was obviously not successful yesterday, but if we see this again as a flex, because
love the Rumble.
I love that.
That's amazing, and this could be Bay, this could be Dal. This could be bot. Like, maybe they're bringing back the Rumble support. You never know.
Oh, and you know what they did as well? They hovered the Kiana already.
Yeah.
So you're putting it in their head. Maybe,
also, Kiana Maokai Rumble.
It's disgusting.
That is bogus.
Maybe you wanna ban Kiana now. DRX is what they're saying here.
I love this.
Unimpressed.
Well, like, this is also fantastic, right? Because DRX sort of identify that if you want to play out a Caitlyn composition, you need to play towards bot side, and you almost need bot and mid priority. Not a lot gets priority against Lee Sin LeBlanc.
No, that is a very threatening 2v2. And even though T1 already has a great setup for 5v5s and early dragons, pre-6 they won't have that much going on, and even post-6, they will need control. And if not, Lee and LeBlanc is extremely strong at picking off individual targets here. And I'm also not 100% sure. I assume we've seen most players move away from the AP Maokai, seen them move towards the tank Maokai. But there are still some wrong decisions to be made there. So we'll have to see whether whether that'll end up happening. The downside of this Rumble is that, as we can see, DRX are now completely safe of the Caitlyn Lux combination. And Karma is still good,
Yeah.
but I do think that it becomes more of a pressure lane as opposed to a lane with a very reliable kill threat. The Sion, even with all the insurance policies, also means that DRX might want to R4 a top laner here and not want to run into the Sion issues. So if you want to like pick Cassante as... Oh my god, Malphite. Man,
Wow,
really
so-
has evolved.
And obviously T1 have a plan into the Thresh, which is kind of interesting. Because I would have thought that that would be the ban, right? Like, not banning a Blitzcrank, which you want to pick into Thresh most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd imagine it's a trap now where you're like, okay, so if you don't R4 Thresh, if you try to blind, as Cassante does make a lot of sense here. I think the Sion ban was kind of an indicator of that.
Or it scares me, though,
You can
because
go
I think
Caitlyn
that...
Thresh.
I feel like Cassante is exactly what T1 were kind of destroying in their first series. Just because Cassante, if left alone, doesn't get enough done if the Sion is gallivanting around the rest of the map, or if whatever Dal decides to play to not lane is going to be gallivanting around the map, right? Like, Cassante he doesn't reliably destroy turrets, like something like a Jace would, for example. As Ashe and Caitlyn going to be picked up here, that is a Jax as well. So it looks like Dal actually wants to play the lane. Either the Jax or the Renekton, both champions that do not want to just camp bot lane level 1.
Might have an actual game here. The Jax and Renekton, neither of which have great setup for the Rumble, and I do think that the Rumble kind of losing a lot of impact here. Obviously, you have a great target in specifically the Aphelios, and you do have the ability to go for the combo with the Maokai, but outside of that, I think ideally I'd like to see Rumble when you actually have access to like big AoE combos, right? The Kiana is a really good one for an obvious reason, and I do think that the Ashe and the Jax kind of shy away from that, but the single target pick from T1 with those two picks actually is quite good. I'm worried about Prio though, because they'll have bot lane Prio, that won't be a problem, but if mid and jungle are going to be completely fine, and top wins the matchup for like the first 9 to 11 levels, which will be the case if Clear plays it well,
Yeah.
then you're playing without Prio, and then your bot lane might actually be susceptible to some of the early game aggression, and Piera and Plata are going to suffer in the early lane, but post 6, or when Sponge and Satep can roam down, they do still have a lot of power.
And also Nautilus, just after he gets out of lane, can be so impactful. Piero is going to be a real problem. Once he hits that level 6, once they can just start making plays around this map, the skirmishing potential in the mid game is absurd. I think there is still a lot of potential for T1 to get stuff done later in the game, right? Like, Nature's Grasp can never be underestimated. The fact that Rumble can then put down an equalizer when everyone tries to get through the gap in the Nature's Grasp, right? Like, there are a lot of times that T1 can capitalize on positioning and things like this. But Ashe, not going to be as much of a champion as the Nautilus as the game goes on. And Sponge and Satab will have so much control, and also that mobility to get around a lot of these positional-based abilities that T1 has. I think we're going to have to see some fantastic Ashe arrows and some really good setup from both Forest and Bay around this map to get stuff done.
I do think the T1 composition is the one that on average will be better. I think it's a lot easier to play out. But if DRX play to their peak, which recently they have been doing, I think their composition has so much agency in the early and mid game, barring bot side, but they should be able to cover for that, that T1 might run the risk of falling behind. And if that Rumble gets set behind substantially, I do think the composition kind of falls apart. So we'll see whether DRX is able to, or whether T1 gets an early win here.
Yep, let's rock out before we get into game 1. Oh, baby, we almost got it. We actually almost got it. That was
Yuno tried.
Yeah, I feel like Yuno put in a word. Maybe in game 2, we'll actually get it. It'll be really excited. Okay, so DRX just setting up defensively. We do have the Christmas-themed LeBlanc skin. One of the first festival-based skins that I bought. The limited skins. What is it, Mistletoe LeBlanc?
Yeah, I like that LeBlanc skin a lot, but I'm a little sad.
What's that?
At Forest, going first strike.
Oh, yeah.
When you have Rumble, you have a great source of reliable AP damage.
Yeah.
don't need to do that.
Yeah, no, it's not good.
No. Especially because we've seen
Yeah,
Tank Maokai.
like
still
Peanut,
really
Peanut
good.
did really, really well.
It's like permaban
Yeah,
against him.
yeah. Yeah, you're allowed to choose item loadouts from other players. We need to let our teams know this. Piero's taking a whole bunch of damage here. This is going to be a very difficult lane in the straight up 2v2 for T1 to play, for DRX to play out. The Ashe just going to be utilizing that Halo Blades. Peacemaker goes wide though. We'll see whether DRX can actually get access to this wave before it's wiped out. Not likely to get too many options here.
Yeah, you know the moment you lock this in, right, the Aphelios and the Nautilus, that this is going to happen.
Yeah.
There weren't a lot of picks available that work well with Aphelios and actually provide counter shove or even any form of suitable level 1 pressure. Heimer, of course, also banned away early on. And unsurprisingly, T1 is getting that bot lane prio. But we knew that was going to happen. It's much more about what can Sponge and Satab do. As we do see, they actually going for the heal here. Something that we have seen on the Rumble, but most often with Conqueror Rumble, because it allows you to get so much healing done, and with shield he becomes insanely tanky. As Forrest nice job here on the clearing, as Clear
Oh, wow.
punches Dahl real hard. As yep.
He cares very little about the Counter-Strike by the looks of things. The ability to press W seems pretty powerful here, as does he need to do it again? No, he doesn't. So yeah, this is it's a lot of power, and as we mentioned, there should be priority in every lane outside of bot, and we'll see whether that equals the ability for DRX's bot lane to actually get through this, because it could be the case where Forrest actually just has really good counter gank timing or gank timing, as Dal is just trying to deal with these minions as best he can. He should be able to pick up a few of them, and in fact, after this, should be pretty equalized with the Cassante, which is definitely good news. Sponge going to move in, misses his first Q, as Bay is going to get chained, but Satab in a bit of trouble. Good old Flame Spitter doing a bunch of work here for the Rumble.
Yeah, this early on, Bay.
Okay, he's not going to die, but let's see how Bay is going to do. Remember, he doesn't have teleport, and that is going to be first blood going over to Satab. This is a disaster for T1 already. Sponge, great positioning, and Satab kind of bailed out there in that moment.
As I said, you can't fall apart. You can't have Rumble fall behind. Although I guess now with Maokai going AP, you know, they have a secondary AP source, so that helps a little bit.
Why did he miss? I feel like he had Satab slowed, and it was very difficult for him to not hit the harpoon. We need to see the replay to see why that didn't land.
So my take is that the moment that Satab is forced to like get out there, you've already won, right? Like now you have prio, you can use this to roam, you can do so much with it. If you have Flash Ignite, I'm okay with you going in here because it guarantees it. But you flipping with this play, oh yeah, I mean if he hits the harpoon, he gets it. But like regardless, he dies, right? Like even if he hits that harpoon, I'm 99% sure that Sponge still gets the kill, and I don't think that flipping it at that given situation is what's necessary. Like, he played the early game really well, he gets a lead on the LeBlanc, you can leverage that into either map pressure, and if you start falling behind in mid as LeBlanc, and you get perma shoved underneath your wave because Rumble's wave clear is so good, and he can roam bot, like, you can't play the game if you're DRX.
No, I mean, that is an absolute win condition. It was certainly a risk, and the sidestep from Satab, it was so subtle. He wasn't hit by the first, that was actually the first harpoon, so I told a lie there. It just looked like he didn't even move, like Satab didn't even move, but it was a list lazily to the left type maneuver. And it was Bay sort of misidentifying which way he was going to go. So really nicely played there from Satab, but also a bit of a misplay there from Bay. And now Bay is, like, I mean, it's a catastrophe.
It's a catastrophe, and also Satab is the sole AP source on his team. So if he gets a lead, especially in a draft with this much agency, right, with the combined with the Lee.
I mean, that's until Piero gets his death cap, right?
I'm not often thrown off this much, but I'm like, Like if you said like Forest, I'd be like, oh, but I could see it.
I'm pretty sure the E was buffed, like the AP ratio on Nautilus E was buffed recently.
I do actually know that Zeus played some Nautilus top. Emax.
I actually used to love solo lane Nautilus, man. It was my favorite.
Yeah? Emax Nautilus top?
He was my it was my most successful jungler in season 3, I think.
Huh.
Or season 4. One of the two. It was early on. As DRX looking for a bit of a back timing here as Smash not used to dealing with minions underneath his turret on this Caitlyn. It wasn't something that he was doing last time around. And look at this. Like, I mean, the gap in farm is like a wave or two here for Pleta. And so actually after all the shenanigans that have occurred in this early game, it's kind of okay here for the Aphelios. Not out of the woods just yet, or out of the forest just yet, as one could say. As T1 still with a lot of mid-game threat with this composition. As soon as you see a rumble, and I go back to all of the old times where we just talk about level 6 spikes, fights around dragons and heralds, things like this, you know. It all comes flooding back. And that is something that T1 could still fight around.
That goes all the way back to like, what, Season 3 when C9
I'm imagining like Koro playing Rumble top on EDG in 2015 and stuff like that.
Nice. Man, that's a throwback. Yeah, and by no means are T1 out of this game, but I do think that the mid lane matchup is one that is really important, and falling this far behind this early on is probably going to have a pretty disastrous ripple effect as the first Infernal Drake.
Oh my god, I wasn't even
DRX.
reading the Kips's comments, and he'd already mentioned 2015 LPL games. And I just mentioned a 2015 LPL composition. I'm glad that we have some synergy here. As Hook going to connect here onto Smash on the bottom side. Red and white guns set up here for Pleta, but they are able to create some space. And yeah, there's the Moonlight Vigil. Picks the gap gorgeously. In Australia, that's 6 points, as we like to say here on the Challenger broadcast. And not going to get a kill, but 6 points is a good consolation prize.
Yeah, not only do you get 6 points, you also zone away the bottom half, as Forest is on his way, but I think as long as Sponge is here, they can't really step up, and even if DRX don't go in here, which I don't think they should, given that Forest's location is not known, you know, that's a plate. That's a fair amount of damage already being done here. About, I don't think that close to level 6 just yet.
And Chronicler, I want to go back to what you were talking about. We've discussed Caitlyn lanes and what winning in a Caitlyn lane is. I think winning in a Caitlyn lane is at least 3 plates prior to 12 minutes. And you've protected all your plates. Losing plates as a Caitlyn lane is a loss. Even if you haven't died, even if you're ahead in farm, I think it's still a loss. And it's why a lot of teams don't actually like playing these Caitlyn compositions, because it requires you to snowball so hard to be effective.
It warps the game, right? And I think that the Caitlyn power trough has become a little bit less pronounced due to the item changes, but it's still there. And what's more notable is that when it comes to team fighting, if there is a bot lane turret, if Pleta is on item parity, then you're still going to be in trouble, right? Aphelios does have a lot of innate power there. Seitab, yeah, just gets to do this now.
Well, Bot is in the area. He does have Arrow. Piero going to throw down a ward and then steps on a trap. You know exactly what's going on there. Dal going to move down as well. His hockey match is actually going to be played in the mid lane, as we can see. But look at that. That is a Scryer's Bloom. That Scryer's Bloom definitely worth more than a control ward, in my opinion. I would have paid to use that Scryer's Bloom if it was going to get information like that. As Rift Herald trying to come through to this mid lane. That is 1 plate going over to Forest. I think Bay could have almost positioned to try and get that one, but maybe just didn't want to step up to Seitab without information on Sponge's location. And so not going to be able to get the money for the mid laner. And now Seitab a free back. 114 CS here for Seitab.
Yeah, he's picked.
I kind of wanted to give him my All-Pro first place for mid.
Nice.
But I didn't. I think I gave it to, it might have been Feisty.
Feisty is a good choice.
Played fantastically well. I actually loved that, because he was Wolves MVP for the first round, and I didn't even consider him. And then afterwards, we were just watching Feisty pop off. So he was really good, but Seitab this game playing fantastically well. It's clear he's just going to go all out and get all out of the situation entirely. Doesn't have to use Flash, and we'll go home.
You're trying to go in hard on the Cassante, not quite working out. About taking a lot of damage here. And they know Forest is top half of the map. We're not going to send Sponge down, though. There is still a decent amount of vision. Hawkshot also means that they have great awareness of what is going on. So these ultimates for Pleta not having been too effective. But as you pointed out, like, just this game state for DRX, I think you're feeling great.
It's almost illegal to have this amount of control bot lane as a Nautilus Aphelios against Ashe Caitlyn. I feel like Ashe Caitlyn is about as much priority as you can buy for a bottom lane in the early game. Just not something that they are able to leverage given the state of the rest of the map, right? You have to play respectfully if the Lee Sin is taking control against your Maokai.
Yeah, that's the main issue, and that's why I think some of this might be just Smash and Bout not being as adapted to Caitlyn Luck or Caitlyn Ashe lane versus Caitlyn Lux. But also, like, look at the control that's on bottom half for DRX. With a Caitlyn and Ashe, if you're not shoving in permanently and not using your prio, like, what are you actually doing? You don't win the all-in even remotely. You win by having your opponents be stuck on a turret and poking them down. And because of the control that is coming through mid, like Sponge has just been farming, but he's been meticulously hovering towards bot side, hovering in fog, keeping control of the bottom half of the map. And if Smash and Bout don't have any vision, they can choose to push up. And maybe they don't die, you know, but do you really want to try and flip the game that way? Because if you do die, game's kind of over.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. However, the game isn't over yet, right? Like, it's 500 gold. There's nothing really in it as far as money is concerned. And if the skirmish does go T1's way, is Arrow, we're just not going to look at it. No one wanted to see that. Bout just gets a cleanse out of Pleta. Okay, that's what happened. We had this was like a murder mystery, you know. The arrow comes out, and then we're supposed to figure out exactly what happened. Well, we can see the summoner spells. So it hit Pleta, and Pleta said, I have cleanse, and pressed his D key, and everything was K. So that's how that one went. Not a great murder mystery, is it? Not really many twists and turns.
I told you, right? I'm playing a great murder mystery at the moment, actually.
Oh yeah, the horror game we were talking about with Tamara?
Oh yeah, it's incredible.
What's it called?
Paranormacide. It's a horrible
Paranormacide. That is actually
it's a really bad title.
That sounds like a disease that I could get.
But it is, if you're a fan of you know, like the 999 games or Danganronpa or even Ace Attorney, if you can handle a little bit
I love Ace Attorney.
Little bit of you know, more spooky elements. Really great game. Has been a lot of twists and turns, unlike this specific play right here.
I mean, there has already been a twist and turn in the game, though, hasn't there?
True.
Because the game was supposed to be about, can DRX come back from a bottom lane deficit and fight for mid-game priority? And they have already been able to do that. They are ahead of the clip as far as that is concerned. 2,000 gold, the lead here for Satab. And he is exactly the champion that they want to be in control.
All or nothing here
at this stage.
You can still, if you win the fight here as T1, I think you are still in a position where the game is very playable.
All or nothing over second Herald, baby. That's what we're about here. Oh, it's good to be back in Challenger, isn't it? Satab going to block the ace in the hole. And Smash just taking some combos here. There's the flash forward. It's DRX that is starting the fight. Q going to connect onto the Maokai as they do secure the Herald, but it's a double kill for the Jax. T1 just tearing them up, make it a triple as Dal is going to take down 4 people. That's an ace. Huh?
Well, DRX ran head first into a rumble. And yeah, Bay was behind 2k gold. That doesn't mean you can disrespect the Equalizer and the Flame Spitter. Most notably, Pleta dealt 0 damage in that fight. Piero hard engaging on Forest, not quite working out. And all of a sudden, game looking completely different here.
And this is actually going to put it all on its head, because I was a little bit worried for T1 in the last fight, right? Because I felt like DRX taking the initiative were going to be able to get stuff done, but I didn't think that they go head first into all of the AoE and the power of this T1 composition. Pleta also able to do absolutely nothing in the situation.
Nothing.
Let's have a look at it again.
Because the setup here I don't think is horrible, but look what happens here. Like Piero and the rest of the team going really hard here on top of Forest. And that just opens them up to getting completely shreked And Plata can't die there with flash up, right? Like,
I mean, he can if he gets hit by like. So he was hit by Nature's Grasp and then immediately counter-struck and equalized.
yeah.
And he was just dead.
Yeah.
And so now Dal has a gigantic lead here towards this top side, and he is an absolute win condition here for T1. And maybe if T1 win this, we will have some Dal respect paid. Finally, he'll get the POGs like he deserved, all of them.
What do you mean?
In their previous series.
That was all Bay. It was all Forest.
Nah, he picks up the kills, and therefore he gets the POG, even if he doesn't necessarily deserve them.
well,
Because he deserved them in their last series.
I like that, actually. What I do want to note is that the LeBlanc, I think, has a decent matchup in the Jax, because LeBlanc actually is one of the picks that has a lot of upfront burst. Jax is really good in long fights, but does kind of struggle when... Akali is another example, right?
Yeah.
When you have a lot of front-loaded burst. But Setup has gone for Leandris here. So not going to have the same type of impact, and also I don't know what that second item is going to be.
It could be a
Sonya's,
That would be a weird choice.
Don't love.
All right, Forrest just going to press his ultimate button. Same thing to be said here for the Rumble. And yeah, DRX just have to say goodbye to their outer turret. This is kind of exactly what T1 were doing to Hanwha.
Yeah, and what we mentioned earlier, which you see here as well, is that like Forrest and Bay press their ultimates and Plata loses like 40% of his health bar. And until he gets his BT, there's not that much that is going to be done about this. And I do want to highlight, I think that the Jax and Caitlyn parts of this draft scale insanely well. I do think that T1 might struggle if they can't start stacking these Mountain Dragons. But they have a team fight composition that should be able to, because of the amount of power they have right now. Is, oh my god, Forrest is going Moonstone.
He's doing it.
Oh.
He's beginning to believe.
So then I have no idea why you would go first strike, but that salvages it for me, you know?
Maybe he's figured it out as DRX.
Could be Mandate as well, yeah, I guess. I think it'll Moonstone though. That build has been very
There's
popular.
no Nature's Grasp, there's no Equalizer just yet. They will have it up in a matter of seconds.
Oh no, Forrest Ultimate Eider.
Yeah, exactly. It's a dangerous time as the arrow is going to be avoided. Setab getting around the side, bought in a bit of trouble there. As Dal just ready to play some hockey. Sponge going to be taken away here.
Okay.
As it should be a 50-50, although there's the Nature's Grasp. It comes back. The Equalizer not going to land onto Plata as the Drake is secured by T1. But can they win the team fight? As Moonlight Vigil kind of massive as Dal is burning down in the backline. Plata's still alive for the moment, but he will be taken out. And Smash collects the kill. Clear. He's going to be able to take down the Jax. That is a big shutdown as Setab not going to be able to fight against this T1 roster right now as he does just pop back to the initial distortion. Executes the Ashe, and it's going to be an even fight, but a Drake going to T1. That is massive.
Oh, I love you, Setab. He went Cosmic Drive. That's actually amazing.
Oh,
like so
that was
much,
the choice.
That makes me so much happier, because I was really worried about his damage output in these fights. But going for Cosmic Drive, love that. And here we see exactly the power of the T1 composition, but also I think they go a little bit too hard there towards the end and give space for DRX to kind of turn this into a very messy, scrappy fight. Because like these two ultimates, particularly on this Rift, are disgusting, right? Like they are so strong. And we see the power here as the entirety of DRX is forced to just peel back as the ultimate from Forrest comes back, and everything's looking great. They don't get that much damage out of the Equalizer, but Base still does more than enough. And then even with the crits, they don't kill Dahl. And this is where you're thinking everything's great, but Clear and Setab, man, do so much heavy lifting in the map. Oh, wait.
Oh, dear. Okay, there is the kick as Bay definitely dead. It's who's going to kill him is the question. It will be Sponge that locks down that kill. 1, 2, and 7 on this Rumble, who's just trying to get some side lane farm. He's about to get Flame Horizon, guys. It's 80 CS the difference in favor of Setab. And yes, the Rumble has been so good in these team fights, but he's struggling to find anywhere to hit minions.
Yeah, and he does kind of need those, because one of the issues that Rumble does have is that his scaling is not amazing. His ultimate obviously is great, but like late game he does run into a lot of issues if he's not ahead of the curve, which, well, you see the gold that we are looking at right now.
Yeah.
And it becomes a question, who can carry harder? The upside for T1, I do think, is that Satap is monstrously fed, but Pleda and Sponge and Clear, none of them are like very strong right now.
All right. That's a beautiful arrow, and that is a very dead LeBlanc. Nicely played. Great pickoff here from T1.
That's huge.
And now they've got a lot of time to play with. 21 minutes into the game as Sponge, how the heck did you do that?
It's double mandate. I don't like that.
Well,
I also am not too sure about doing this.
Okay.
With the enemy jungler still up.
But Satap isn't.
Well.
There is a very large gold difference in favor of T1 here. However, it's still a 50-50. So pretty challenger as the kick is going to come through. As the equalizer comes down, and that is a very dead Jax. The Baron. Oh my god, okay. That gave us a heart attack, but it is still going to be the Baron secured as Smash is just looking for it. Pleta going to be able to escape for now, utilizing that Gale Force. And T1 can now move back and set up some more control. But Satap is still alive as the arrow, once again, going to sail wide. He hit an amazing one before,
Satap.
Can Satap get in and make this one happen? Teleport
TP.
going to come forward here as Forest identifies the LeBlanc's location. The teleport from Clear. Let's see what they can make of it, as right now Satap connects some chains. He wants to try and lock down Smash as Clear gets him, but he's by himself. And he's just going to burn down. And Bay, he hasn't been able to farm, hasn't been able to do anything, but in these team fights, he's doing so much work.
And T1 playing fast and 4 health. 4 on that Nash, but they get it. So, you know, who cares? Calculated.
Not a flip, calculated.
Not a flip, yeah, not even close. They're playing it fast and loose, but it's working. And in that scenario, you're going to be feeling completely fine. Plata's still not able to have a large impact here, as a little disjointed here is the engage, right? Satap already shows his position. I think if he didn't, then maybe Clear has an angle. Clear crucially doesn't have his ultimate available here, and as a result isn't really able to get that much done, doesn't get to isolate Smash, doesn't get to like ride Bay towards the top half of the map, and then just dies because the rest of the health bars are way too low. T1's composition has a lot of damage, and again, T1, they start stacking MR, which they can because of the current game state, and they get Mountain Drakes. DRX ain't coming back in this one.
Nope. Satap is in this top lane as well, so not going to be able to get into position around this Drake that's going to be spawning in 10 seconds time. T1 not even interested in going for it right now. They want to utilize this Baron buff for the next minute. I believe it's the next minute that they have it. And yeah, should be able to continue pushing and then go back to a Drake that should be very much their own. However, Inner Turret did go down. Now Satap is back with the rest of the team. DRX, they might have one team fight in him, but it's going to be a really difficult one. Here is the Nature's Grasp. Satap avoiding it as best he can. Equalizer going to come through. Not a massive amount of value, but it just creates enough space to get this inhibitor turret. And Satap just cannot do enough on the side here. Piero going to get bursted out as the arrow is going to connect onto Clear. Couldn't press W in time, but it's going to be all right as the inhibitor is not long for the world. T1. I mean, I feel like the lanes didn't go very well for them at all, but it's been their team fight coordination. It's been absolutely fantastic here. They will be able to drop back, collect themselves this Mountain Drake. And I think the DRX, they need to find a way to fight for it.
Health bars are low here on T1. That's the one saving grace. Satap. He doesn't know.
Oh, no.
Now he does.
He does, and manages to make it out. Good Spidey sense there from the mid laner of DRX.
Are they actually going to commit to this Piero backing? I don't know if they should. Might just let it go. This is only a second Drake. It's still big. Mountain is strong, but Soul's still a decent amount of time away.
It's just difficult though, right? Because DRX, they don't have a composition that's necessarily geared towards the late game themselves. They had a lot of sort of mid-game skirmishing power and things like that, but the team fight from T1 will still be there. No matter what point of the game you are. It's just the amount of damage scaling that you have on a Maokai and a Rumble that will tend to fall off. But even so, you'll still have the same lockdown and Smash. Once he gets to a whole bunch of items, he's going to be very scary. The arrow, it's another left turn here for Satap to avoid it. Nicely done.
And the death cap, if... Satap is going to get cancelled.
Okay.
Can actually get out. Might have to TP. Don't know if he has the time. Is a LeBlanc though, so does have a lot of innate
he'll have
safety.
Mimic back up right now, and they are looking for him, but I don't know whether he's exactly the champion that you want to be chasing. They do want to move this minion wave towards this inner turret, so that's definitely good news. And they'll have to wait for their minions to arrive.
Does he have death cap?
And it looks like he does.
Well, time for a Hail Mary.
Baron going to be up in a minute and a half. This
Sponge.
inner turret coming on through, and yeah, that is a deep flank.
Are they going to get sponged?
Has he sponged enough is the question. This inner turret on its last legs. I don't know whether that's
There's
what
so
you
much
want to be
coverage.
fighting for. Sponge, still waiting. Still here. Bay is quite low. That's the thing. We've got 3 items on Smash though. He is just huge. And he might need to be the priority.
I love this constant panning to Sponge as he's
Yeah.
just sitting there.
He's sponging, man.
Menacingly.
Oh, Forest going to face check the Sponge. Okay. Sponge then walks away. And then not a whole lot more happens after that point. There we go. Cool. Well, bit of a buzzkill moment. That's fine.
And something that we haven't really talked about yet this game, because so much has been about the top half of the map, Forest and Bay, most notably in team fights. But these are the type of games where I think Smash really shows its quality. And that is if the rest of the team is going well. I've seen so many games from him like this where he just gets fed. You know, like the laning phase was pretty lackluster, but he's like a kill here, a kill left, a kill right. And when he's in a position like this, he almost never dies.
Yeah.
And that is what is that consistency, I think.
It
Something.
reminds me of Viper. As Arrow going to connect, great buffer on the dredge line. As Sponge here in this mid lane. Trying to get something back here is about going to get flashed on. The chain is going to connect, and he's not dead just yet. But he is in a bit of trouble, one could say. But still, keeping him alive and on the map is actually kind of huge here. With the Baron already up and available once again. But still, does have to go for a reset. That does mean that there is going to be 5v4 on this map, and DRX should be able to get into their jungle and get some wards down. And as you can see, they already have done that.
Oh, that barrier really big, and no flash on Satap actually is huge, right? Smash though has his summoners available. He's a extremely high value target that you kind of have to take out if you want to win a team fight.
True, and they've just started this up. So DRX need to get some vision into this Baron pit. They do. And now, traps being placed. Smash has all his cupcakes in a row. That is the one thing that you need to make sure that you do, and they're just going to zone. And that is a Baron. It's going to be taken out. DRX, can you find a team fight to actually make this one work as the equalizer comes down? And now you can potentially go in, but do you have the health bars to do so? The answer, I think, is just no. There is a lot of CT here, and that is a great kick to come through. As Satap trying to get himself out of the area, he will. But now Pleta, he's the one that DRX need to win this fight. And he had to tank that, but he's not going to. And now he's going to get Smash back. Smash is going forward, and they are going to rip DRX apart. T1, after the triple kill for Smash, they will win game 1.
And Smash doing such an amazing job positioning aggressively here in these fights. But, you know, I'm pretty sure that I didn't like the first strike. I still don't like the build. And it might just be a vote for pressing R. But the most impactful champion in this game, I think, has been Forest.
No.
Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, the amount of objectives and
we
fights
vote,
that they've won.
We vote for 8-0 Caitlyn. We vote for Legendary Caitlyn. And there is no other choice. I don't want to look silly. I'm going to vote for the 8-0 Caitlyn.
It's over, right?
Well, Smash is going to auto-attack the turret, and it is going to go down. And now he's dabbing as a Penguin. 1-0 now for T1 in this series. DRX going to have to show us something better than that.
And T1 coming up huge here in the first game. We have already seen in many a playoffs, there have been consistent upsets left and right. Could be another one here. So many predictions for, we should vote.
Oh yeah.
You can vote yourself. So
can.
it's one for Kate, right? Because you're voting for Caitlyn.
Yes.
And then I will vote for Forest.
You may.
I don't want to, but I feel like he set them up too well.
He did indeed. And this is the end that lost the game for DRX, unfortunately. And I wonder whether now DRX are forced to do something weird, like ban Rumble. Something strange like that. Because Bay got clapped in the lane, but it did not matter at all. Oh, he just really didn't want Piero to die there.
Yeah.
And I guess it kind of makes sense because he
doesn't
can't
work
ever go
either.
back in again, right? Because he was such low health, so he was just going to be free money. So, I don't know. Still, like it was a heroic performance from Satab on one side, but look at the damage from Rumble, Caitlyn, and Maokai in this game. Absolutely obscene.
I think that if you ban away the Maokai here, which is what I expect to be the DRX pivot, then the game might look a lot better. We'll see. They also picked red side here themselves, and that is losing game number 1 when you have side selection is really rough, right? Because that is the type of situation where you're expected to come away. Also, not the most exciting game for play. He's been really good at finding some specific angles. Same can be said for Sponge, but not really coming together here for DRX. And they were in decent control of the game. And then from the point where that one fight happened around the second pit, game was getting completely taken over for T1.
It was. And this is kind of very similar to what we saw against Halma Life Esports. DRX, I was expecting them to be able to very comfortably counteract what T1 was doing there, but they pick Cassante, and they do very similar things to a lot of the issues that we did see in that prior series. Looks like T1 just able to play around these teamfighting compositions that just find these fights.
It's the power of comfort for Bay on his trusty Rumble. Wild. Man,
Absolutely crazy.
Like,
and
his early game was very rough, but then it didn't matter at all, which is a lesson for all of you if you're playing solo queue. You know, and your lane doesn't go well, you got to keep going.
Yep, and here is the correct POG for this series, as we expected. Smash just playing fantastically well, and after what was a difficult early game, just shooting heads, clicking heads.
His positioning in team fights is such a joy to watch, and it's something that doesn't happen often for a player this young, where he's simultaneously able to maximize damage output while also not dying.
Yeah, it's very similar to Viper.
Yeah.
And the way that he kind of plays. Because Viper doesn't smash lanes, but he does play teamfights late game extraordinarily well, positions extraordinarily well. And I put Smash in a similar category. And plays behind some crazy people like Forest and like Bay, who, when they get it right, they get it really, really right. And this was an example of that.
Hope we get 5 games. Well, I wouldn't be opposed to that, but DRX are going to have to bounce back strong, because this game, as soon as that one team fight happened, kind of was a shellacking.
Yeah, no, it was not close at all. I hope that we do see some adaptation in the draft. I want to see Cassante removed entirely from Clear's champion pool. Don't want to ever see it again, because he needs to have more impact in these games. But it is time to go to a short break. A short break. I'm going to remember how to speak English, and we're going to have game number 2. See you there.
포탑이 파괴되었습니다. 파랑팀이 내셔남작을 실체했습니다. 빨간팀의 억제기가 곧 조심합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. I'm Atlas. This is Chronicler. We're up to game number 2. T1 obliterating DRX in game 1. I think Satab was the only man sort of left somewhat with his ego intact after that one. Otherwise, absolute shellacking. Dominance. They pressed R buttons. One team fight around second Herald, and the game was kind of over. Really well played by T1 in these skirmishes. And I think that, like, this is the really interesting thing about what's going on in this series, is because I felt like DRX had full control of the map. They were playing a beautiful macro game.
Yep.
But if you play a beautiful macro game, it doesn't matter if then when you group up as 5 people to try and take an objective, you just get slaughtered. And then the whole game kind of gets a little bit difficult if T1 just does the whole R button thing over and over again. And then you lose.
Yeah, I would be shocked if we don't see some adaptations here, but if this goes to a 2-0, I don't think DRX bounce back, as DRX are going for side selection.
Oh, they've selected a side. Is it going to be the red side again or the blue side this time?
We are almost in the know, because I do think it really matters. Red side, the Aphelios prioritization early didn't quite work out.
They selected question marks.
Because
we don't actually know what they selected at all.
I do think that the issue with Aphelios is that he does struggle into compositions that have long-range lockdown and ways to just burn him down, right? And Rumble and Maokai have both in spades, and DRX select the blue side, so that should be a lot better. And I do expect him on blue side, because you have so much more leeway with your bans, to ban away, at the very least, the Maokai. Because you can't let that happen again.
No, I think that you can't. I think maybe they even might just ban Caitlyn.
Yeah, could be case as well.
I think preventing some of that early game priority, so maybe Maokai, Caitlyn, Varus, unless the Varus is something that they want to first pick, of course. I think that Pleta remains undefeated on the champion this season, and so not needing to ban that on blue side, definitely going to be a positive situation here for DRX, as there is the Maokai that we were talking about. DRX, the Annie, going to be banned off first here. The Sejuani first. Oh my goodness, Annie getting through. T1 managed to pick Annie in their 3rd game of the Harmalife Esports series. That goes to show just how much insanity there was in the picks that were being locked in.
I'm getting worried.
Yeah,
they wouldn't give it over, right? They wouldn't do that.
Well, Caitlyn going to be banned here, and so now it's either Varus or Annie. One of them you're giving up. And I don't think you want to give up Annie.
No, you ban Annie, 100%.
Hang on, wait. If you don't ban any of them, T1 could get Ashe Varus.
Well, at that point, that might be the best answer. But even Ashe Varus, I don't know. Annie is just... She's not
pretty
okay.
bonkers.
Oh, no, that's...
Oh, that's like the worst option.
Yeah, so now they first pick Annie, and then... No.
No. There we go. Beautiful, okay.
Nice.
I like the coordination as well.
That was great,
on the
yeah,
cast
because if they get Varus, you know, that's unfortunate. You can still go Lucian into that.
Absolutely.
You can go, dare I say, Ziggs.
You could play... Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Guys.
I don't know about that.
Well, we do know about that. It's just the wrong thing to do.
So
now it's just Annie and whatever the heck T1 wants. They've already won the game. What?
This is the interesting angle from DRX. The smash the final 2 weeks, smash round 2 into immediate collapse.
Well, I mean,
no,
this is called like
I don't know. That giving up Annie is one of the very few things, because I think in League, you know, we get hung up on, oh, you can't do this, can't do that, and very often there's gray areas.
Yeah.
But this is
no,
this is not one of them.
It's also a champion that Bay literally just played in a game 3 of a best of 5 and won.
Yeah.
As Elise is at least going to be locked in here for Sponge. Satab thinks that a little Yordle is going to be enough to withstand a gigantic on-fire bear, and it's not. She's just too bonkers. So DRX now going to leave their support pick. Well, technically there are 2 supports already locked in, as Bay once again going to be hovering the Pantheon. We'll see what he actually locks in here. That is a blind Malphite. I repeat, blind Malphite locked in. And we mentioned this. T1, it's not about macro. It's not about control. It's not about your fundamentals. It's about whether you can press R buttons on enemy team, and they've got two champions that press R buttons on enemy team very good.
I love the T1 draft already because you know with your early game Prio or Elise, if this was an LCK team, even then I'd look at the T1 comp and go, you can't give any, but like a wombo combo type of draft, right? I'm like, don't know if that's gonna happen. But in game number 1, DRX showed that high execution gameplay might be still a step too far, which is fair. They're a challengers team. Even in the LCK, like half the teams can't pull off games like that.
Oh, are they gonna...
But now,
I've got a crazy idea.
like Maokai Annie, like look, every champion on DRX dies to both of those ults. There's no recourse. Like Varus is a stationary AD carry playing into 2 of the best hard engage champions in the game. Like Veigar as well, like, oh, I have limited AP. Guess who doesn't care?
Yeah.
Malphite.
Malphite definitely doesn't care. So, I mean, there is a really interesting thing that T1 can do here. They can just lock Draven. There it is. They can lock Draven and flex Annie.
Yeah.
And then, if something comes in that they don't want, they just pick Gwen or something like that. And they flex Annie towards the bottom lane. And you can play whichever matchups you want. This is going to be on-hit Varus, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very sad. But that's okay, because the fundamental mistake happened at the very top of this draft.
Yeah, I do think that on-hit Varus is actually better here, because Lethality Varus actually isn't going to do anything. Like,
that's kind of true, yeah.
Lethality Varus I don't think is going to have any relevant damage, but I also don't know how much autos you're going to get in versus Annie and Malphite, so jokes on Pada, I guess. I'm loving the T1 drafts. Like, I gotta say, the first one had me like a little bit worried, and I also think the itemization is something that can very easily be improved, but they were great.
Aatrox? All right, okay, clear, fine. And now we're gonna do something else. So let's see where they decide. I think Annie mid is absolutely what you want.
Hell yeah. Throw that Leona in there.
Absolutely.
Oh my god.
There is a lot of R pressing, isn't there?
Oh my god, T1.
Okay, this is absurd.
This is amazing. I love this. I'm loving this. This is hilarious.
How many times have like T1 put teams in the bin based on draft? And it's been 5 games now in a row.
Yeah, but it's different as well than I think a lot of the Hanwha games, because I do think there they were relying on like one specific strategy. But this is so hard to play into, because what T1 is doing, you can't really ban out. Like, they shouldn't have any, right? But if you add any form of like mage with hard engage in the mid lane here, if you pick a Galio here, I think it's still,
it's probably still fine.
It's still very hard to play.
Ooh, Galley fight. That's a fun combo.
That is a very fun combo.
The gargoyle delivery system on top of a mountain.
Like, picking Aatrox makes sense from a perspective of you're good early into tanks, and you need AD damage because you already have Elise and Veigar. You can't really like pick a Gwen. That doesn't quite
that's
work.
why they were banning the Jace and the Renekton. I was seeing those bans and I'm like, oh, but you want to take like Gwen into Malphite, right? But with Elise and Veigar already locked in, you just can't do that. And so it's like DRX checkmated themselves after every part of the draft.
Yeah.
They outplayed themselves everywhere. So this is like, if DRX win this, like, oh my goodness, this is like the easiest 3-1 of their lives, because this is the hardest game they're going to play in this series.
So, according to the Lost Challengers, DRX are going to stomp them this game.
I mean, yeah.
And then T1 is just going to like all in every lane, level 3, lose all of them, and the game is just going to be over.
Yep.
That is the only thing that makes sense at this point to me, Atlas, because it can't be this straightforward.
It cannot.
It can't be this easy.
There always has, like, this is that point in like the anime that you're watching where like the protagonist is losing the battle like so much, everything's stacked up against him so much that you're like, oh, okay, so this is the time.
This is where he turns it around.
Ah, this is the time. Like, Gohan's lost an arm, so he's definitely gonna do it. Let's rock out. Oh! First blood.
The game's done.
Okay. Can we just right. Okay, so we're going to get a replay of what was happening while we were doing.
Oh, man,
and
Annie.
Sponge just wandered on in.
He got Annie.
Yeah.
and he's dead.
Wow, Annie's a pretty good champion at
Yeah,
level 1,
man,
isn't she?
wow,
And
who
level
would've
2,
known?
and
No
3,
one-
and
that-
4,
there was no
and
way you knew
5,
that.
and 6, and 7,
Wow,
and 8,
crazy.
and 9, and 10,
Man, that
and
is
11,
a
and 12, and 13, and 14, and
unbelievable
15, and
start
16,
to the
and
game.
17, and 18.
Yeah.
I'm sure that if Annie got to level 19, she'd also be really good.
Save that.
Yeah. Well, this is... Wow. It's
Hey.
been a while since we've had these games where it's just felt completely done. So, in the like, there's been one loss for all of these champions on DRX. So that's good. I think after this, there's going to be 2 losses.
Well, let's.
Or 1 loss for all of them.
Again, it's too easy, Atlas. It can't
This
be
anime arc would be way
It
too
can't be-
like it's so on the nose.
It
it does happen.
Yep, it can't be, right? Also, Plata, shout out to him, did go full lethality, which I actually think into Malphite is going to be way worse. But the... Oh, no, he's a level down. Oh. Into the enemy team is a lot safer. But it's just into Malphite, it means that you have to win the early game. And if Del had gone PTA Malphite, like, oh my god, the amount of slapping he would do in this lane. But he doesn't need that. He's still winning.
Yep. As Bort's going to go in, hit level 2 here, lit Piero on fire. He's going to have to flash. As now, Pleta's going to fight back against Bort. Smash says, you're not allowed to do that, and he is not allowed to do that.
It's so different.
And Sponge going to find himself a cocoon, and isn't allowed to take his red buff. Forest going to get a ward down. And now, the face-off begins. John Travolta, Nicolas Cage, Forest, Sponge. About as iconic
Who's
names.
who?
Ooh. I think Forest has to
Forrest
be Nick
has
Cage.
to be Nick Cage.
He has
Yeah,
to be Nick
100%.
Cage.
I don't even know if Sponge is John Travolta, but Forrest is Nick Cage.
Yeah, that we have confirmed, and therefore, by process of elimination, Sponge has to be John Travolta. That's how it goes. Bay gonna move in, gets a ward down. As, yes, he's not lost on Annie. I'm sure he's the only player who hasn't lost on Annie. Or has Annie not lost whilst being piloted by Bay? Is that more to the point?
I don't know, Atlas. This game is throwing me.
Yeah.
Like, it's Challenger playoffs, but you know we wanna give it a little bit more of our all. We wanna really try and sell this because these are high-stake games, and for DRX, even though this isn't an elimination game, it's still a big moment. But with how the early game has gone, I don't think things are going to get better. But that's what we fought last time for T1, and then they were completely fine.
Oh,
Oh,
please turn
they did
around,
see
Sponge.
him.
Please turn around, Sponge.
No, they know.
Yeah.
But they're just gonna waste his time.
I kind of like that idea. As that's a flash. They get Pleta's flash for it. Nicely played here. But still, the Varus flash is extraordinarily valuable. And so therefore, no flashes remain on this bottom side as Piero is just looking to hold onto the wave in a good position. Some arrows are going to come through. And now Sponge move back down once
doesn't
again.
have
Oh, they're trying to
flash.
get this crash. And Forrest going to move back in. I believe they spotted him out. There were pings going down here on DRX's side. This 3v3 has lasted forever. Sidestep, fantastic here from Sponge as the hook is going to connect. Bort going to cancel it out, and he's so tanky, and Smash is going to get the kill. Sponge also grabs one, but is he able to survive is the question. They flash for it. Forrest picks up the kill. And Pleta, he doesn't do enough damage right now.
That's an early Draven cash out. And maybe it's just the T1 3-0 Atlas. Maybe that's just the day it is.
Well,
what the hell?
It's nuts, man. This sidestep really nice there
It
from
starts off
Sponge.
well.
But
He
I
doesn't
mean,
hit the cocoon. Like
and
if he
you're
hits,
there's a lot of things that went wrong.
yeah. So there's a couple of things there. If they hit the cocoon there on Smash and they can actually go in on him, I think they can win this fight. But as long as Smash lives, you are not winning. Like there is no shot at all. You need to take down the Draven and hit Hans as well. As the cage goes up.
Yeah. Tibber's going to get hooked. All right. Piero going to be able to get a stun onto Bort here, who once again presses the Eclipse button. The Eclipse button's very powerful. And Bort is just going to give him the thumbs up. Satab burning down. Tibbers is mad, angry at the little Yordle. And yeah, there's the 50 gold. So Sponge does manage to collect that. But this is just exactly as we expected, which is the sad part about it, right?
Yeah, and I don't think it gets much better. That's what I'm really worried about. Because normally in these type of games you can talk about the impact that can be had. Now, Clear is a man with a dream, and he is winning early as
And
he
a
should.
large sword.
And a large sword and a lead. I just think that the bot lane debacle and Sponge already being this far behind is going to be so detrimental, particularly for Elise, a champion that, as we all know, but even more so with PTA, doesn't really scale all that well. Electrocute or Dark Harvest helps a lot with you actually being able to have a pretty decent amount. So Clear is just going to have to go completely Super Saiyan. I'm going to keep going with the Dragon Ball Z references because you started them, and you know I like continuation.
He is in a hyperbolic time chamber right
He
now.
really has to, because if he doesn't heart 1v9, I don't really see the angles
Well,
with how the game is going thus far.
Seitab places Bay in a circle, and Bay says that he doesn't care about the circle, and will then send Seitab away. At least Pletter and Piero have some help in this lane right now, but Forest, he has set up a tent in this bottom lane for the last 4 games.
I love it.
And he's continuing to do so. Pletter gets his ward down. And with this wave starting to stack up, it's going to be a difficult moment for DRX. Forest going to be backing away for the minute. Piero off to the side, sort of faking a roam.
Dahl does a flash and ult. Should be tough to kill here.
But if they do get the ult out of him, then that could be an angle for this Rift Herald, and they do manage to get the Unstoppable Force. I think that's actually kind of great.
Yeah,
if they want to be able to fight for this.
Yeah, nothing more. I agree. Yeah.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah, well done.
Ah,
Great point.
I'm still frightened, though, Chronicler. That's what I feel like the level, there's a lot of angst.
Angst?
Anxiety.
But why?
Well, it's more just the fact that, like, I'm talking about positive things for DRX here, and I feel like the game's already over, you know? And so it's like...
Well, yeah, it might not be, but I think it's about to be.
Yeah, it's bottom lane scenario. Subpar.
Okay, but hear me out,
all
hear me out,
die.
hear me out, hear me out.
Okay, I'm hearing you.
What is better? Fed Aatrox or Fed Draven?
I feel like they're the same. No, Fed Draven is much better.
Yeah, well, no, that wasn't supposed to be the answer. It was supposed to be the other way around.
Really?
Well, no, you had the right answer, but I wanted it to be different because then it would be more interesting.
Yeah, it would make the game more interesting, yeah. They only got 1 plate, and Rift Herald was taken. There were extra plates taken. There is a lot of money on this Aatrox, who has been notorious for his entire time in pro play. Okay, that is a dead Seitab. Really nice cue from Forest there. And they will just, yeah, destroy the Viger, which, unsurprising, the answer here for DRX is what we're interested in seeing, and that is the destruction of a control ward, a very slow Elise, and a red buff that is available, so he can repel to it, but he can't, because he's dead. Ooh, Annie in the mid game. This is kind of a good champion, isn't it? Like, with the ability to stun and set up for all of this more skill shot based CC.
Yeah. If only we knew how good Annie was. Look at the counterplay. Come on, Seitab. Man.
Yeah, you should have been able to outplay that.
And the reason why the game screen is dark is because that actually it's a mood ring. It complements our mood.
Yeah.
And after this draft, well,
I don't know. T1 have just been mind controlling everyone recently. It's kind of crazy.
yeah. In game one, I think T1 just did a great job.
Yeah,
Right?
and
Like
they had a good idea, good plan in the draft.
Yeah, like game one, I think is completely excusable. DRX gets caught off guard. They go for an execution-based draft. It doesn't work out. That's fine. But giving over what is known to be like one of the strongest picks in the game for Varus, which Varus is really strong. Don't get me wrong, but it's not like he is as insanely busted, flexible, and goes into every single team comp the way that this Annie does. And
Bay doesn't have ult, and that's why Seitab's still alive.
yeah, Clear is doing a wonderful job. I do agree. That's very heartwarming. if it mattered, which jury's still out on that one.
I mean, the Aatrox scaling is something that, you know, we really do need to talk
Okay,
about.
so I do want to highlight, as much as I think that this game should be a freebie for T1, if they make the same mistake that DRX did in the previous game, and they take like 1 or 2 bad skirmishes into this Aatrox, they can lose control of the game. Because if the DRX comp at any point like gets control back, it's obscenely oppressive. But like, look at this. Satab just doesn't get to play the game.
He does have flash,
safe
guys.
mid,
He's got
please.
flash, guys. He's got flash, though. Q gonna connect. He's gonna flash. There we go. See? There was the flash that I said that he had. And he died so fast that he didn't get hit by the Whirling Death and therefore denies the cash-in. Kind of outplayed, I think.
Well, Merc threats are very high. Merc threats rather are very high value for DRX, so that's cool.
2 of them have been purchased so far.
That's very good.
Yeah.
That'll be impactful, you know, because there's so much EC.
T1 have Annie on red side, man.
He had flash. I mean, Chad, if you think that Veigar ever lives here, no, he doesn't. There is no, just no.
Death is the best dodge for Whirling Death. I agree.
Nice. Very
As
deep.
this is a lone Mount Drake, kind of good. Hex Tech Soul. Oh, man. For a game that is likely to be won by a snowball, this is a dragon that will certainly help you on your way to achieving that.
He would have survived the if he had flash plus probe. True.
Yeah, he should have actually paid for the DLC, shouldn't he?
The illustrious double flash.
Yeah, he actually kind of messed that one up. Clear here towards the bottom side. Does have Sponge alongside him. And he does have his Gore Drinker complete. He got solo gold, or at least shared it with Sponge, as the top outer turret went down. And that's a good thing.
You know, if Lethality Varus can get Hextech Soul,
Or the auto
and
attack. He
Veigar,
might be an auto attack champion a little bit.
no, it's you know, he gets to fire more Qs. He gets
Hey, that's true,
he gets
yeah.
more cooldown reduction on his R. It's also great for Veigar. Veigar loves cooldown reduction because of the impacts that he can do, and he can stack faster, which gets him more ability
Clear?
ace, which you know
I mean,
gets
Clear
him.
kind of massive.
Yeah, no, Clear can 1v2. So I'm not too worried for him. If he, well, now I am.
Wow, okay. Clear just going to accept his demise and take an edge. He's going to write Worth because they got turret plate. He can 1v2, but not under a turret.
No.
Right?
I'm.
Yes. Bit of a
So
moment.
what did he mean by that?
Well, Dal managed to get that last plate there as well. Nicely done.
5K viewers is a new record. It could be.
Ooh, yeah. Getting up there.
And the Challenger family is growing every day, and you all know, be nice, or you get immediately smashed by the banhammer.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here. So if you do say something that's a little bit untoward, a little bit bannable, you're never
Get him,
speaking in this
Satab.
chat
Oh, he
ever
doesn't
again.
have. He doesn't have ultimate. A Veigar and a Dream.
Oh, here we go. What's Dal gonna
Look
do?
at the damage.
What's he gonna do?
Oh my god.
Oh, he sidestepped the Dark
Okay,
Matter.
he might actually die.
Hey,
oh no,
if-
there's a turret. He's fine. Never
If the
mind.
Dark Matter landed, he was so taking more damage.
Says
a little bit
something bad. Monka W, I love the casters. Monka as the mods here are great. Good job.
there. There we go.
There you go. Good job, Chad. You get it.
Perfect. Dal, once again, gonna have to deal with some DRX members that are upset. He does so by walking away. Nicely done. T1 gonna utilize the 2 members bot lane to secure themselves. Shirley, this should guarantee the outer turret in mid lane. We've mentioned this many times. Very, very strong for collecting these snowballs. And Flutter, I don't think, is going to be able to defend this. It does still have a bit of health left, but 4 members of T1, all of them with enough CC as Chains of Corruption does come down.
Wait a
Kind
minute.
of scary as Satab sets up the cage. Hook is going to come through. There is Bort, going to get knocked up into the sky alongside Bay. And there it is, the second kill for DRX. Comeback? Question mark? No, it's not.
This is how it starts.
Whoa! Sorry,
It-
guys.
It is.
We're a bit
it is,
facetious.
It is how it starts. But maybe not this game.
Yeah.
But
But mate, like, look,
how it's
I don't have the cope. I just don't have it. I left my what is it? The tank at home.
Well, Atlas, may I bring you back to a certain Game 5 that was played between two organizations in which there was a Fed Aatrox. It was the World's Finals.
I know.
And
what you're
everything was
talking about.
looking okay. No, I don't got anything else. I gotta, when that's the...
Yeah, when that's the copium, that's...
You know it's bad.
Yeah.
How many stackies is Smash sitting on?
Probably,
We do know how many setups sitting on. That's 131, which is nice.
It's not too bad for 16 minutes, I guess. We've seen much worse.
What's the latest POG state earlier today? It's so funny if you know the actual results of the playoff series.
Yeah,
Right?
Right.
The playoffs have actually been kind of incredible.
They have, and I have been so wrong. Like
We
every
all-
bit,
we
my
all have
prediction
been.
today also just so wrong. I'm completely out of touch, I guess, with,
I mean,
how the LCK is going to go.
We all are, and like
파괴되었습니다.
the DK versus Hanwha match as well was like everyone went full.
Yeah.
Very obviously D+, and it just no. And then the KT series were all like, oh, T1,
Yeah.
Easy.
Obvious. Easy 3-0.
and then now we don't know anything except that
I
T1
kinda
and Gen.G are still good, and KT as well actually.
And
as
I kind of want
dull.
to refuse to predict for the rest of the series. Oh, okay. Nice unstoppable force, but he's still going to get knocked up. Takes a lot of damage to kill the Malphite as Bay walks up, and he is so menacing. This little girl just wanders towards you. What do? You run away screaming.
Get out of there.
Yeah, that's what you need to do.
And Drake's gonna get taken, and this is only a. You might be just tuning in here, and you're like, oh, it's only a 1K build. Then why are these costs? Okay, hey, Smash, he's doing DRX solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's buys collector. Doesn't need to do that at all. That's not.
Yeah,
that's not what you I think should buy.
Hey, but it means that his Whirling Death is more likely to execute.
There is also a lot of not armor on the enemy team, which, you know, collector's good for that.
True.
But I feel like we have been doing such a good job with Draven builds, and then this one kind of misses the mark a little bit.
And especially at a time where, like, old Draven builds are now way better.
Yeah.
You know, like, Bloodthirster is just really good now.
Correct. You don't get it. You don't get the vibe, and you're gonna get a luckily.
Oh, wait. Oh, come on, man.
I'm not a perma-banner, Atlas. You know me.
Can I retroactively permaban? Can I get in there?
If you want to.
I'm just not going to. We'll leave that one.
So this is what happens if you're me. If you're lucky, I time you out. If you're unlucky,
I ban you forever.
yeah. Those are your two options.
Yeah. Might even message someone at Twitch to make sure that you can never create another account.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Scorched earth! Atlas, make sure that you never get to enjoy your Twitch chat again.
Well, no, you never get to ruin Twitch chat for others ever again. That's what I'm
Nice.
doing. It's like Batman, you know, but maybe a bit more. Yeah, final.
You're Batman?
Yeah, but no, because Batman, I think.
Can you maybe see where is she in a grovelly voice?
No.
Or gravelly? You
Gravelly?
know? Yeah.
Grovelly voice.
That's
like,
very different.
Where is she? That's a bit more grovelly.
Yeah. Which also great job on that one.
I'm getting so many compliments in the chat now. This is fantastic. This is precisely what I was going for. It's 1.5k. As we mentioned before, T1 still in a commanding position here, especially with the fact that they control the bottom side of the map and therefore the dragons that are going to be spawning.
I thought you were going to say that they control Tibbers.
They do control Tibbers, and that is kind of the main thing. I feel like Dal is just another Tibbers this game. It's just wherever Bay goes, that's where they have all of the control.
Oh.
As Bay is now in the top
He
lane.
might die.
He might die as a hook is going to connect there. Dark Matter comes down. He does manage to get the bear to land on top of Satab. Primordial Burst comes in. Piero will have another hook, and there it is. As the dive is also happening here towards the bottom side. Clear.
Wait.
Going to try and get some knockups. As can they get a kill back? They get one back. Whirling Death doesn't do anything. And you take that if you're DRX.
Yeah, no, that's until they get this turret and even trade.
Yeah, and now the turret's going to be taken, so it's T1 favored. However, if we had have cut the video like we should have, definitely worth, and then immediately not worth.
Yeah. T1's just playing really well, right? Well, we were memeing a little bit, but Bout on this Leona is doing an extra job. Like, continuously setting up these plays. Forest is showcasing zero of the kind of inconsistencies that we have been criticizing for so long. It's only heads. It's only good Forest, right? Like, it's really working out here. And everything is coming up T1, and it's all to their own credit. And it's also because of their drafting, and it's good.
Sometimes a team just has better coaching staff, man. And I think we're allowed to admit that.
Yeah.
And I think T1 have done better preparation. They had more in the tank and more planned.
Oh my
for the
god,
series.
500 stacks for Smash.
That is a
They got
lot
a very
of stacks.
early cash in.
He also hasn't died yet.
If they kill him, they might, like, yeah, I can still see, and this might just be my copium, but I can still see some angles, because when you look at the gold, they're not actually that far behind. And I also think that this is challengers.
I think if
no
they get the
game
next
is
Drake,
unthrowable.
if they can get the next Drake,
Yes.
there is...
Forest.
Okay, Forest is going to have to flash. As Solar Flare goes entirely wide as well. Actually, a lot of value. As Dal is forced to teleport.
Okay.
All right, we're witnessing some stuff. Okay. Spraying the chrome, you know. Mad Max reference.
Oh yeah,
man?
no, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everything's shiny and chrome.
Yep. DRX now in the river, a dangerous place to be against a composition that wants to press an R button on a clump of players. They are in a clump. I repeat, DRX have clumped. The clumping has begun. As there is a two-man knockup. They do manage to get the cage down though, and Smash. He's cashed in all those stacks, it's terrifying! Pleta now has to deal with a huge rock that's on top of him. And this is what we were worried about, ladies and gentlemen. We were worried about a DRX that were just gonna get wiped out because they clumped. It's the clumping!
Oh, that wasn't even a particularly great fight. Like, Dahl was just like, ah, there's two people there. I can press ult. And he did.
Yeah.
And it worked.
Yeah.
And now game's done. Yeah, that was a
He got
like
money, guys.
1,300, 1,400 cash out. And if DRX killed Draven, they didn't win the game, but they had an angle. But now, Draven got a kill.
Yeah,
and the game is done.
Now it's Baron into Hextech, into all the turrets, into insurmountable lead.
I love Malphite. Look at him go. What do you do? Nothing. You do nothing. You can't do anything.
Oh, the kick on the Satap as well. Absolutely fantastic. Made sure that the Aatrox wasn't able to play the game.
Yeah, and if you're a Lethality Varus and you're like trying hard to get anything done on this enemy team, like you're just not. It's just not happening. Didn't win the early game, and your options are a Fedley Sin, a Malphite that doesn't even build armor because why would he care about you? Because you're a puny Lethality AD carry. And Annie with Rod of Ages.
That was the priority pick, by the way.
The Varus, yeah, I know. You know what? We were memeing in our Caster Cacao group earlier on, like, oh, the only prediction that you couldn't have gone for was a T1 3-0.
Well, I actually still think that the prediction is illegal.
Oh no, I agree, but I do think that is the future. That is
That is the
where
future
we're heading.
that we're living in. But I don't think that you're allowed to ever say that you expected
Oh
them
no
to win.
no.
Yeah. Because
I'm
of
just
the way that DRX were playing in the last series, like this is unprecedented from T1. The glow up in the playoffs is just amazing.
I'm trying to like just highlight how unlikely this was. There was 0 predictions for T1. There were a couple of free twos, but that was it. And if they come back from this, oh my god.
And there is I was actually having the conversation, and I now feel a little bit sheepish for being so sure that DRX were going to be the better team. But on the Korean side, definitely thought that it was going to be closer than this. And, well, they thought that it was going to be 5 games. So I guess it's not. Maybe I was right in a roundabout way. I just got the winning team's name wrong. Because after this, I think that, like, which side do you select as DRX?
Yeah, probably blue.
Well,
and then
maybe just blue and then this time pick Annie.
You do pick Annie, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps.
But the main issue is that with DRX, like first picking red side and then losing, that's kind of what starts it, right? So now for T1 to lose this best of 5 and why they're going to be in such a commanding lead. I don't know if it'll be a 3-0. It might be a 3-1 like what we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Because they're gonna have to lose on blue side twice.
Well, Kieran going to connect onto Forest here. He does get pulled back, and he's going to say, all right, that sounds like a fun idea. As, Dal hit the ground a little. Bay put into a cage, but he flashes, and that is going to mean that, yes, Clear does get a lot of Gore Drinker value. And now Bort is on the wrong side of this momentarily, will be taken down. Tibbers, he's going to be the 5th man now, and that is going to mean that T1 should be able to lock down this inhibitor turret. Despite the fact that the Leona fell down, they traded it for 2, and therefore T1 still with a lot of priority here as they wipe out this inhibitor. It's 11,000 gold. Oh no, 9,000 gold. I tell a lie. 9,000 gold to lead for T1, 2.5 minutes on the Hextech Soul.
Do you lean Forest or do you lean Bout?
No,
because I feel like
it's Bay, 100%.
Yeah, you're a Bayer.
He picked Annie. And that is what won the game.
He gave me flack for my Maokai pick last. It was the same principle. Of like the champion just being super busted.
Yeah, okay. What? still applies.
That's fair, actually.
Yeah. I don't think Maokai is egregiously, broken. It was definitely, like, I think it was a worthy vote, 100%. But my vote's Annie.
Oh, yes. Look at him go. Look at him mountaining.
By the way, for everyone that's saying that they think the stream's dark, mine's not. Just having a look on the other monitor.
And the other monitor?
Yeah, it seems fine. Seems fine to me. As T1 rotate down towards the bottom side, yeah.
What are you going to bring?
Well, probably not Annie. DRX learning in this game that Annie's pretty strong.
But you know what worries me most is like, yes, the Annie should never be given over. But as I mentioned, if this is not an Annie, I'm still very worried for like DRX. I think their draft prioritization just hasn't really been good. They haven't been able to utilize any of the things that they've been getting.
Well, we're going to go for a team fight here as it's a decent knock-up. Satab locking down a kill, but it's already Aatrox real dead. And T1, they can still move forward. Event Horizon is going to stun up Tibbers. That is a priority target, but he will be moved away. As 50 seconds on the Hextech Drake. Top 4 support still in favor of T1. Not able to take the inhibitor. That could be important.
Big moment here. We do see the value of the cage come through. Clear going to be able to a little bit of preemptive damage done here, but most importantly is able to get about his Eclipse. And then they all go in here, but this is a very tanky Aatrox, so it takes him a little bit of time for him to actually take him down, and Cage still exists. Hextech Soul about to be picked up here by T1, and Smash is, like the last game, just having a wonderful time.
Yeah, he has an absurd amount of items. Just doing some really good things. As T1, they will collect themselves this Hextech Soul. And it's... Oh man, that's just a really sad time for DRX, just because everything was coming up them last week. They come into this series and we see a shadow of what we saw in the previous week. Can they pull it back for the reverse sweep?
Well,
that is the question.
So there's 2 questions. One is, can they reverse sweep? I'm saying no. I think they might win the next game, but reverse sweep is extremely unlikely.
Ooh, I think if they win the next game, they reverse sweep.
Oh, I like that.
I think it's either 3-0 or 3-2.
But there is a lower bracket run.
Oh, true. As now we've got a bit of a team fight happening. Some decent damage for DRX here as in goes Clear. He's actually kind of massive as Piero fighting against Forest has a lot of CC. Q is going to miss. Smash does deal with the Aatrox and then just flashes onto Pletter's head. He is real dead. That's a Quadra just straight out of nowhere. Then Dal says, no, we don't have time for a pentakill. We want to go home early. I'm going to deal with this little Yordle and we will just walk it down.
And that's going to be the end of it. T1 gonna be able to get a 2-0 lead here over DRX. A team that looked incredible. I might go Forest. You know, he snowballed every single lane early on. Kind of liked it. I don't think you can go wrong with the Smash vote. Kid has been crazy good.
He has been a real difference maker for T1.
And as mentioned, there is a very easy change-up that you can make if you are DRX. But what worries me more is that in both of these two games, DRX are completely unable to find the early game aggression they're looking for, and yet they keep prioritizing in the draft. And this fight isn't even that bad, right? Like, if they're not 10k gold behind,
Yeah.
they might be fine. Like a great cage set to keep out away. Clear still gets into the background, does a ton of damage, but it just doesn't matter.
Smash wasn't hit by anything that Clear tried to do. Just nothing. And they just walked at the opponents and killed them all.
And
My goodness.
this is uncannily, as I was saying at the top of the day, oh yeah, DRX last year, they were the best team in the regular split, and then they came into playoffs and they completely bombed. And by the end, even though it wasn't the story of the whole split, they were undefeated in round 2. They were the best team in the regular round. And right now, it's looking like history is repeating itself, because unless we get a reverse sweep, it's going to be a lower bracket run here from DRX, and with the last couple of weeks that they've had, that is shocking.
It is. And maybe that was the angle. Maybe that was what we needed to consider moving into this series, and it wouldn't have been as surprising. But still, there is one more game to play, ladies and gentlemen. One more opportunity for DRX to turn it all around. I personally don't think it's going to happen. As T1, they were able to get Annie on red side, and you know the result from there. It was well played on top of that, though, and I think that Smash having 2 phenomenal games in a row, this is a DRX that look like they're floundering, and it looks like they don't really understand why T1 are destroying them.
And can you fix that? In a single series, it wouldn't be the first time, but in Challengers in particular, we know that emotions are run high, and teams often are unable to adapt on the fly in a way that is necessary if you do want to get these type of reverse sweeps. And not even jokes about the last time that these two teams faced off in a like, we can joke about it, but the reality is there was a reason why it was such a good story, is because it doesn't happen very often.
No, it doesn't. And reverse sweeps as well. Although we have seen quite a few of them in the past, they aren't that common.
No.
So DRX going to have to dig real deep if they're going to find it. They will have side selection again. They'll be able to have another try as Smash is going to collect his second POG in a row. Man is just real good. Didn't exactly do the most damage on the team. That's because a lot of damage is just being done in general around the map. But he had the big moments in this game, cashed in exactly when he needed to. And the man's Draven in his Caitlyn so far have been ridiculous. And we've seen already a lot of bans towards bot laners, so we know that he's got so much more in the tank.
Yeah, I personally think that what makes Smash as good as he is as I mentioned, it isn't really the fact that he is able to like stomp lane, or it's his positioning and his consistency. He hasn't died a single time in the series just yet.
Yeah.
And it's not because he's not playing aggressive, right? We saw his positioning in the previous game with the Caitlyn going in really, really deep. Here as well, Smash feels like a ticking time bomb, and I really like the comparison that you made to Viper, because it doesn't really matter what the game state is, it just feels like he's always able to snowball, as long as he isn't completely put down. And with how the Forest and Sponge matchup is going right now, I don't see that changing at all, because in the 2v2 I think Plata and Piero have been fine. Like, it's not the 2v2, but it's the 3v3 where the gap really starts to show, and it's the map movement, it's the jungle matchup, and Smash makes such amazing use of it.
He does. He's extraordinary. And for such a young player as well, man, what an exciting prospect moving further forward. I hope that no one on any talent scouting team is watching today's best of 5.
Please don't.
Because
Go
I
away.
would prefer it if you just left him alone for a little bit. He still needs a little bit of time. We are going to take, speaking of needing a little bit of time, we're going to take a short break. When we get back, game number 3. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Challenger 2023 Spring. We're up to playoffs round 2. This is the round where the lower bracket does begin to exist. And if DRX lose this game, that is precisely where they are going. And they're going there incredibly quickly. As T1, huge glow up here in the playoffs, amazing drafting, and also pretty phenomenal play, especially out of that bottom lane. Also, Forest not really flipping a tails so far.
No, the drafts have been amazing for T1, and the drafts have also been not so great for DRX. I think game 1 we were like, it could go either way. Game 2, very big no-no, giving up the Annie, and then the T1 drafting very clearly saying, we don't think you're good enough to win against us in laning phase, which clearly is the case. And it's not like T1 is bad in laning phase, right?
No.
Like it's not like that has been the problem for the team. And I actually want to really applaud the T1 coaching staff for making it easy. I think that's one of the biggest advantage you can give if you're a coach, your players, is just this comp plays itself. Particularly in challengers where we have the tendency to be like, oh, we're going to try and be like the LCK.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is that for the LCK, even there, a lot of teams are not able to actually execute compositions that rely on you to snowball really heavily. And having a comp that just says press R and win the game, I think is really good, especially if it's working this well.
Absolutely. I think that that T1 are definitely... There is some ease of execution stuff, but I think we do need to give them a lot of credit for how much better they've been playing.
Yeah.
It is easier to play better after a win, and so DRX going to have to dig deep to try and get themselves back into this series. But I think if they do manage to find a game win, it may just be the avalanche. It may just be the reversal in a sweeping manner. But I just don't think they do it. I don't think they manage to win the game. I think that it's pretty done and dusted. It is going to be blue side once again for DRX. Probably still kicking themselves for choosing red side in game 1. But we'll see how it is going to go. Kevin, missed game 1 and 2. Did DRX manage to upset T1? Haha, hilarious. No. DRX were not able to win against T1.
I missed 2 AM by an hour, but I have my dry cereal. Good.
Nice.
You know, it's a good snack. Dry cereal, there's nothing wrong with that. It's a better snack than just milk, which is the opposite.
That's true.
I love a glass of milk, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, like, we invited Orcs here, so you're not allowed to say anything against
No,
milk.
I like a glass of milk. I've actually requested for the doo-doo-doos, but that happened. No, it was good. We still had them. We were very happy.
We had like 2
You
of
did
them
amazing.
in the last game. Yeah. We just need one more. We need two more doos. 2 more doos, and then it's perfect. Oh man. DRX fans, you're going to have to send all of your energy towards that stage. All of it needs to get there if we want to see a game number 4. And then, heavens forbid, a game number 5.
Some Sponge and Clear fans there. Sponge in particular hasn't really been able to get anything going here. Has been kind of outdone by his counterpart Forest in an incredibly dominant fashion. And we'll see. We'll know very quickly if DRX learn their lesson.
Well, this time around, it is the same bans. And so now, DRX, the Caitlyn, there it is. And now T1, they could ban Annie and refuse to give DRX the opportunity to get there. Or, the thing that I think that they should do is ban anything other than Ashe, Varus, or Annie.
I think you just do the same thing. You ban Ashe, and then you hope that DRX make the same mistake, and you take your free 3-0.
Well, I guess you could do that. That requires a little bit of mind control. As DRX, if you don't lock in Annie now, we're going to be very upset.
I'm not. I can feel it. I can feel it coming. I think it's happening.
Oh, God, really? All right, I'm going. I'm done. I'm out of here. I don't think I'm required for the rest of today, so you take it away, Chronicler.
Atlas left. Atlas is gone, chat. It's just you and me now. As my Joker arc is well and truly in place. And Atlas is going for greener pasture. He's going to happier places. He's going to a place where Annie doesn't make it through draft for the 2nd time in a row. And I don't think, personally, I'm not a huge fan of blaming drafts. I think that a large part of League and a lot of the joy is drafts matter, but you can also get away with a lot of stuff if you do a good job. But this is not one of those cases. It just isn't.
Yeah, I couldn't actually leave. I'm locked in here, so I may as well sit down. Yeah, this is, I mean, it does look kind of better. Satab's 8-1 on Rise, by the way.
Yeah, they were also almost undefeated in the previous draft.
Yeah, I know, it doesn't matter. Rise also is about as old as Annie.
I'm sorry, Atlas.
About as old as Annie as far as champion release date is concerned.
Oh, but this Rise was reworked like 15 times, and Annie is functionally still the same champion.
Hey, she's fresh off a rework.
No, it wasn't really a rework.
No, you know, move
was like
faster with your shield. You can give
like
your shield to other people.
I feel like
is better.
Rise has been like 3 different champions.
That's true. I mean, Rise did go through the most fundamental change. That's absolutely true.
But that said, I like your angle.
Yeah. I mean, my angle is T1 definitely 3-0s, and this is egregiously terrible from DRX. I don't think that, like, there are not enough things that I could say in the negative for what DRX have done in this draft thus far.
Atlas, welcome back. We missed you. Please don't ban the players for their picks. Let me tell you, if he could, I think he would. I don't even know if I would give the timeout for this one. Do like the Draven, man.
I want to time out myself. Can I ban myself? Is
How
it okay?
difficult is it to get, if you're trying to get playoffs tickets? Yeah, that's how, that's, for challengers you might be okay. For the LCK, that's not happening.
That's a difficult one, yeah.
That is extremely difficult, even if you are Korean. And I think for foreigners, it is as much or even more so. Is Xayah going to get locked in here? Xayah feeling great into the Rise and the Vi. Not necessarily great into the Varus, and that is something that I think...
Also with Rakan,
yeah,
man,
true.
This is kind of an odd choice for T1. I would have liked something like an Ezreal there towards the bottom lane. Does have a little bit more flexibility.
Ooh, as Karma, I would have loved that.
Yeah, it could
It
have
would
been
have
good.
been great. Yeah, great choice, Atlas.
My brain is still somewhat functioning, but not really. As Nautilus Varus once again here for DRX. We have to note that we did have Pleta going for the lethality Varus, even though it was a Nautilus lane. He might switch to something a little bit more on hit in this particular game, though.
I feel like it'd be the same. If you went lethality in the last one, you're definitely going to do it here as well. One of the weaknesses that Xayah does have is that getting outrange is really bad, and I think with lethality Varus, you have a much better shot.
Yep.
And yeah, why not?
I think just Leona, absolutely.
Just Leona, yeah. I wouldn't mind Rel.
More R buttons to press.
Yeah, it is for the wombo.
Kind of into that.
Just set it up. But Leona is very consistent, and we know how good the T1 bot laners is at Leona after last game. And DRX have a draft which, if there wasn't any on the enemy team, I'd kind of like. You know, you have Great Dive, you have Satab on one of his most trustworthy picks, you have a Varus lane, but I can't get over it. I just can't. I cannot.
And they also have some R buttons to press. Leona does have Solar Flare that they can put on top of a Tibbers stun. And then Smash can also layer a bunch more.
Oh, Sajak just came in. She didn't know. They gave Annie again?
Yeah, they gave Annie again. It happened. The old red side Annie. Definitely a thing that we... it was not on my bingo card today.
Okay, but hear me out. If DRX win this game, it's a reverse sweep guaranteed. Because you won against Annie.
True. There might be a long pause, though, because I think for T1 to lose,
yeah,
they will all need to disconnect.
Oh, I thought you were going to say they would have to... They were still going to win this series, but there would be a long time because it'd be the rematch when we got to the actual finals after a lower bracket run.
Oh, yeah, true. I mean, DRX do have the ability to come back and ban Annie in the next series.
Yeah.
That could be the angle.
But if they don't learn the lesson here, then I don't know if they will.
Yeah, no. I think that this one is a difficult one for DRX to win, only because Bay, PCS champion and MSI representative, does have the Annie. That he is now 2-0 on in the playoffs, and is looking for that third win. See whether he can get there. Rise, of course, is, like we mentioned before, one of Satab's greatest champions. Clear has played some really nice Gnar in the past. Sponge has sponged people on Vi. I just can't get past it either, Chronicler. It's a really difficult game for DRX, and we'll see whether they can hang on in this series as we prepare ourselves for some severe amounts of rocking out.
I hope you're ready, chat.
미니언 생성까지
Yeah, I didn't do it because I thought they were actually going to do it. I trusted you, no.
Yeah, we got cut off. I could feel the fact that we were getting out of it.
really, yeah, it was a little bit too, I should have known. But I thought would do it.
This was my brief moment of joy before we get back to witnessing Annie on red side. Hey, but you're right. If they do manage to win, then the mental edge for DRX is absolutely
미니언들이
extraordinary.
생성되었습니다.
And they're also, this is actually a really good point, Gatoran, saying there's no first blood yet.
True.
Could be worse.
Very true. Sorry, you know, you're not to blame. I know you tried your hardest. That's all you can do. Hey, look. DRX have a bunch of losses on their champions now. Blood most notably.
Yeah.
Hero as well.
Yep.
Sad times.
Not as many losses on these champions. Smash 3-0 on both Xayah and Rakan at the same time, as we can see there.
Nice.
Pretty cool. I believe that is only representative of his Xayah win rate. His Rakan win rate's way higher. 80 Rakan, kind of broken right now. That's why they banned it in the second round of bans. As Garrett wandering on top of a ward, as we know. Let's engage into Leona. We might do that. Just give us a moment. There we go. There it is. She's going to be able to buffer the Zenith Blade very nicely there to make sure that they win the trade. Much like we saw in game number 2.
That is a... Smash just doesn't die. Oh.
The old 20 KDA ain't bad.
20!
The casual 20.
This team wasn't that good in the regular split.
If he didn't die that other one time, it would be 40 though.
Wow.
Yeah, it's kind of nutty. You remember, like, what was it, 2019 spring Chovy KDA, the one that went to like 150? Yeah. When he died that second time, man, that was a rough hit to KDA.
Virtue deep in your soul?
Well,
a little bit.
Not me, because it wasn't my KDA, right?
Well, no, but maybe you were emotionally invested in the KDA. I don't know.
There were a lot of people that were emotionally invested in that KDA. I wasn't the most at that time.
You were more of a passerby?
Yeah. I was sort of an observer, a voyeur.
A watchful observer.
Indeed.
A dark knight.
I don't know why this Batman arc is continuing.
I just really like Batman, man.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Batman Man? Or just Batman?
Just Batman.
Ah, okay, fair. All right, Forrest's going to be able to take a Grump. Sponge wandering over a ward, so they have full information of where he is. And now they have full information of where Forrest is, as Vault Breaker's fantastic. Great use of the passive there as well. Flashes absolutely everywhere as it's a catastrophe. Bort taking a lot of damage as Bay is just walking down. He's got level 6. That is first blood. Going to the Xayah as Sponge locks up the first kill here for DRX as well, and Smash is going to get a second. They do take down the Annie, and now Pleta kind of popping up. That's a lot of value, as he's not going to flash over the wall because he used it already. And theoretically, a win for DRX.
I think you'll take it if you're DRX. Why wouldn't we flip the game on a first skirmish?
Oh, absolutely.
We're challengers.
Look at all these flashes, man.
No problem. A big win here is that a lot of damage goes into Piero, who this early on, particularly on Racial Augment, is very tanky. So a lot of damage isn't actually going to the people that you need. Also, Annie, this early on, you don't have tippers, so you really are just your rotation, and that's it. And we do see Pleta picking up the kill here is quite big. Sponge also getting, or picking up the earlier kill, and then Sponge also getting quite fed. And that's all. Great moments. But I'm still a little worried because of the fact that Smash is 2-0. And Smash doesn't give away leads on Draven and aggressive AD carries, and this right now is a... Oh, I'm trying to set a bait here. Would love that.
Yeah.
I don't think this gank has a lot of chance of working, because I don't know why they would go in here.
Who's gank, though?
Wait, oh, okay, are we going for Dragon, maybe? Perchance? Ready, Drake take?
Or a red buff? It is there. There is a red... It's Dal taking damages.
Oh. God, Bow.
Okay. In he goes once again, and that is more counterplay missing as T1 just obliterate this Rise.
Man, Forest and Bout are just not fair.
Yeah, Bout is like...
This is like...
He's playing this Leona exactly the way he needs to in this
You know
series.
who he looks like?
Lehens. Absolutely.
And this as well, right? There isn't a lot of vision available here, but I think Satap definitely also could have played more towards the top half of the map, because you do know that Forest and Bout are somewhere. You don't know where they are, but they're not in lane. And
All right, we're going all out
Down.
as Clear is going to say goodbye.
yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Is Sponge has started up Dragon.
Speaking of being unsure
Wait,
about
Smash is level
things,
3.
okay, we've got a whole lot being absorbed by Satap. He's just dead. Smash will collect that kill. The Dragon angry at T1 right now, and DRX will say, "Aha! So I guess you didn't like our Rise," and they will wander away.
Satap is collapsing, man. This is kind of sad, and it's understandable, right? The amount of pressure that's on these players in this given situation is tough, and also your opponent has Annie and your Rise. That said, walking into 3 people, definitely far from ideal. What happened last fight happens this time around. Bout tanking so much damage, completely happy, has Eclipse, but they got a small lead early on that is now gone. And we're back to what we expected when we saw the draft.
Yeah. As all right,
Ghost.
Dal is ghosting, and Clear has the flash to get out of the way of the Q. Trade of Summon is there, but the Ghost, of course, going to be coming back off cooldown very, very soon. And the flash not so much, as Forest once again parked here towards the bottom side.
Yeah. Again, if you're saying mean things about the players, even when they're having a bad game, you're gonna get banned. Won't have any someone saying PayPal. No. I don't worry. I permanent them.
Okay, good.
I did what you would have done.
Hey, that's my boy.
I know. I'm
He's
learning.
learning.
Because these are players that are very young and playing in an extremely high stakes scenario, and we will respect them. And
We
if
will.
not, you're in trouble.
And you know, you can say things like,
Oh, that
was
wasn't good.
a rough play. And
Yeah.
honestly,
You
like,
can make fun of them a little bit. Yeah, that's okay. Just know where the line is. Yeah.
and, you know, saying stuff like that, especially here in Korea, is something that we are not okay with.
No, not happening, bro.
As Bay having a great time on this Annie, man.
He's just living his best life. Imagine being Bay on red side, and you're like, okay, I'll take the hit, I'll rumble, so we have good team fights. You get Flame Horizon, and then the next 2 games you're on red side, you just get Annie, you're like, oh, okay.
Fair.
That's sure.
Yeah.
That's okay. Well, the only thing that kind of baffles me is that, so there's 2 options, right? Either T1's coaching staff made the call that Annie was not going to be prioritized over Varus, or they like took a huge gamble in game 2. Because in game 3, I think like leaving Annie open is 100% the right call because of game 2. But like they also could have lost because they were the ones that they gave over the Annie in theory, right, in game number 2, because it could have been first picked on blue side.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they took a big risk, is what I'm saying, in the first time they left it
T1
open.
did, yeah.
Yeah, T1 did.
And if you're 1 up in a series like that, as Bay, speaking of which, is just going to move towards his bottom. Oh my goodness, the Blade Caller was amazing! From Smash, he sets it up, the bear gets dropped. And T1, man, they are still behind in gold by a little bit. I think largely to do with the CS numbers on the top side of the map. But still, the plays from T1 have just been so much better.
They really have, and you can feel the desperation, I think, settling in for DRX as well. And despite the fact that the CS is not great, Smash is still sitting on 3 kills this early on. And you need to be very crisp. And actually, I don't dislike this timing
so
here.
So many feathers.
Yeah, the timing also is so unfortunate here, because I actually love this, because trying to kill Smash before he has Featherstorm and getting Plata further ahead, I actually think is a great play. But
Agreed.
MSI champion, we mean a lot, but like that was actually really well done by Bay. Like making a really good read, being there for the crash, knowing that Isaiah might be threatened, and
yeah, I mean, not banning Annie is actually like, it's both disrespectful to, oh, sorry, not first picking Annie, it's both disrespectful to T1 and also just Bay as an individual, because he plays it very well. He knows exactly where to be.
Yeah,
and he
he's
was
been having
tested
a
on
great
this. Like,
series.
if you watched their last series as well. That game 3 was largely due to the fact that they took a risk leaving Annie up, and Bay was like, "You're not allowed to do that against me."
No. And this is something that we even see in the main LCK, and it's, I think more so the coaching staff than the players on DRX, it's that sometimes you just need to accept that you don't have the answer to a problem, and that's okay. And in the case, I think, on the previous patches it was Ashe. I actually think Ashe has dropped somewhat, right, after all the rounds of nerfs, and that's okay. But Annie is the champion right now.
Forrest, are you just going to solo kills?
Wait.
Cease and desist comes in. There's the Vault Breaker. The flash comes through, and Forrest finishes it off. Satab will punish him immediately afterwards, and a bear is going to be dropped in celebration on the head of the Rise.
He had to come out, didn't he? We had to... Oh, Featherstorm?
Okay, yeah. Smash's going to have to use his flash and Featherstorm. Oh my goodness. Okay. Fort is going to collect himself a depth charge, carried over the wall.
Yeah. I'm just glad we got confirmation that this is real Forrest. He's still here as he goes for that 1v1.
Real Forrest doesn't get the kill though. He doesn't land that Q at the end. You see the angle and then it just doesn't work as Satab gets a pretty important 50 gold. Yeah, no. This is still good for us, don't worry. We can still see Forrest through the trees. Or something.
Forrest, again, very happy to take these 1v1s. Does a great job, but Rise is always going to be earlier to the play. And then crucially gets the Q. So still is able to get the kill there. Piero does have a good roam. And despite all this, Smash able to pick it up, or able to pick up a kill for it already here.
It's crazy because he's like 30 CS behind.
Yep.
That's why this is still competitive for DRX as far as gold is concerned. Largely due to the fact that the farming from Pleta has been so good in this early game. How much it's going to matter as this game goes on is where I'm a little bit worried though, because there is so much insurance in just having a Xayah in the game. Especially when everyone is sort of out of range outside of just the Varus, right?
And that's why, if you're coming in and you're seeing this, right, maybe you haven't watched League in a while, maybe you're kind of out of touch with competitive play. On the surface, DRX have a great team fighting opposition. They're barely behind in gold. They just picked themselves up a Drake. Varus has a nice CS league, right? Like, everything's looking peachy. But given the odd press R and win the game power that T1 has, like, there's one cleanse on the enemy team. That's it. That's all you get. And there's way more CC than that.
Yeah. There is also no Chains of Corruption anymore because that flew into a turret. We need to let Pleta know that you can't hit turrets with that one. As a bear is going to be thrown down on top of this Varus, the Rise, and he does flash away. Piero avoids that Q somehow as the flash depth charge coming through. Okay, DRX, I see you here. I see the opportunity as they just lock down Smash. Port now running into no man's land, and Pleta will collect that kill. Coming alive, happening, doing things.
The start of something new
being played by DRX.
A reverse sweep.
Smash's KDA is destroyed, by the way.
Yeah, he had like, what,
He had 2 deaths.
3 to 5 seconds. No, 3 to 5 seconds, like, on his Featherstorm.
Yeah.
And he didn't have it.
Now played, basically, as now Dal dealing with Clear as best he can. Clear, of course, pretty happy in this matchup, especially as Clear, right? He's just a good player in himself, as we do have a Chemtech rip as well.
And yeah, Forrest going in here. This is a little bit more like
this is Forrest.
This is Forrest because you can just disengage. Your Annie is zoned away. Your Annie is in this fight. That's okay. Just accept that. And then a small mistake there from Piero, from Smash, that's really well punished by Piero, is that he doesn't look at the Featherstorm timing. It was just about off.
Yeah.
And if he has that, I think he might still die, but at the very least he'll take someone with him.
Do we have a game here though? Hands check? Should we do a hands check?
I
can't see it.
Maybe a little?
I can't see it yet.
Maybe a smudge?
Yeah. There is like, there's whispers. Have you what? Oh, there's
whispers on our hands.
Yeah, whispers of a game on your hands. I was watching a Korean. Never mind. I'm gonna have to hold my thought for a moment. As T1 moving towards the. Oh no! This is where games go to die.
Oh boy!
This is the.
Boy!
Is this the moment? Now they have Bay. They have. Look at Clear's Nava.
Okay, well they're just gonna give it good.
Oh my goodness!
DRX is learning.
No, don't tell me. They just give it up. Okay, well, Solar Player is going to go wide. Good chance of corruption. What the? Where did you go? Where was the Eclipse? Board, what's going on? Okay, there is still a bear that falls onto the top of a Vi. As Dal also going to be taken down pretty low. Piero, I'm not sure about that one. I'm a little bit frightened. He goes golden though. As Forrest gets the kick onto Pleta and he will be executed. T1, I don't know where you found that from, but that was a beautiful team fight. Well, beautiful is a weird word, but it was a one-team fight that I wasn't expecting.
In the end, they're able to somehow salvage it. Spawn showcasing why playing Vi into Xayah is not fun. It's a bad time and you don't want to do it. And it starts off so well for DRX. If this is game one, I don't think they try and go as hard as they did here, because obviously Bout goes in, and this is, look at that. Lethality Varus, W, Q, combined with the bounce of Satap, that's enough. But then this, that's any value right there. And it's also trying to dive into a Feather Storm of Xayah. Can't do that. And then, you know, Piero gets thrown in here, and then the fact that Forrest ends up giving his life, but taking down Pleta, that's hella worth. You'll take that any day of the week.
Gorgeously played. And I think that by the end of that fight, Bot had already respawned, so perhaps it was more even than I thought. And as we can see, it's about 1,000 gold to lead. But there is still, I believe, a Rift Herald yet to go down, so some map control to be claimed from that one. One dragon apiece and Chemtech Soul.
If this was like Inferno and DRX could keep teamfighting the way that they did, I'd be feeling pretty great. And this, to me, this makes me a little sad because I think in game number 2 in particular, DRX never had a shot. And in game number 1, they also fell behind very early on. But this is, I think, the first game where we really see like why we value DRX, why they went undefeated in Round Robin 2, and why they looked so good. And I don't think it's too little too late from a play perspective, sure, but also just looking at the power that's on T1 side, like you have to really be so much better than your opponent to crawl your way back when you're playing into Annie and Xayah, like in this with this draft. It's just so hard.
Well, they are going to try and play out some cross mapping and into a Rift Herald. That should be really difficult. But the thing is, it's a Chemtech Drake. DRX, they should not have to they should not have to care at all about this dragon. And yeah, nice work, T1. You managed to get yourself this this toxic dragon, or Jeff, as we like to call it here. But look at this. Clear is going to move up towards the top side. Dal is trying to deal with the minions, but he's going to have to try and deal with the hyper procs. He's just real dead. Satap going to collect that kill. And now DRX, they're just still here. They've got the rest of their team following up. And what, second Drake, Chemtech. That's the response. This is the type of play that we thought we might see for more than just the very beginning of game 1 and now here in game 3.
I think this is a great call from DRX because I actually agree. I don't think you win the team fights. And the answer is
don't.
Particularly in challengers, just don't, Forehead. Just don't fight. Because if there is one thing that we have seen, it's that teams in this league struggle with even like 60% well-executed 1-3-1ing or 1-4ing. Very well set up trap here from DRX. Maybe looking to bring some life back into the series, Atlas.
I'm starting to see the manifestation.
The whispers are thickening.
The whispers are, maybe they're wisps. Maybe it's cloudy wisps of something that says something starting with a G on my hands. But I don't think it's there yet. It hasn't quite been corporealized. We'll just have to see. Side lanes existing is kind of a good thing here for DRX. I'm glad they noticed that we weren't on Howling Abyss. Because so far, T1 have just won by stacking up as 5 people and killing all of DRX. Because DRX has said, oh, okay, well, that's what we're doing. In goes Forest. This time just going to get chain CC'd, but there is now a Tibbers getting a bunch of work done. Satap finds the backline, though, just eviscerates them. These health bars so extraordinarily low. The Tibbers, the stun, it was decent, but look at Satap, he's massive. You can go all out, but I wouldn't recommend going all in. Not against this form of DRX. And now look at this, teleporting to side lanes, Chronicler. What is happening?
If T1 lose this game, it's happening. We're going all the way. I don't know if it's a reverse sweep, but if DRX have come alive, Atlas.
Oh!
It's here.
Oh my goodness!
It's on our hands.
I thought it was saying Gary for a second there, but it does. It says game.
And look at Satap, machine gunning here. Really, really good flank angle that he finds here. And I can't believe I'm saying this, but you know that the Varus actually doing humongous amounts of damage here.
I mean, this
really
is the
working
time of the
out.
game where you need to be finding these sort of angles, right?
Yep.
This is where, like, you've got 2.5 items on Varus. You won't get a better power
And
spike than this.
Throwing everything into Nautilus might not be the way for T1. And you don't really get to make like 2 of these mistakes. Now you're 6.5k gold behind.
That sort of, like, erupted, didn't it?
Yeah, the inner had a lot to do with it, and then losing that team fight as hard as they did. Yikes.
Well, this game has turned into a somewhat different outcome to what we were expecting after game number 2, but a somewhat reminiscent outcome to what
And
we were thinking about before the series began.
It teaches us that no matter what you might think, in challengers, sometimes the rules don't matter.
Oh, there's a guy that's saying that you can watch it in Korean because the Korean casters are better.
Crazy and more hyped.
And do you know what I'm not going to do?
No,
I'm not
you're
going to
allowed
bet
to have
because
that opinion.
that's actually a good opinion.
Yeah,
'Cause
Korean
they
casters are
actually super
amazing.
hype. And they're very, very cool. So if you would like that,
Good for you, Richie.
Yeah,
I hope you enjoy that.
you can absolutely, but please, leave our chat.
Yeah, I don't know why you
Go and talk in
go
this.
and go and say it here. That just makes it mean.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, the Baron being considered now by DRX. And, ooh, Sponge just giving it a parting punch. As
Aw,
Dow.
parting.
No, parting. Having a chat about it.
Forest. It's fine.
Okay. So, Forest finds a ward over. He's just spamming some B button just to see what's going on. And T1. Now, can they come back from behind? They still have so much momentum from throughout the rest of the series. We do have the second item spike coming through. Rod of Ages and Rylai's Crystal Scepter here from Bay. As Satab just going to walk between realms.
He is.
And he'll be fine.
Completely fine. Top 5. Aw, thanks. That's nice. Veldus is definitely in my top 50 of commentators as well. Him specifically.
My top 75, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. I really like that comment from Reddit because I think it was just really down to earth. And
He's really funny.
yeah. 669, the amount of crit damage on that Q. Just thought it was nice.
Ain't bad.
Yeah.
So, DRX, currently with a pretty sizable lead. And if you're this far ahead, like the Lafali Varus actually is going to completely slap. And unless Bay, who almost has flash, gets a good engage onto the platter. Wait.
Sponge. Sponge is really dead in the back of that pit. Don't know about that one. That was not really the... yeah. Well, that's jungler dead. Baron becomes more difficult for DRX, but a big possibility here for T1.
I do think this is the type of moments where you can see the inexperience between, mostly for Sponge, but I think even some moments Piero, between those 2 players and the rest of the team. DRX, Clear, and Satap and Plata have been playing in Challengers. Plata, of course, also played a little bit in the LCK for a decent amount of time now. And they've played a fair amount of best of 5s as well. And I think that in these like high-stakes situations where you know that I'm the jungler, if I die, we don't get to do subjective, or I'm the engage report. If I go and it's bad, we lose the game. I think you can really kind of see the difference between them and Claire, who obviously, and has been really this entire series, he's cool. You know, he's fine. He's hanging in there.
Having
he's
a good
vibing. And Satap, after some games that were a little bit more lackluster, is currently sitting on a death cap.
Oh man, that is a very scary rise. That was also a very scary situation for Piero. Shoutouts to Astro Nautilus, by the way, because he mentioned it when Piero first picked the Astro Nautilus, that he picked Astro Nautilus, and that's his name.
Yeah.
It's the first time we've seen it this year. Thought we'd give him a shout out. Bun Bun, how you doing? Welcome back.
Casters, if you're reading this, I already know. You can read that one.
Oh, Casters, if you're reading this, once you get to the end, you're going to realize something extremely important. It's It's very controversial that you just lost it. Oh no! How dare you! Oh man, I was holding that for like 2-3 years at least.
That long?
Oh, I got so wrecked. Oh man.
He got you good, man. He got me too. That's why I wanted you to read it.
Do you know how long I've been playing the game?
Long time?
25 years, I swear. Really long. No, not 25.
But two.
But about 20. Ah, well, just lost. It's been a while. Anyway,
That's a
Satan.
high-value comment.
Yeah, that was definitely high value. You definitely wrecked a bunch of people.
I'm getting a bit worried because we are currently meandering. We are just floating on this crazy realm called Summoner's Rift, but not a lot is happening. And you are so much stronger right now if you're DRX, and I think you need to use that. I think you need to get over the fear of the scary purple worm, start it up, and force a fight.
Well, Piero is going to possibly do a thing that his jungler just did, but no, does not happen. I believe that ward to the north of the pit is also unseen, as the Mega Blast Cone going to be a little bit frightening, as Sponge clear out that ward. So, Troll Ward in the pit. Satab splitting against Bay. This is a great position for DRX to be in, because they win side lanes, and so if they have some milling about around this Baron, they should theoretically have the Rise with an advantage. And DRX now just going to teleport in. They're going for it. They're trying to make this one happen. Piero taking the northern route, as this could just be, guys, a 50-50. Bay, he has Flash, he has Tibbers, and he is here.
Yeah, good call. Good call. And the only criticism I'd have there for DRX is that if you hold the TP on Satap until Bay has TP, you might still be able to peel off and actually get a lead out of this, because now it doesn't actually do anything for you, right? Like, you get the TP from Bay, and Satap does have Realm Warp, which helps a little bit, but I think some of the nerfs shining through here as well. It's not an elimination match, but still going to lower bracket feels really rough when you are as good as DRX have been recently.
Absolutely. Satap as well. It's been a long time since he's gone back home. He is going to go for a reset now. We'll see what he is able to actually purchase. Wants to get towards Void Staff, or perhaps even a Zhonya's in some of these fights. Does get the stopwatch, so it looks like Zhonya's is going to be the next choice. Not a massive amount of magic resist on the enemy team, so you can understand why he would be doing that.
Bay's gonna have... This is what I was afraid of, because now Bay has Death Cap and Smash has BT. And you are still ahead in gold when you're DRX, but I don't know if it's enough of a momentum swing, right? I don't know if it's enough of a lead. Bay does need to actually back. He's holding off on that for a little bit.
Well, Solar Flare is going to come through here. And that is it. Please continue about your business.
Well, I didn't have any further business. It was already concluded.
Oh, okay. No mind.
Yeah. But thank you for keeping that into account. I appreciate that.
Just wanted to let
Bay,
everyone know that
please,
our button was
please
pressed.
back. I can't because of Baron, but he really needs to.
He is going to press that back button.
He's not an award, so he should be fine.
Ooh, there's not. This is a small pocket of vision here for T1.
I don't know though.
And there is Stopwatch and Rabadon's picked up. Just a fiendish codex as far as the advantage here for Satap. Does, of course, have the Seraphs, which is a lot more expensive than the Rylai's. So, certainly still a big lead for the Rise, as you'd expect, as he is 6, 3, and 6. Massive gold bounty as well. Like, if Satap goes down and T1 managed to get that kill onto Smash or something like that, this game could just be well and truly done and dusted. That should mean that Lord Dominix does come in. And there is a very difficult time to be had. Satap gonna need to press that Realm Warp button pretty soon, and it's not gonna work out. Tibbers comes down, and that is that kill that we were talking about. Phase Rush does come in. He's running real fast, guys. I mean, that is certainly a thing. That's cool and all. He does go golden.
Oh, now
Smash
can
he's
take the
really
kill.
dead, and Smash is not gonna get the kill. It is gonna go over to Bay, but he could have, and that would have made it even worse.
And this is the risk that you run. Now it's all about the counterplay. And this is ambitious here from T1. Oh, I would have loved if DRX had just gone and shoved and called the bluff.
Yeah.
But I think they don't want to take the risk.
35 seconds on Satap. He doesn't have teleport available. Letta throws in a Chains of Corruption, but it misses.
Bay getting low.
Yeah. Bort also taking a lot of damage. Great knock up there as the Baron is going to be taken here by T1. Season assist comes down, thrown like a ragdoll is Dahl. As T1, 3 members still alive. Teleport going to be utilized. Oh my goodness! He's going to be interrupted in the end. Bay, he will go golden, but now T1, they are trying to fight this one out. Bay's going to be taken down clear. Secures that kill. Are any of these Barons going to stay alive? Smash does so much work as Pleta still alive to the north of the fight.
TP.
Yeah, does get the Blade Caller. Satab, he did use the teleport. It was back up again. He's not even interested in killing this Xayah. He wants to just take inhibitors. And all clear. There it is. The Hyper Proc comes in and they delayed the kill on this Xayah so long. It may just confirm the win for DRX.
Might be the case here. Dahl's up in 10 seconds though. And don't forget, they don't have Baron. So clearing this wave is actually a possibility here.
Well, Chains of Corruption comes down. Pleta not going to get stunned by the Solar Flare. That means that Bort, he's just trying to get those minions away from these turrets.
Lands.
The first Nexus turret is going to go down. They are just parading in one after the other. Knocked into the wall once again.
That should be it.
Satab and Clear just demolishing in this game. Massive shout out to Satab and his ability to stay cool as DRX. They will bring us to a Game 4.
That is one of the most challenger things I've seen, because T1, I think they were able to get out if Bay doesn't teleport there.
Yeah.
If he just stalls.
Or if they had have kept walking and allowed him to
Also
teleport
fine.
there. Yeah.
But instead, must have been a split call here. And man, the kill threat here and the killer instinct from DRX, recognizing this moment of weakness, amazing. Like, you have Baron empowered recalls. If anything, do that.
Well, the series, it's on our hands, Chronicler, as we check out this replay. Bay, like we were talking about, yeah, this is that moment, right? This is that moment where you get that rush of blood, right? If the Q out have landed on the Pleta, there are so many what-ifs, these moments.
Oh, that flash from Pleta as well.
Yeah.
But instead, that's just going to be the end of it. And DRX fight their way back. Who cares about any when you have Lethality Varus?
And a dream, and the power of friendship, and Rise. I actually think that Satab, oh, we need to vote, don't we?
We do, yeah.
I'm Satabbing, not for any particular reason. I just think that, I don't know, something about his vibe. He got ganked very, very early on. He kept his cool, and he found these moments. He was in side lanes exactly when he needed to. And that was how DRX found their angle in this series, because what you need to realize is that you don't have to just win teamfights. You can win the rest of the map. You can buy more items with the gold that you get from taking down turrets that are in lanes that are not mid lane.
This could be the turning point, Atlas, where we thought was going to be a quick 3-0 T1 with this draft in particular looking amazing.
It could also be a quick 3-1 with the fact that T1 now gets to move back towards the blue side.
I know, but I'm trying to hype it up.
However,
unless
if T1 loses this next game, perhaps the series
then it's done. No, then it's a DRX win, 100%.
Well, as soon as we say 100%, and this game, by all accounts, by everything that should have happened in this series thus far, T1 should have won. And so now we are in uncharted territory. Now we are in an area that we just do not understand. As Satab, he's an international airplane, and he was absolutely fantastic, gliding around the rift majestically with all of those engines on each wing.
And most notably, I think that skirmish that he found around the bot side, right? Near the river, where he's able to get behind, shotgun a bunch of people, and cement his lead even further, is something that not many people have been able to do. There's a reason why this guy has as many wins on Rise as he does. And for DRX, this was the first game where they really looked like themselves. We saw some overly ambitious skirmishes from T1, like they have been doing so many times, but this time around, DRX actually able to stand up against them, bringing us to a game number 4.
Yep, Bun, a 747 is a Boeing international airplane, and that's why I called him an international airplane, because that's what his scoreline is. And as we can see on our hands right now, there is, I think I now might have permanent tattoos of the word game
It's here.
everywhere. And once we're back on camera towards the end of the series, we will let you know. And yes, Bun Bun, you probably did fly on a 747. Or, I don't know, do they really? I mean, Airbuses are, I think, a little bit
No
more
idea.
popular at this point in time.
I don't know. I'm not an aviation kind of guy.
No. It was a 777. Okay, there we go. Of the 90s. Beautiful. Atlas, how?
Nope.
What? That's a. Ooh. I almost did.
Safe.
As now, quickly, get out of here. Get out of here. Abort mission. Let's go. Short break. Ha ha ha. Then game 4. Ha ha ha. Bye bye. Welcome back, everyone, to LCK Challenger Playoffs 2023 Spring. It's round 2 time. We're up to game number 4.
Yes!
DRX managing to win a game in this series. I want to know.
Give it a dip.
Yeah, there
I
we
thought
go.
I was just going to keep doing
Yeah,
ad-libs.
that's what I was.
Okay.
But you just
Yeah,
didn't do it, and I was waiting for you.
Oh, keep going.
Just give you a moment. And now it is time to see whether the reverse sweep can happen. Woohoo! One more time here in the LCK for Challenger. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Yeah.
Hoping that we can get some more.
Can't wait.
Gonna be the best, right?
Gonna be the best. I'm amazed.
Oh!
We'll see what happens in the draft. We were very obviously having strong opinions on the draft. But
Yeah.
in that way, we did forget the one thing.
It's gone.
It's gone? What?
Yeah, the one thing is forgotten.
Oh, no.
Completely forgotten.
No! The one thing that always needs to be remembered in Challengers, you don't know what's going to happen in the game until you get in the game.
Until a Nexus explodes.
Until a Nexus explodes. Actually, yeah, even in the game, you don't know what's going on. Sometimes drafts don't matter. Sometimes it's just all about that sweet Challenger gameplay, which is why you're all here.
That's exactly right. And sometimes having a perfect round 2 in the regular season means something. And sometimes it means nothing. And sometimes it means nothing until it means everything.
Yeah.
T1 has selected the blue side. It is likely that they can pick up a victory here via the side selection with the extra flexibility they will have in their bans. But there is one curious thing that comes to mind. There is one thing residing in the back of my gray matter.
In your
up
waters?
here. Yeah, in those waters. And that is DRX chose red side in their first game.
They did.
They lost. Like, real bad. But they must have had some sort of plan, some sort of idea, some sort of theory that they could utilize. And we'll see whether careful deliberation and a fresh boost of motivation can deliver them.
Because if you
not terrible draft.
if you win this game as DRX, I think you just win the series. That's just it.
Yeah.
Like, we'll go to a game 5 and we'll play it out, but the mental fortitude you need to not get reverse swept is... Whew, that is a toughie. That is something that the first few kills are gonna kind of give us a look, because look at these faces. This is, I'm seeing some worry. I'm seeing a little bit of tenseness, and let's not forget
I
that
can see
DRX
tenseness on everyone except Forrest.
Oh,
who
yeah,
looks
no,
like
he doesn't.
just doesn't care
Yeah,
at
no,
all.
he doesn't care. That's
Straight.
Forrest. Yeah.
Just look at him. He's just, I'm playing in another game, I guess. I didn't expect this, but here we go.
We are about to find out, is this going to be a 3-1 for T1, or is DRX going to bounce back? And what is going to happen to Annie? Because Bay lost on it now, so do we just let it go?
Well, the Rise will be banned. T1, they
are-
will first pick Annie
100% in the
if
first
you
pick
let
Annie.
them. So
Please.
perhaps it is time.
Please ban man. Don't ban Ash.
But you know, Chronicler, DRX, they like
They will, I know.
they.
Oh.
Okay,
T1.
so now
if T1 now picks Varus, I
T1's
will,
been mind
I will
controlled into
lose.
first pick Varus.
No!
Oh,
no!
It was this plan all along!
The reverse sweep
Oh, God!
angle!
The reverse sweep via reverse psychology mind control Chronicler. What
They
is happening?
didn't know!
Oh,
We didn't know!
God!
We thought that DRX was losing, but you know, this is
Wait,
the only way.
counter is that now DRX doesn't
This
pick
is
Annie?
the only way. The only way that you guaranteed win the series is if you let them get a 2-0, then win game 3 into Annie, and that's it.
Oh man, this is like that the
You pick
Marvel
Annie here.
movie, right? Where they
Please,
like
DRX.
Wait, what?
I don't know how many layers of mind control we're in. How is the takeaway? Yeah, Annie's fine actually.
Take it away, Chronicler.
No, Atlas, don't leave me, not now. Atlas, no. Atlas, no. He's eating a cookie. He's eating a cookie and I'm here alone. Oh, God. Annie gets picked up on the third pick on blue side. Like, how do they get Varus and Annie?
How do you prioritize Vi above?
Are you okay, Cronny?
Annie.
No! No, I'm not.
By the way, this cookie's really good.
Oh, I'm so happy it is.
Oh wow, they picked Rakan. The power of Zeri Rakan into a Varus lane. Definitely something, something existing.
Free to DRX? Well, you know, sure. If after last game T1 could win, or rather T1 could lose while playing against Varus with Annie, then surely they can lose having both Varus and Annie. Chronic cookie leader. I didn't actually give the cookie to Atlas.
He did. He gave me a cookie this morning. It was delicious.
It's a nice, yeah, it's a cowboy cookie. So
Yeah.
apparently it has like oats in it.
I don't know. It's got some chocolate in it, and there's
Chewy
definitely
goodness.
a lot of sugar. I'm
And
having
butter,
A great time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want a
Um,
cookie too. Okay, well, I'll get a cookie for you sometimes as well, you know.
You know what, Yundo? I'll get you a cookie as well.
Oh, you
It'll be
paid
raining.
forward.
It'll be raining cookies.
Yeah. Well, no, then I'm not getting me a cookie if you're getting me. Maybe that's just the nice thing that we do now.
Maybe.
Let's get each other cookies.
Maybe I'll just go back to the bagel place again.
Actually, that was amazing.
This is the okay. I kind of like this more.
Yeah,
So
I'm
the
on board
R
with
is
this.
going to be picked up here. A little bit of early game power.
I can't wait for DRX to show us how wrong we were when they completely dunk on them this game.
Maybe Annie's just a bad champion.
Yeah, and he's just bait, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's the takeaway.
Well, that's Cannon, so too much magic damage now for T1. As they will be locking out the Nautilus. So this is what DRX managed to win with in the previous game, the good old Varus Nautilus lane. It is going to be played into Rakan Zeri, which doesn't scream priority to me. As now the counter pick for the Cannon. What does Clear have for us here in this top lane? Nasus. I think that's... Oh my god, they locked it in. They locked in Nasus. Nasus has been locked in!
Okay,
I thought it was epic! I thought it was epic for a second!
Okay, DRX are gonna win. This is the most... What you gonna do now that I've ever seen in my... I don't know why it makes sense. So, okay, let me... but I don't get it at all. I don't get it at all.
Okay.
Let him cook.
That's
Let him
why
cook.
it works.
Let him
Okay.
cook. So, hear me out. I know that Nasus is known to be like one of the best counter picks into Vladimir. I talked a lot about like to pro player about this. The reason is because Nasus has so much built-in sustain that he can shrug off a lot of what. In this case, I think Cannon's going to be way worse. But trying to maybe explain the reasoning here because otherwise I don't know what the hell is going on. To explain the reasoning is that even though you do get harassed, as long as you can withstand the all-in to level 6, it becomes very hard for the opposing top laner to play the game. And in this case, I don't like Cannon is really good right now, and I feel like his pressure is way better. But at the same time, you do have a lot of sustain. I think pre-6, if you play it well, the Cannon shouldn't have too much kill threat. I just don't get why.
There's one guy in chat
Why
that said
Nasus?
that Nasus destroys Cannon. Hang on. What
Like
if
if it's AD Cannon, sure, but there is no way, right? Like if it's AP Cannon,
Hang on. I know the definitive way to figure this out. I have the definitive way to figure it out.
is it?
Yep. It's
Yep.
about this easy. Okay.
Okay,
So
Atlas is doing the research.
where's his name? His name's Cannon.
Okay, now I want DRX to win.
All right.
Now I want it. It needs to happen.
Okay. Counters weak
Oh
against.
my god!
Weak against Nasus. 60% win rate into Cannon. It is technically, based on solo queue data, globally, platinum and above. Nasus is the best. Do you know what happened? DRX went to OPGG and just locked in the #1 choice. Let's get into it. Oh! Game number 4, we get the 2-2-2-2!
It's game 5. It's game 5. There's no other way.
Well, no, this is game number 4.
Well, no, but it's gonna be game number 5.
It's
oh my
gotta.
god, he went Airy? So you go like Airy and Emax? Maybe?
Put down the circle and
You
watch
circle
him
him.
flounder.
I think that's the angle, yeah. Maybe you go like 3 points in E and then Q?
You might actually, you probably just do this for the lane and then
Yeah,
just
no.
do
He's
Nasus
not.
things.
He's not going AP Nasus, but I do know that there are Nasus lanes where going for a lot of early points in E allow you to actually trade harass. Also, Doran's Ring. Yeah, I'm 100% certain he's just going to go for normal Sunderer, Mercs into whatever he goes from there. That I do think is going to stay the same. But Clear is in the position in this game where he can stack full MR, press W on Smash, and he will never die. Smash did go actually for on-hit Varus, which I'd actually say is probably worse. I'm not 100% sure. Might also, obviously, he's playing with a Nautilus, might just be a laning decision, but into specifically Nasus, I feel like lethality, if you can get fed, is a bit more consistent, because if you get an auto Nasus, he can wither you, and you're in deep trouble.
Well, we've got a little bit of engage here towards the bottom lane. As Bot, pretty good win rate on this Nautilus as he takes a fair bit of damage. Forest lives bottom lane, guys. So it is no surprise that they are down here. As,
This
okay,
is big.
the
The
level
level
2 gank.
Oh my god.
What a beast. They hit that level 2.
Wait.
Now Bot could be in trouble, actually, as he's flashing. Pleta, he can just dance over the wall if he wants to. Piero, he can't. He will get hit by the Q, and he will die. That is first blood going over to Forest. Very nicely done, and T1 already set up here in this bottom lane.
Wave State also absolute disaster here. Is pushing away from the DRX bot laner. At least he doesn't go down. That's something. But that by itself should not be enough. Sponge can do two things. Either he can invade here, but we do see Forrest is already on his way. Or he can try and look for a play towards Dahl. And looks like he is on the fence. Staying here outside of vision in case there is a ward in this river brush, which there is not.
Ooh, the Wither came through, but he still rushed lightning-y away.
Oh, no counterplay available now for Sponge. Unfortunately, not gonna be the case here.
Yep. Forest on vision. And will be able to take his blue buff. Red buff going to be consumed here by Sponge. And Clear just trying to live his best doggo life up here towards the top lane. Watch him. He will press Q and then hit minion, and then press Q and then hit minion.
Yeah,
many times.
It's what I said earlier, right? I do think Cannon's early game is stronger, but he still, in a large part, relies upon his harass, because his all-in isn't strong up until the point where he's actually either has his ult or has been able to kind of get you down. Now, the one thing that I'm wondering, because Dahl did go for Fleet and he has a Doran's Blade, is he now going for AD? And maybe this is something that Dahl always did, because that can't be the right call if you're playing into Nasus. Well, the harass is good.
Yeah, certainly working out thus far. As Dahl. Also quite low. Forest going to see the Sponge. And now look for a Q onto the Nasus. and he's not going to be able to find it because Sponge stood in the way. Really nicely
Good
played.
job, Sponge. Good cover.
Absolutely. Now the teleport will bring him back in to the lane. Clear with his null magic mantle and some shoes. Feeling happy. Piero,
Piero.
in position. Okay, he's got level 3. Satab taking so much damage here, and he's actually standing out of range of these charms. Absolutely beautifully done. Piero now gonna have to grand exit, and Satab on a merry jaunt through the enemy jungle.
I think he executes, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
he has-
executes
he has
or
TP.
can actually... Oh, okay, will be spotted,
Yeah,
and so
yeah.
therefore he does have to execute, but he should be able to do that. Can also just go for a back, I guess.
Yeah, I think this is the safer way, given that the death times aren't that long, and if you back and they do get you, it's way worse.
Yeah, it's actually, and you can spend all of this time. You don't have to do the super quick shopping as well. Like, you can spend some time in the shop. I kind of like that, you know, gives you a bit of a breather. As the hook is going to come through here from bot. Piero able to get away, but not before taking way too much damage, and that piercing arrow, definitely very scary. Smash, a fantastic Varus player in his own right. As, okay, Q is going to come through here. And I just can't believe that we're in a game with Susan in the top lane, but also Annie and Varus on the same team. This is very silly.
Maybe the Nessus was the answer to Annie all along. Maybe that's what we're learning in the depths of challenges. We'll be dull going for the Hextech Alternator, so we'll just use the normal cannon, which I don't think is very surprising. I think the build with early Cosmic Drive is very, very strong. And
Yep, fleet for the sustain.
Yeah, I mean for sustain, for the movement, and being able to just Dorans as well, like cannon orders a lot early on, so it makes complete sense there. But the reason why I was thrown out is because we have actually seen a lot of AD cannons come up as well, particularly in solo queue. First Drake gonna go here. 2 T1 who are still in a decent position, but I just wanna have our camera on top. I want to see what Clear is doing, because the downside of this, obviously, we haven't seen his skills in a bit. There we go. So he did go already 3 points at E, and he also doesn't get to buy an early Kindle Gem, right? So he doesn't actually have the ability ace to really aggressively stack his Q, and that does mean that it's going to take a lot longer for him to really be that I Q you and you die type of pick.
But if this game just keeps slogging along, he is still Nasus. He will just kind of one-shot everyone.
He will, yeah.
Which is kind of fun.
I think the big thing as well is that Nasus, like many of like the infinitely scaling champions, there's some exceptions. I think that Senna is a really good example, but a lot of them actually kind of peak in mid game. Nasus is another example of this, where he has stacked enough that he can like free hit everyone, but the opponent's AD carries or like AP carries haven't hit like critical mass yet.
Yeah.
But in this game, he has Vi and Rakan, and that actually solves so much of the issues for Nasus, because his biggest problem is he gets kited. But no one on T1 really kills him because it's 2 AP carries that don't have great tank damage, and then Smash, who's going to get withered, and has no cleanse, but has Ghost instead, which it's a great combat summoner, but obviously not going to help against Nasus.
Yeah, Wither is pretty powerful.
Yeah. Yeah, it really, really is. And I assume Smash, because he's playing into Vi and Ahri, also is going to be feeling the need to go for a on-hit build, which makes it even harder for him to take down Claire. So actually, I love the Nasus angle here. I'm just kind of baffled because, well, it's Nasus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's normally just a troll hover that Effort does in Bro games.
Which is why we both thought it was never, ever going to get picked.
Yeah. So, Clear here, just continuing to be fine. I'm very interested in how the build is going to look. I assume it's just going to be like one relatively damagey mythic, and then a like a. Do you still go Trinity Force on?
No, I'd say you go Sunderer because of the extra sustain it gives. It's just really, really good in the longer drawn-out fights.
Yep.
So you probably just go Sunderer, Force of Nature, I'd guess. And then I don't know if I'll end up going... Frozen Heart is really good on Nasus, but into the enemy team it's kind of meh. So I don't expect that is an angle that he's going to go for here.
It does seem to be a core item from people that have been building it.
Yeah. No, it's exceptional because it gives him both the ability to... He has a really big effective health pool because of his sustain and his ultimate. And he also uses the cooldown reduction like insanely because he's Nasus. So it's just that he uses as fast as he can.
He is indeed very Nasus. As we haven't seen the fury of the sands just yet.
No, we've only seen Dominus, which is, you
I
know,
know.
really the same ability on the much more popular of these two.
The two brothers. Yeah, the more popular, is it younger brother? I think Susan's a bit older, isn't he? Is he?
I don't know who the older is.
I feel like Renekton, personality-wise, seems like a younger brother more than Susan, but I might be
Sure,
wrong.
yeah,
Based on
could be the
lore.
case. Nasus is the older brother. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, Nasus is the older brother. I mean, it does make sense because Nasus was released first.
Uh-oh.
As that's a lot of people. As
Oh.
the hook, just a little bit.
Life's okay.
Not long enough. Yeah. Well,
He's
I
not
mean,
playing in this game. I know.
Yeah. He is still in playoffs, so it's fine.
True.
Susan is Nasus's twin sister. Oh, I always thought Susan was just Nasus backwards. The more you know.
Maybe it's both. Maybe
Perhaps.
their parents were like having a giggle.
Well, Annie was definitely having a giggle, so I see you on that one.
She always does.
Decent CS lead for Pleta, actually, towards his bottom side. And honestly, we haven't seen that much Zeri here in this series. As Satad not going to get stunned up, not going to get Q'd, and the Rift Arrow goes down. So he's still going to lose plates, but he's not going to lose these minions and shouldn't lose his life. As the charm, he's going to go slightly wide. Shelly going to be taken down, so gets an eye poke. That is one plate going over to T1 here in this mid lane. Not the most high value Shelly there. Is Clear is, just able to walk up. Bit of a bonk.
Yeah, and here
Moves
we
on with his
see
life.
4 points in E. So at some point you want to stop going for points in E because obviously the ability doesn't really skill that well. And start stacking those Qs, and that has started to happen now. Clear is going to become a menace. Great wave control as well. And this is, I think, one of the examples where Clear really stands ahead of the pack in many a way compared to many other challenger top laners. It's that he just has great fundamentals, right? He's just able to play it safe, know where he needs to be at any given time. And in a longer lane with Ghost up, if Dahl oversteps, Clear can force out a flash at the very least.
I'm just excited to see what happens when Nasus hits lots and lots of stacks and can just walk around.
I know, right?
I do love it.
It actually
And,
makes complete
Satap
sense.
is going to cleanse and use his ult, and that means that Tibbers doesn't instantly get a kill.
It's such an Atlas champion as well. You love numbers going up.
I do love numbers
Yeah.
going up. I think maybe I should be a Susan main. I should just channel smash Lee Kang. That is a really dead smash. Pleta is going to eventually be able to get that burst fire to land, and it does hit onto smash and gives him a kill.
You know, when you pick Nasus, I can't be unbiased anymore. It's 5 games. It's happening.
Yeah,
I can feel
agree.
it.
I think
That's just the respect that you get.
Okay, never mind. Sponge may have sponged it up just a little. Yeah, he sponged it
Oh,
slightly.
he sponged too hard.
Yeah, sometimes they sponge too greedily.
You can't
Indeed.
sponge too close to the sun.
You cannot. I think the dwarves of Moria definitely learned that. Actually, no, it was one. No, it was Moria.
It was more.
It was definitely.
It starts off so well, and everything is okay. And then Sponge.
Yeah, sponge. We don't need. Do we need to show the sponge-nating? We could move away from the.
We can move
the
away
sponge.
from this. No, Sponge. Even gets the interrupt there, right? But Forrest just very well done. As the ward hop doesn't even need to invest his flash. Not even close.
Yeah. Kill goes over to Bullet. That is a very, very tanky Nautilus.
When you sponge your best, but you don't succeed. That was amazing. We were talking about Coldplay like yesterday as well. Oh.
All right. I did buy a sponge the other day, actually, and it was yellow. So it does make sense.
It works on so many levels.
That's a plate in the nick of time here by DRX towards the bottom side. They only managed to get one of them.
Don't die,
Worst situation
Nasus.
is Disco Nasus dropping records, just having a good time.
So, Divine Sunderer should be down here. Oh, it's going to be okay.
Okay.
I respect it. Does make sense.
Collects a glove.
Yeah, so he's just going to go full tank then, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so do you go glove then Spirit Visage? Or do you go glove then
I'd say you go
Frozen Heart?
Force.
Or do you go face check, Fury of the Sands?
No, he's fine. He's Nasus.
He's ghosted. He's just wandering. He's going to get kicked, and he's wandering again.
God.
Look at this. This is
He's
what
booming them!
He's a doggo. You just play fetch, right? You have to run away, you always come back. You have to run away, you come back. Then you get tired, then you wait for your ghost to come back off cooldown, then you play fetch again.
Oh, yep. Nasus with a unburdened early game, and Merc. Oh, Merc treads. Oh, gotta be a little bit careful here. Gotta play out this well as. Oh, I don't know about this one, T1.
Okay, let's see what we can find here as the hook is going to connect
dead.
onto the Nasus that doesn't have Fury of the Sands. He survives for a very long time, but Dal will be able to get his revenge. In the meantime, though, the Ahri takes down the Varus. Dal going to get jumped on here by Pleta, and it could be a Zeri moment. The rest of DRX are still alive. They had to sacrifice their doggo, which is very, very sad. Not something you should ever do if you're writing a script for a movie. However, oh my God, Forest. That was super sick. They lose their fox as well. That's a lot of animals that are hitting the dust here in this particular game.
Oh my God, he's not done.
And he's going to find another one there as well. Sponge. Oh God, Forest, you monster. You absolute beast. And that's an ace.
That's heads.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Heads.
That is
The
why.
man ain't missing today.
That is why Forrest was
Oh
not perturbed.
my
You saw them in
God.
those player cams. Forrest was just like, oh man, we easy win these. And he did.
Okay, we are just watch what happens here. Okay, this first part of the fight, not that relevant. Nicely started here by Bout. If he has ultimate, I mean, clear is completely fine. Not the case here. And even though Pleta finds a skill, I want you to pay attention to what's about to happen here. It starts off with this Q, forces the immediate stopwatch from Satap, and then there is a sequence of events here. Forrest goes in, gets a great Gore Drinker, goes back out. Still has Flash, do mind, goes in here, is able to find the Q, immediately flash away, W back up, and Sponge and Pleta, they don't have a choice. They need to try and disengage here. And then hits the, oh my God, hits the Q, gets the next Gore Drinker with the E, and if he doesn't do this, that's a lost fight. I don't know if he had, I don't know if it was a blind Q, because I think Tibbers was close enough, but I'm not 100% sure what the vision range in Tibbers is, so it might have actually been blind, which
I think they had at least a bit of vision
nuts.
and kind of knew where they thought they were. But also, he was on vision as well. Sponge just wasn't able to avoid it. Really beautifully done. Not out of the woods entirely, however, an ace around the second Rift Herald.
Owner benched against Gen.G.
Well, unfortunately for
If it
Forest lovers, he's not actually on the roster. You do have to put him on the roster.
And also, even if he could, the irony is that like owners actually are also our best leasing
Yes.
in the LCK.
I
But
have
it's
a feeling if Ono was in this game, it would have been over last game.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But, you know, credit where credit is due. The main criticism for Force has always been his consistency. Ever since he joined last year, that has been the one thing that I think he has been very often criticized for, because he had these moments last year as well, but then he would follow them up by jumping into 4 people and dying with no one there, with no angle at all. But he just hasn't been doing any of that recently. It's only good Forest.
Yeah, Forrest has been landing only heads, man. He has been extraordinarily good.
Atlas, at this point, I was fully committed to the reverse sweep angle. I saw the Nasus lock in.
I mean, you throw out second Herald, man. That's where games are lost.
Yeah, I'm getting. My belief is very, very quickly. It's going down as a. Is it Challenger playoffs? Yes. This is the same as
this is round 2. This is of course
T1
upper bracket, so you will be going into the lower bracket at a loss here. So if DRX do lose this game, they're not out entirely, as they were first place coming out of the regular season. T1 were 6th.
5th. I think Nongshim was 6th.
Ah, yes, Nongshim. Yeah.
What is important though is this is the same as the T1 KT series. If you want to like, if you know the LCK playoffs, because it's the same. That's the one that this mirrors. So the loser of this is still in the tournament and is going to take on the loser of tomorrow's series as Holdbat fought. Okay, which is KT versus D+. Which also gonna be an amazing series. Make sure you check it for that one. As we're having so many Challenger fans. I'm loving this.
I know, it's amazing.
It's so fun.
Welcome, guys.
Everyone is being friendly as well, because do remember, if you're not friendly, you immediately get ban-hammered.
Yeah,
them's the rules.
I don't have a lot of chill when it comes to that. I need to probably talk to someone about it.
Don't test him.
It's not good. As Clear consumes a turret, I still believe in the doggo power to bring us to 5 games.
You know, if he gets, he's about to get Force of Nature as he's doing a merry dance.
There is a lot of music-based NASA skins. And yeah, Force of Nature now complete. Does he go like, from here, is it Frozen Heart? You have Frozen Heart, Force of Nature, and then Spirit Visage. Is that what you do?
I feel like there actually is. With how fed Forest is, there might actually be value in getting some armor here. And like I said, I think Frozen Heart is an incredible item on him nonetheless, even though the...
Yeah, you go Frozen Heart.
Frozen Heart and then Spirit Visage?
Spirit Visage.
Yeah, Warmogs.
Yeah.
I go Deathman's just to not be kited out too much, but I feel like that becomes less of an issue again because of the fact that you have Vi and Rakan for guaranteed engage.
I think whatever you do, it has to be a Frozen Heart. We'll see what happens though.
We'll see, because he is going to be side laning against an AP character no matter what, right? Which is also why he can go Merp, Treads, and Force of Nature and be completely fine. Because no matter what, he will be facing off against... Like, and Dahl and Bay are both forced, look at the item builds, to build Void. Like, they don't have a choice, because there's Banshee's Veil, 3 Merp Treads, and Force of Nature.
Yeah, they're playing double
on the
AP.
enemy team.
It is one of the things with cannon compositions is that it often is easier for your opponents to itemize just a little bit. There is now 2 items on Smash though. He does have that Rage Blade completed. That is a big spike, I guess, if they can get teamfights to work out in their way.
We know
in
nothing.
Their favor.
He built a Ruby Crystal. That doesn't tell us anything. Well, it tells us it's not Frozen Heart, so we know that.
Yeah, which is a bit sad because I would like.
Yeah, that's a Forest moment right there.
No.
Little oopsie.
That is called, he hadn't had a flashy play. That was the only flashy play he had available to himself at that moment. Okay, and he knew that he needed to make a flashy play.
Look at him giggling as well. I was like, oh, oopsie. Even the best players in the world sometimes press the wrong button. We are only human.
Yep. After that last play, he needed to prove that to all of us.
That he was still human, yeah.
Yep.
Maybe it's to throw us off his sins atlas.
I still think he's Dancer.
I love the Killers. What a band.
What a lyric.
Oh, DRX on an angle.
Setting up.
Dahl might run in.
Oh.
He checks. He didn't know.
He's extraordinarily dead, or is he? As Cease and Desist comes down, but Sponge is going to eat a bear and does need to Vault Breaker his way out. Clear, walking around the river majestically. And Fleta looking to clean up. The thing that I'm worried about here for T1 is the Zeri factor. And that was actually a decent amount of value, but didn't really do anything. From the Extendo Beam.
This assault point. They need to win this fight. DRX don't have a shot.
Chains
Otherwise,
corruption come through. There's a great dredge line, and immediately the Rakan is just destroyed. Clear this time does have Fury in the Sands and does not care about anything that anyone is doing whatsoever. Pleta collects the kill, and DRX, they're just a freight train. Bay gets murdered. It's a triple kill. As Clear, does he care about turrets? No, he doesn't. He's gonna grab the last kill here as well, and they may just walk towards the Baron as Dal is teleporting in. A terrifying maneuver, but he will be left alive for now.
They gotta take the Drake, and this is where we see Clear is just a diversion. The dog is just to draw your eye away from the real problem.
Oh,
There's that little lady right there.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, I think the doggo is still a problem.
Oh,
By the
no,
way,
it
have
is.
you
Yeah,
noticed?
100%.
So I was watching the 3rd episode of the 3rd season of The Mandalorian last night, and I've been watching a fair bit of it, and the Q sound, the Q bonk sound from this NASA skin kind of sounds like the very beginning of the Mandalorian theme song.
I cannot relate at all. But I'm happy, I guess, as everything gets thrown into... I really need to watch the Mandalorian, actually. Everything gets thrown into Piero here, and it starts off okay.
Yeah.
But then, things are not okay, because the Nasus isn't dying, And all what this does is just buy time for Pleta. And, you know, Sponge, there's tanks, no biggie. Is Annie just overrated? Is that what we're learning here?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm just, yeah, I'm not aware. 441 stacks here for Clear so far, so starting to do some pretty good work.
And it's
what's the counterplay for T1 against,
well, I don't know.
against the Susan?
Well, it's not Nasus, but I think you. So Nasus isn't actually the carry, but Nasus is so big that you can't just walk past him, right? And even if all he does is zone, like if he zones while Pleta has his ult up, you're losing the fight, like guaranteed. And who are your damage sources? Smash doesn't get to play the game because he's playing into Rakan and Vi. So Sponge gets on top of Smash, Smash dies. Then you have 2 AP carries into a fat Nasus and Derry.
Well, Faye's just going to get engaged on. The Annie is getting the Annie treatment. By the looks of things, goes golden, but that grand entrance, just amazing. Bay was exhausted, so the Tibbers value, not really there. Dal going to get murdered as well. And DRX are just steamrolling them.
It's happening. It's
Give up
happening.
Silver Scrapes.
It's a Silver Scrapes angle at
Oh my
last.
god, that is actually the record that Clear has been dropping over and over again on Dal in side lanes. It has just been Silver Scrapes. That's what he's been telling us this whole time.
He tried to tell us and we didn't listen. But we will. Ho ho ho, we will.
Oh man, DRX. They will take the Baron. 25 minutes into the game. They managed to deny the Soul as well. They should be able to use this Baron to guarantee the next Hextech Drake as well. This fight just really well executed. And honestly, like
Again,
we
look at
haven't seen
Clear.
play like this from DRX all day.
Look at Clear. Clear is just standing in the entrance saying no. 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 Walk up. No.
He's,
And
like,
you
he's
can't do
actually like
anything.
just he's one of the elite monsters from like an Act 2 boss in Diablo 2. You know?
He's just standing there menacingly and no one can do anything. He has 4 mil. Like Smash is just looking like what do you what?
Yeah, I don't know what you're supposed to do.
No, you don't do anything. You lose the game. That's what.
He's got so many jackets on.
It's the R5. This is the most challenger thing ever. It's the R5 Nessus for the reverse sweep angle Atlas.
And it's so good. It's so good as well because one of the most like I don't know, the most unanimously hated R5 pick was Renekton. But this is one of my most loved R5 picks, and that's his brother,
I'm remembering
Susan.
this one. My God.
Nasus needs to be banned, absolutely. And Forrest, he like played so well in that last fight. He's now going for a little bit of a battle here. The Blast Cone, kind of in an odd position, and Clear just doesn't care about anything that's happening.
Yeah, one thing that we do need to note is that one Drake and T1 has Hextech Soul, and they are still only 3.5k gold behind.
Yeah.
I just don't know if it's going to matter. Smash does finish his Runans, but like, if he's not, he's going to do negative damage against Clear as well. Oh, here we go.
Here's the flanking teleport. Tiv is already in amongst it. Oh, the value of the quickness is just amazing. The kick, but Pleta takes no damage, except for now Dal comes in. He gets a double kill on the bottom lane, and do you know what the doggo says? The doggo says bonk, and everyone dies.
That's going to be it. Silver Scrapes, the teleporting to the mid lane.
Oh my goodness, DRX. If there was a way to win this series, this is the way that was mostly not on my bingo card, okay? This game is silly. It's out of control.
DRX knew Annie is a trap. They knew all along. Ferris, I guess, also a trap. And there's one thing. You know, drafts, sometimes they don't matter, but sometimes you just get Nasus.
Sometimes the Susan effect is too much. Cue up the Silver Scrapes. We're going to Game 5, ladies and gentlemen. This DRX team have finally woken up, and they said, you guys, you thought you defined cooking here in the Challenger playoffs? Have a Susan.
And with this, DRX, the red side, finding the R5 counter pick that I can only imagine that they wanted to bring this out earlier, and there are some circumstances, right? You need there to be a decent amount of AP. You need it to be an AD carry that can't actually shred through you. I think like a Zeri, for example, would be a lot harder to deal with. But
Yeah.
Varus? Ho, ho,
They had the anti-Varus tech just waiting. Just waiting.
full tank.
Oh my
Did
God.
you vote?
No, but it's
Well.
Susan.
Yeah, well, I figured you'd want to go
Yeah,
that
did we
direction.
have to? I think you know, it probably could be assumed. Yeah,
There you go. I got your back.
yeah. It is definitely doggo time. He almost did the most damage in the game as Susan. Full tank Susan. Most damage in the game, by the way.
DRX is going to win the series, aren't they? Like, it's happening now.
Well, I mean, sometimes
Like, you
when you play into a Nasus,
like, how do you... No, but like, mentally, how do you come back from this if you're T1?
well,
The 2-0 lead,
yeah.
losing that for players this young? DRX and T1, a matchup for the ages, no matter the link.
And no matter what happens, it's always 5 games. As Pletter is going to get it on the Zeri. What? Why?
Well, he had a great
He had a
game,
fantastic game,
but it's not the...
but it's not a doggo.
Chat, you know what to do.
We riot.
Like,
I think that, like, honestly, the amount of extra,
really
like,
well.
if you think about it, right, like, the execution gap between playing Zeri and playing Nasus, is that, like, it's got to be close to the largest in the game.
I've been voting for picking specific champions for the entire night, and we did it again. And actually, you did a much better job of voting for like the skill expression, and we learned again that what Plata did was mechanically a lot more skill intensive than what our good friend Clear did. But don't let it be, don't be mistaken. Like he's our MVP.
Yeah, no, 100%. And we definitely ×2 voted for him as well. But in my heart, I think that Clear gets it. I also think, did we vote for Clear as All-Pro first place?
I did.
I think I might have.
Oh, actually, maybe I did Phantos. I think it was. I ended up with Clear, but I'm not sure.
Anyway, it is time for us to take a break. When we get back, I don't think we have Silver Scrapes, but just imagine it. Maybe like put it up on a second monitor, play it for a while, and we'll see you after. Welcome back, everyone. We got the silver screen.
It's time! Get
We
ready!
did it! You guys may have thought that we didn't have access to tracks like this, to bangers like this, but we spoke to Nasus, we spoke to Clear, and he grabbed his record player and he gave it to us. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's not happening, but you've ruined your hair just a little bit, and I like that one a lot. I think I could headbang as much as I... See? And the hair
Amazing.
remains the same.
Mine does not.
It's pretty incredible.
Baby.
Yeah, we did it. We made it. We got here. It's game number 5, DRX versus T1. T1 if you're looking in the LCK, is a team that was able to withstand the pressure. They took down KT in a Game 5. And T1 in Game 5s wasn't necessarily a stat that was a very good one for T1 at that point in time. There were some excruciating Game 5 appearances for the squad over the years.
Yeah.
That's a different T1. This is Forest's T1. Do you think he's flapped by this?
I don't think... Well, Forest was not the problem in the previous
Nope.
game.
Unflappable.
He
And now
is
the sponge
just
may
heads.
have absorbed a lot of anxiety from this
The
series.
sponge.
You
Okay,
just
so if...
don't know.
So, if you just go based on names, would you be more scared of a superhero called or supervillain is better actually, called the Sponge or the Forest?
The sponge is obviously scarier.
Yeah, because with the Forest, like, yeah, obviously that's ominous, but like, what does the Sponge even do?
What does the sponge even, like, what has it absorbed in its time? Like, that is a lot of potential germs.
Scary.
You know? That is... No, it's a frightening thing. I think an evil sponge
That's like,
definitely has
what's the
a lot
movie?
more
Rubber?
cynisticism.
The horror movie about the tire that goes on a rampage. Rubber?
Oh, yeah, I think it's that. Yeah, I didn't
Yeah.
watch that one.
No, I haven't watched it, but I know it exists.
Doesn't sound like a very good one.
No, it's
As
not.
T1 have selected the blue side once again, and we'll just have to see what champions they will pick, which champions they will ban.
So there is no way they don't ban Nessus, right? Maybe
Is
they
it-
just don't pick Cannon.
Okay, so what's the bet? We get to a position where neither of these teams want to pick Annie, and somehow DRX R5 Annie.
I could see it.
I think that has to be how this series has gone, right?
He's being called Rosemary Guy now.
Yeah.
How many people are present in the Challengers Arena? I don't know, but it's getting more and more packed as we get deeper and deeper into the playoffs, which I think is really cool.
Yeah, and I actually think that, like, as the years go on, I think the Challenger is going to get bigger and bigger. I think you guys
agree.
are on the ground floor of an absolutely banging
You're the
tournament.
hipster.
100%.
You're here. You're the early adopter.
I mean, if you're here before we hit a consistent 5K viewer mark like every single day, that's how you know you're an OG. And you guys, absolutely, OGs, all of you. You're all fantastic. Sarah Pet, absolutely amazing. The LCS viewer base, you are absolutely there. And not even necessarily in brackets in spirit. By the way, I also love your name. And T-Mass, we appreciate you skipping work to watch this. Although, I wouldn't recommend it. I think you know, generally, like, we're not skipping work to watch this. And maybe you shouldn't either.
T1 has been... That's one of the less smart comments that I've read in a while.
Oh, wait.
Consider how hard it is to get to the World Championship. Like, this always gets me. It's the same when people dunk on... and it's the same thing that happens when you dunk on the players in Challengers. To get to Challengers,
Boom, baby!
you have to be insanely good. Okay?
Eliminated
like, everyone
forever.
you see here, it doesn't matter how you might kick W at them, how bad you might think they are, they're not. These are all insane players. And if you say anything to the contrary...
You get permanently banned.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would argue with you, but we can also just ban you, which
Yeah.
is a lot more efficient. And
Yeah.
Atlas is not afraid. I am afraid a little bit sometimes, but less and less.
Yeah, and we've had some bans come through. The Vi, priority banned here by T1. An interesting maneuver that you can go for. Varus first pick, Annie first pick. I think the Annie first pick makes a bit of sense here.
We're gonna keep going, and I think that's okay.
DRX, I think the Zeri angle is one you're very happy to take at this point in time.
Yeah, it's Lee Zeri,
Oh,
maybe.
sponge.
Lee Zeri? I can't believe we're asking for Zeri when Varus is open, but that's just how the series has gone.
Because I also think
That's
that, like,
the meta.
like if
Sure.
if T1 picks Varus, you best believe R3 is a Naxxus. It's happening.
There's no way they blind Nessus. You can't do that.
It's not blind. Because the Varus has been selected.
Oh, Satap.
All right. Back on his rise once again. And this actually dealt with Yanni. Not in lane at all, but was able to side lane extraordinarily well. It does give Forest his lease in.
Yeah, they're going to get Lee Varus. And we've reached a point in Challengers that I have reached many a time, even last year during the Challengers co-stream, where you're like, yeah, you know, nothing we know actually matters. What matters is what is true in the
Ooh, I like
context
this.
of this series. And in that context, this is a wonderful pickup. As is
the
that.
Insta-lock of the Aphelios here for Pleta. And this means that you don't get Varus. Aphelios did have a very rough time into the Varus. We saw last time that during the bans, DRX didn't suffer any Thresh bans at all. There
You got
was
it now.
the Blitzcrank and what else was banned? Blitzcrank and Ashe, I believe.
You gotta ban. You gotta ban
I love
Thresh.
the Leona ban.
Yeah, same.
I think Bot was too good on this champion.
Yeah, there's also no Rumble this time around. And as good as Annie is, I do think that Annie is, weirdly enough, better to play into if you're Aphelios, if you have Cleanse, than Rumble. I feel like Rumble is so much worse because of how stationary you are and like the distance with which you can... There we go, Fresh ban, very good. Good. So you go probably Lulu or Rakan. Those are your two options. Yeah, Nautilus is fine as well. I feel like they will ban Nautilus though.
That's true. I imagine, like, I'd like yeah, okay, so DRX don't have to ban the Lulu. They can just pick it themselves and pick it away from the Zeri lane. I like that idea.
Yeah, exactly. And Aphelios, Lulu is great. Aphelios or Lulu and Wukong is great. Right, get the triple knock-up possibility. So there's Nautilus ban.
So it was T1 in the LCK that played the Zeri Ashe lane the most recently.
I'm fine with Rakan as well. I think the Lulu is a lot stronger because you take it away from the Zeri. But I do think that Rakan Wukong is a way better combination, right? Like that is... The amount of team fighting power that combo has is nuts. And look at this. Clear with a counter pick.
Ooh, you love to see it.
Might just go Malphite.
I mean...
Frankly.
Sounds pretty cool to me.
Yeah, Cassante, you can pick a lot of stuff into that. Maybe it's clear as Gwen.
Maybe it's...
No, it's not Nessus again. No, it's not. It's actually, I think, is Gwen. I'm feeling the Gwen. I think Gwen...
This is kind of fun.
This is a full short-range comp from T1.
Yeah.
Clear is one of our best Gwens. It's actually, I think he's the best.
They banned it in game 1.
They banned it already. He's the best Gwen. It's a counter pick into Cassante. And T1 can't really avoid it, right? I think the two bans that they have gone for make complete sense.
Especially if this is a Blitzcrank. As, okay, it won't be. I love Renata into Rakan, always have. I really hope he does it. Because this could be actually
I'm 90%
the game-winning pick.
Malphite's good as well. I would love the Gwen more, but the Malphite is...
If we go back to that website that tells us win rates of champions, Malphite, I think, is #1 at the moment.
Sure he is.
Yeah. He's certainly been rocketing as far as play rate and win rate.
Rocketing?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know whether... Is there an Astro Malphite skin? I don't think
so.
It's a bit of a shame. We should talk to Astro Nautilus about that because he'd know about an Astro Malphite if there was such a thing.
Who kills Malphite here? I do think Zeri has a better time, but still going LDL third is not going to feel amazing. And yeah, neither Dahl nor Bay will do a great job of that.
Ojimar Atlas was stone-faced to that pun.
He was.
Wasn't stone-faced to that one though. That was too good.
Stone face, stone mask. Oh, you haven't watched JoJo, have you? So
No.
stone mask doesn't mean anything to you.
Yes, it does because I've played Vampire Survivors. Stone Mask gives you extra
no.
money.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. We can talk about JoJo some other time. You should watch it though. It's great.
Yeah, no, I should.
It's very funny. Truly a top tier pick. So we're at game 5.
We are.
I think DRX are going to do it. You know, they have the rock. What else do you need? Let's press R with like 3 of your champions and you win the game. And what was the lesson that T1 taught us in the games that they won? Just press R.
Yeah, press R is good. Press R generally the way to go. And now they have a composition that can also press R, but I think they need to be a little bit more finessed with their R pressing. I think that this composition could definitely get it done. They still have an Annie, but perhaps DRX this time will have the answers. They have a rock. I mean, they're like a Vin Diesel and a Paul Walker away from a Fast and Furious movie. They are having such a good time on the Rift in the last couple of games. It could be the reverse sweep or T1. They could say, we don't care about your reverse sweep. We're just going to rock out.
Oh, that was
We even
amazing.
got the rest of it part as well! Oh my god, this is dope!
Double
Double do.
I can't wait for the next season of Challenger where we get this every single day. Could you imagine Mondays? The amount of do-do-do-dos we'll have?
Oh my god, 9 games? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I've seen this before, as Sponge is going to walk towards the rock. And look at that. He was menacing. That is a very scary skin. We had a conversation about that when Keen played it. Yeah, very scary skin. So they see it and they say, we must leave.
No.
Okay, so who do you... Okay, if you had to put your money where your mouth is right now,
DRX.
DRX?
DRX.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
He did not pause to think.
No, I'm a firm believer in momentum, and I think that the better team fighting comp has more often than not won. If it was Gwen, I would feel like more certain. Clear's Gwen, just it's on another level.
Well, Clear is also laning into no one, which is, I think, going to be beneficial for him. Oh wait, no, now he has an opponent, so it's now going to become more difficult.
Yeah, was picked up. The Renata, though, is a big problem because of the amount of short range that is in the DRX composition. And even though Malphite can obviously ignore it by just pressing R, the rest of the team, not so much. And I think a lot of heavy lifting is going to have to be done again by Setap here on this rise. The saving grace for me is that as much as we meme around it, we actually have not seen T1 be able to really utilize the Annie very well, right? They've been getting caught off guard because they're not the ones starting up fights.
Except in Game 2, where they actually played expertly around it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I think that with how the momentum of the series have shifted, DRX is the one making the proactive plays, and that is what worries me for T1. Forest, again, early on the map, as he always is. Sponge knows.
Ooh, there's the flash forward, and Sponge, he's flashing immediately. He picks up the Q from Forest, I believe.
No,
it hit Setap.
Oh,
as now they're trying to turn it. Oh man, he is just gonna save Setap. He is, and Setap holds flash. It's nuts.
Such a good read there from Sponge. Does have to invest his flash, but it's flash for flash. Bay also flashing, and level 6 now all of a sudden. Possibility here for DRX. That is a really big moment, because if you can get to 6 without T1 getting ahead with this lead, you're going to be feeling a lot better about your chances.
Absolutely. Would you say that Sponge has potentially like absorbed some of the playstyles of T1?
He did.
Throughout the series?
He's cleaning them up.
Oh, man. Oh, Dora too crazy? We on the same page. We on the same page. Oh, man. I actually don't know. I honestly don't know who's going to win out of these two. I do believe that DRX has a certain ease of execution advantage with their composition, right? Like, Clear just decides when to go in, and then Sponge's follow-up. Setap being able to do so much AoE damage while everyone's CC'd in Cyclone and the Unstoppable Force. You can build as many Merc Treads as you want. You are still just going to die. Like, Smash doesn't have cleanse, and that's a good idea, because everything is a knock-up.
Yeah, that's actually something I do want to highlight. Like, you can't itemize that well against DRX, their engage. And this is something we saw in the previous game as well, where the value of the Merc Treads was extremely high, and tenacity in general was really good. Not really going to be the case here in Setap. He still has flash.
He does. Forest, though, might be able to claim it here. The Q is going to connect, and Setap, the old walk away slowly strategy, going to work out very well.
Sponge has two options here. Can either go for mid or for bot. You know what, the wave state is bot. Looks like it is pushing into the T1 bot lane, so yeah, I don't think he should. Forest still trying to get things done with the position of Clear here and the fact that he is Malphite. Don't think there's a lot of angle there.
Pretty cool idea from chat here that I want to kind of expand on a little bit. Mr. Sheikah says, new item idea, gravity boots, reduce knock-up duration. I have a different idea. Make it iron boots. They don't increase your movement speed above the base boots, but they halve knock-up duration.
I kind of love that, but I feel like they're super busted.
Or really
That'd be
bad.
such...
Because movement speed is very valuable.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe the movement speed offsets it, but I also feel like it's very binary, right? Like, if you're a knock-up champion and your opponent buys those, like, you can't do anything. So I feel like it's too hard of a counter, okay? Only in FMS chains can be that hard of a counter. And that's just one person.
Well, Clear is going to teleport back to this lane. does have a couple of CS advantage. They're only actually the ones that Dal missed when he walked into lane.
Sponge Boots doubles your MS, but also doubles your knock-up duration.
Sponge boot. Also triples your chance to be first blooded before the doo-doo-doo-doo has come through. If we're AI, we would have more memory
No,
storage.
only I'm an AI. I think Atlas has already shared with the group that he is not.
Yeah, but an AI would tell you that.
And he's also designed me, I think.
Yeah. I'm your dad.
So, don't say that on the internet.
If I design you,
Yeah, no, I get
then
it.
you're my AI.
Creator, I think, is a better choice of words.
Okay. I did actually used to call my dad Creator, so it does make sense.
That's a badass nickname.
Good morning, Creator. I hope you have a good day at work today.
It's very weird. I could see you do it. I believe it.
No, I actually call him Randall because Randall's just such a good name. I just didn't. I did call him Dad until I was like 17, until I realized that Randall's actually the best name in the universe. Okay, Clear just going to. I like that he uses his ult for damage instead of for getting away.
Yeah, right. He's like,
Kinda
yeah, I have a
love that.
blast cone. I don't care about you. As Chipper's already gone.
All right. Satab also might be able to claim the 50 gold. He does. So already it's a one fight. This bot not going to quite find the loyalty
Bay?
program there.
Is he okay?
Letter has got a lot of CC as Bay just flashes forward. Don't know about that one because he doesn't do a lot of damage. Does get bailed out, but Forrest, oh, he's going to fall. The bailout doesn't work. The Drake is going to be claimed. And Elise Smash does manage to get a kill. Pletter's got red and white guns. He's going to walk back to this lane. And there's a flash forward. It gets the flash out of Pletter. Action all over the place, but I think DRX came out on top.
Big win there with that flash-for-flash trade. That's nicely done by Bot, but I agree. Outside of that, it was a tough play there. T1 trading unfavorably. Crucially, Plata has cleanse. So when Bay goes forward for the stun W, the most important target, the Aphelios doesn't actually care. And as we can see here, like the cleanse, it's fine. The rest of the team doesn't follow up, right? And that's the key thing here. You need to be on point. You can't just go for that play if your team doesn't know you're looking for it. And Smash getting a kill was really the saving grace here, because if he doesn't, this is just a full-on disaster.
Man, Pletter is coming alive at the end of this, this series, man. And this is what we were kind of banking on, right? When we expected DRX to win this. It was the fact that Pletter would be able to stand up to Smash. And that is not to take away from Smash. That is actually giving him a whole lot of props. Remember, Pletter played well in the LCK.
He got POG.
Yeah. Man was really, really good. I mean, he's not quite Call Me, but he's still really, really good.
Not many people can hold up to that standard.
That is very, very true.
Look at Clear. He's Malphiteing up. Yeah, just living his best life.
Isn't it great that like Clear actually just went back to 2010 and started playing League of Legends at the end of this series? He's like Susan and Malphite, like, where are we?
Oh no, don't walk in.
Oh god. Okay, but they're actually just gonna hold it.
Yeah, they don't have to throw here, or don't have to like throw everything at them.
They
and
already
risk a
got
throw. Yeah, it's a win. Yeah, you've already won the play. And T1 rotated multiple people. T1 didn't get a cross map here. They weren't able to use their Zeri for plates like we have seen countless times.
Yeah, this is just a straight up win. They take a free Herald and then just win. Like that's, we don't see that all the time. And not in this series either. It's okay. T1 just trying to hold on, but I feel like the momentum has just left. Like the wind is just gone. Like the sail's empty.
Yeah, and DRX, you know what? They're a fish. They don't need sails. They don't need
they're
wind.
Swimming. Well, maybe that's what happened. The wind died down, but the currents.
The currents are always there.
The currents are always there. And they are drifting slowly up the river. Away from T1.
Oh my god. Maybe DRX is the sandstorm. Because they play Nasus. Yeah, I don't know.
How are they the river then? How do they use...
I don't know, Atlas. I'm trying too many metaphors at the same time, and it's getting flunky.
Yeah, that's fair enough. It's fine. But it's game number 5, so we're allowed to lose our minds just a little bit, especially here.
We've done almost double the...
Another day, another fishing metaphor. Oh, Graxius, he's onto us. Oh, God, no.
Man, these LCK casters are such frauds. All they do is find fishing metaphors and try to ham-fist them into our broadcast.
I thought you were quoting someone. I was like, who do I have to ban? We're
it's
not.
just me.
The fishing metaphors. They're new every time, I swear.
This is playoffs. This is the winner bracket finals of a game played in 2025. It's
Yeah.
a rebroadcast.
It is indeed. This is round 2. Loser of this does go to the lower bracket. The winner heads towards the winners.
You can
final.
ham-fish them into any cast. YouTube chat. What a banger.
Delicious. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, Clear starting to win out on these trades. Almost has Orcs' favorite item in the Sunfire Cape as item number 1. The item that does actually reasonable amounts of damage. Just very reasonable. Just fine.
Ask him on his thoughts on Nocturne next time he's on broadcast.
He's not a fan?
No, he's just...
Oh yeah, I remember that. We
yeah.
played into a Nocturne. He didn't have a very good time.
No.
I was playing Mordekaiser that game, and he's like, just ult Nocturne every time. I'm like, you know he's got a spell shield. It's like really difficult to ult him. He's
So
like,
you
just
can't-
ult him!
You can't see him half the time. Because, you know, he's... Unless you're standing right on top, it's a toughie.
It is. It's a difficult time. All right, DRX with run of the map this moment. 1,000 gold. Sponge with the old River Shell.
I can't believe we're getting a reverse sweep from DRX. This is like the epitome of destiny.
A reverse sweep or reverse Shelly?
Reverse sweep.
Reverse Shelly.
Reverse sweep.
Ah,
Yeah.
well, I mean, we're not getting a reverse sweep just yet, but we did get a River Shelly. Bottom side River Shelly, the rarest one.
Bottom side. Oh, yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Cool.
I don't know why I really wanted to talk about that. So we might have to talk about a team fight, as there is a flash divots. Forrest gets the kick, but Satap's still alive, and oh my god, the engage! The Malphite presses his arm button, and it all goes to hell in Handbasket. 2 double kill already, as Bledder is just mowing them down. He takes another one, it's a triple, and it's just Smash left standing. I think you might be right with the old reverse sweep.
Sometimes, no matter how good you are, you just get Malphite ulted. What you
do.
gonna do?
I don't know, but I need to talk to Wolf about how to predict games. Because if this is a reverse sweep, he knew from the very beginning. The rest of us were all 3-0.
Look at Claire. Look at
And
Claire.
Wolf knew.
Look at him go.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
And
Look
then
at the follow-up with the quickness as well. Oh my god.
just Rakan and Wukong alone have some of the best team fighting that's available, right, in current meta compositions in League of Legends. And then you add a Malphite to that. That's not fair.
I cannot. It's counterplay not found. Counterplay not found. Don't.
I'm
know.
voting Clear again. I don't care what anyone else is doing. That man deserves a POG this series, Atlas. Come on!
I agree, but I'm voting Sponge.
Why?
Because of the flash at level 2 in the mid lane.
That was actually
'Cause
that was such
was-
a bro play.
That was heroic.
It was. Would it come down to an Elder flip?
Nope.
I think that once you go down 4K gold in the 5th game of a best of 5 after you've been up 2-0, I think it's kind of donezo, particularly when you're playing into DRX's comp, right? Like, DRX really have to try.
Oh, wait,
with
but
this comp.
because you've said that,
Now they're going to win.
the likelihood
yeah,
of a T1
course.
victory
Oh,
has
God.
just skyrocketed.
It's like CLG, right? Where like, or KT, where like, oh, if you think they're winning, they're not. But because you're thinking they're not winning, they're winning again.
Yeah, then your brain
Yeah.
explodes. That's kind of how it works.
There's too many layers,
Yeah,
man.
that's sort of a feeling
Like an onion.
shared between CLG fans and KT fans throughout all of time.
It really, like once orgs have those, they don't shake them. They don't shake those chains.
No, they don't. Bay, as a bear, he placed it on top of the DRX members. I don't think he had a stun, but did actually have some
There's
damage, I guess.
bounties.
Yeah, no, this game is out of control. I mean, T1 have got 1 kill.
Man,
That
what?
is the only thing that they have managed to achieve. Not even a plate. It's just the 1 kill.
This is so cool from DRX. Like the fact that it's again Clear, Satap, Pleta that get the opportunity to fix what went wrong in the past.
Doesn't Tibbers always stun? Says F-Cloud. That just shows that you've watched a lot of really good anime players.
Yeah.
Because Tibbers should always stun. But no, it does not always stun.
Thanks, chat. This is the type of awesomeness I want to see in Challengers chat. Good on you, chat. Good
Yeah.
job. Give yourself a big thumbs up.
Instead of saying like lol or whatever,
No,
you
just
instead just say no. You need
just
to
be
make sure that
nice.
you get your stun.
It's not hard.
Man, isn't it cool that like being a good person is a cool thing to do? Seitab is going to get kicked. Let's see whether he survives. They don't have a lot of CC anymore, and he just gets out. That is called realm warping to safety. Dow, is your realm warp available?
Goodbye, my darling.
Bye, my friend.
Goodbye, my friend. Clear's like,
You'll
yeah,
be the one.
I'd help you with that one, guys. I got a turret to take.
Yeah. Unfortunately, not a good enough champion, as it turns out. Needed to be released before 2022 to be good enough to escape this situation, or needed to have All Out available, perhaps. Yeah, would have been also good. But man, if he had have actually had his Realm Warp off cooldown, he would have been as okay as Seitab.
I can't believe DRX are getting it done. Like, I'm still, I know the game is not over yet. This is a 4K gold deficit. There is still a Zeri in this game. And if T1 make this comeback, like, oh my god.
What is
the mental fortitude?
Percentage-wise for the reverse sweep, is
So,
it like 98?
If this was, oh yeah, so this is the problem, right? If this was game 2, I'd give T1 like a 60% chance to win, probably, like 50-50 maybe.
In
if
this game
was
state?
That's maybe too generous, but I feel like it'd be like 35 at lowest, because I do think like you have Annie, you have Renata, and you have Zeri, right?
Yep.
Like the amount of team fighting power you have is insane. Like, but it's because it's game 5. I think it's like maybe 5%. Hair bet?
Hair bet? Oh.
Is it time? Shall I?
Okay. I don't think you're going to lose too much. if
No, I
you,
think I'm fine. I'll dye my hair a color. I'm not going to cut it
I
off.
choose the color.
Yes, that's fine, because you're going to be in broadcast with me, so I'm not too worried.
Yeah. Yeah.
If T1 win this series,
Well, Rune Prison does come through onto Dal, taking a bit of damage, but hasn't died yet. Seitab also just keeping them at bay, and this is a pretty good composition to be a Ryze into, right? Like, oftentimes we see Ryze just having a really horrible time because he can't hit anyone. He can hit everyone on this team.
in a great position here. Dal finds Sponge.
Yeah, Sponge gonna have to move towards the pit here to help with doing smiting and stuff like that, as Forest is gonna get prisoned. Clear just threatening with this unstoppable force, and there is the flash. He dives on top of Smash, and there was no opportunity to even use the hostile takeover. Smash trying to kite it out, but he has to flash over the wall. It's a double kill already for Bledder on the backside of the fight. As Seitab, they just don't need him to get this one done. They do manage to take down the Rakan, or Smash does at least. And Seitab just looks for some cues. He'll be able to fish for another one here as Extender Beam comes in, and that is a Zeri that was looked at by an angry Ryze.
Oh, Smash is trying so hard, man. Like the sidestep there as well, and Piero's grand entrance, amazingly done.
I don't know
But it's not
whether
enough.
we're going to have to change the color of your hair.
No, it's not happening, which is why I made the bet.
Yeah, it makes sense. Well, I mean, that's why I made the bet when I made it as well.
True.
Then I was pretty bold.
Watch this, right? Forrest tries to set up a play, which is good instinct, but doesn't matter. Clear, man, with these ultimates, just gets it done. There's not that much more to say. Like, Smash, watch this sidestep from him as well. Here on, he's really, this kid's gonna go places. And
Oh, yeah.
again, do keep in mind, T1 is not out of the tournament.
No.
They are still in. Even if they lose this series, they will go to the lower bracket where they'll face the... Oh my god, what if we get T1 KT in the lower bracket?
Oh. Or T1D+. Even that is super dope.
super
Like, honestly,
dope.
I feel like the matchup that we have tomorrow, it's KTD+, right?
Yeah.
I actually feel like that is the same team facing off against itself.
Yeah, they're very similar.
I just sort of like, based on current form, I just don't really see a difference between the two of them. So it's going to be really, really fun. Make sure you guys are tuning
Okay,
into that
if
one.
Clear has the most damage dealt.
Yeah, dude, Malphite is busted right now. He is completely broken, as is Sunfire Cape. And DRX, they can walk towards Baron, and look what's going to happen. Do you know what DRX do? They put a freaking mountain in front of it. It's
spot
okay.
it.
Bay
Doesn't
is
care.
going to find the mountain. He's almost taken a damage. They're trying to remove him from the fight. Clear, not going to get hostile takeover as Dal just going to get taken down by Pleta. The fadeaway jump shot does manage to get the shield available.
The restraint on this mountain.
Yep, still threatening the unstoppable force. As Dal's going to cancel his own back. Just, Piero, I don't think a full health Rakan beats a 100 health K'Sante.
He does have help on the way.
Yeah, I think the Wukong might be able to do it. There we go. Having an item that does A damage is generally a good thing to have when trying to take down an opposition, and they do manage to get one of those.
That's gonna be it. Oh my god, T1 is getting reverse swept in the upper bracket final.
Oh, and
Actually, no,
I
it's not,
found
'cause
somebody
it's-
to ban as well.
Nice.
This is cool. There we go. Blah,
Oh,
blah.
that guy. Oh yeah, they're actually bad. No.
Oh.
No. Stop
That-
disrespecting
you
our players.
actually
Get out of there.
making the wrong decision
Yeah.
to make that comment.
Not your best one-liner,
Yeah,
Atlas.
it wasn't a great one.
But your decision.
Ooh.
Rip Bo's
Yeah.
Look, spam it, chat.
Is Rip Bozo like just a regular thing, or is it actually like a Quinn 69 thing? Because like
I don't
hear
know.
it
I
from
know it's
Quinn all the time.
No, it's specifically an NBA meme, if I'm not mistaken.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Okay.
If
well,
I'm not I'm 99% sure.
he's like Quinn 69 just says it
Or it's
all
American
stream
American
long.
football, maybe. I'm sure chat knows, but I'm pretty sure it's NBA.
All right, cool. There we go.
There's so many NBA memes actually in League
I
of
like
Legends.
to think that everything is from a streamer in YouTube.
Wait.
As, okay, we're going to go all out. Satan is still alive, by the way, as what the hell was the AoE damage? What the hell was that, Chronicler? DRX is just absurdly far ahead. It's 12,000 gold.
Oh my
So
God.
That is, do you know what that was? It was the AoE weight of
Dave.
5 wallets full of gold bars landing on the noggins of T1.
It's happening.
They're now bearing down on Nexus turrets, the
Clear.
unstoppable force! And unfortunately, it's not an immovable object, although Smash comes pretty close. The man has played extraordinarily well, but just, it's not enough in this particular game. That clone really copped it, though, as now Pleta is going to be able to deal with these Nexus turrets. It is a Game 5 victory, 3-2 for DRX, but T1 made him work for it, especially in those first 2 games.
23 minutes. 2 and what was it? 17?
Utter destruction. And do you know what happened?
Oh my god,
Clear
DRX.
just went further and further back when it came to release dates of champions. And when he made it to the very beginning, the very dawn of League of Legends,
They started winning.
that is when they started winning.
Oh, what an incredible moment here for the DRX roster. A team that had so much dominance in last spring, and then everything fell apart during playoffs. They couldn't handle the best of 5 stress, and then you come back and you win off of the back of Malphite and Nessus.
And you know what? Malphite's back.
Look at
It
a
is
little
very
bit of
large.
200 years there. It's like,
Oh
ooh, yeah,
my
blue
God.
crit. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo.
Yeah.
You
This,
need to vote,
this
by the way.
particular fight was very, very
I'll type
over.
for you.
Yeah, give me a Malphite. Wait, no, no, Pleta.
Pleta, yeah.
Pleta me, Pleta.
Yeah, Pleta you.
I think that he was extremely good this game.
He was.
I think that, honestly, DRX just as a team, being able to overcome, that was some some 2022 DRX stuff right there.
It's
And I honestly thought that after game 2,
Oh, it was
I'll
done.
admit to everyone, I was
No.
sad.
Yeah.
I was feeling like
100%.
our team that went undefeated in round 2 is just going to get bopped.
12k damage. He was a full tank.
Man, I should have voted.
I
should have voted for Clear. What was I
It's
thinking?
okay. It's
I'm an
okay.
idiot.
It's okay. I want to again highlight, chat, that as impressive as it is, it's even more so because these are very young players, right? And there's some some exceptions. Some are relatively old, which in the context of challengers is like they're 19 instead of 17, or 16, or 15, because that's how young some of the players
Yeah.
are. And this type of mental resilience, seeing it from DRX, is a really cool continuation of their story and what this organization has been able to do for the last year and a half in Challenge. Have been one of the top dogs ever since spring 2022, and even with Peach leaving, very sad, killing it though, which is nice. And June coming to the LCK.
Yeah. Peach also leaving isn't as sad.
Because he's dunking on people.
It is, yeah, that. And also
Gave us.
Sponge.
Gave us.
Gave us Sponge. And look, Sponge isn't even the greatest player, but he does have the greatest name.
It is the best name in Challengers.
It
yeah,
is.
without it. And you know what's
Well,
great?
apart from Plan B, but Sponge is true. Sponge is also amazing.
But you know what the best part is that he replaced Peach, which also was one of the best names in Challengers.
Yeah.
Imagine getting dunked on by a Peach.
Yeah, and like the 2v2 of Peach Clear, the Clear Peach. I don't know.
Chat,
It's a bit weird.
What I want you to remind is when Sponge makes his LCK debut, you're all there, ready to spam.
Exactly.
Get sponged.
Get sponged.
Oh, and T1 as well. Like the exaltation of like the first two matches where they dunk on DRX with two really good teamfight comps, and then that game 3.
And I still kind of really dislike how DRX just gave Annie every game.
Yep.
They gave Varus in game 4 as well.
Okay.
And then they had the
But-
genius
Yes. Yeah.
to just
So-
Susan it. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I was during all the way up until just before that
All the
final
way
pick
up.
in game 4. The final pick in game 4, I was like, DRX, they just don't know what they're doing.
That- no,
the draft is just bad.
what?
It's not good. And Clear is going to get it. There we
Okay.
go. I need to apologize to everyone for making it so that it almost wasn't this with my idiot vote.
It's fine.
It had to be
Hey.
The Rock.
You have been right all day.
That's true. That's
been
true.
right all
It was
day.
my turn to be wrong, and
It
I
happens.
still think that I
It's
I
okay.
should have been there.
This is as much a Malphite POG as it is a Clear. Maybe just play old champions. What's next? Warwick?
Yeah.
Is he gonna bring it up? Barrier Ignite Warwick?
Oh my God! It's like Reaped from back in the day, the top Warwick man. Just incredible.
What can't this man do? And Clear, a player
Mundo.
that has been around for quite a while now on Challenge. Mundo, yeah.
Garen.
Why not?
Oh, it has to be Garen.
Garen.
Garen has to be the next one.
Bring out the Moose Hater fans in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Who's been dunking on the champion. I don't know if he still has, actually. I haven't really watched a lot of Academy. Oh, DRX, the reverse sweep comes through, showing again that in Challengers, everything is possible. You can be a 1-7 Jax and win a Finals MVP. You can be a Rock and win the game.
But also, you can be the team that manages to go undefeated in round 2 and still be good.
Just took
After
it's just a
getting
bit of warm-up,
dunked
Atlas.
in a couple of games.
It's a bit of warm-up.
Yeah, I'm actually, pretty impressed by DRX. But I also feel like we probably should have got this earlier in the series than starting at backs against
I
the wall.
also want to reiterate that what I'm still worried about when we get to the upper bracket finals, because this, of course, is like...
Annie probably should be banned?
Yeah, well, that was what I was getting at. Yeah, the drafts, so there's really good parts, which is let Clear do his thing. That's great. And the R5 counter picks, I actually think they're looking right now like the best team at using them, which is super cool. Love that. The flip side, you got away with it this time, but I still think that there are some risks in draft that don't have to be taken, and that also really backfired in some of the games.
Yeah, the first 2 games did not look close at all.
No.
But I guess results-based analysis says that the way that DRX drafted won them a series.
That's all that matters.
That's how it goes. It wasn't how they were drafting, though, during the last week of Challenger. I think the last week it was much cleaner as far as what they were doing. So maybe it was just a read based on what T1 did to Hanwha Life Esports. And I imagine, like, after that, after witnessing the eclectic playstyle, one could say, of what T1 did to Hanwha, you do need to make some changes in the default draft. So I think going into the next one, DRX will probably have a different approach because it won't be T1 that they'll be up against. It will be one of D+ or KT in the winner's side. So we get a rematch of that from the last week. And that is, I mean, it's kind of hype, but it's also kind of scary T1 being super challenged and coming off 5 games, I think actually almost gives you more momentum.
Yeah, and this is also
Especially after a reverse
actually,
sweep.
you know what? Coming into today's series, right? We were talking about the predictions for tomorrow as well. I'm the only one on the side of the English team that predicted D+.
I flipped a coin to get to KT, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, I do think it's very close. But after seeing this series as well, I actually think that particularly in challengers, having already played a best of 5 actually really helps because of how much less experience the players have. And even though D+ were really tested, I'm looking at that series of today and I'm like, I'm pretty sure that DRX in the next series are going to be a lot better. And I think the same case might be happening. Also, I think most of us are predicting 3-2s for tomorrow.
Yeah.
So without a shadow of a doubt, it'll be a 3-0.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tomorrow is not going to be long. Veldis and Wolf won't have fun. It'll be swift. I don't know which team it'll be, but it'll be merciless. It'll be a slaughter.
I think they will have fun, though.
Well, it's challengers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
But
can't not have fun.
compared to getting a reverse sweep off of the back of Nessus, that's hard to top.
That's true. But the beginning of this series, that wasn't as fun. That wasn't as fun.
That was reminiscent of...
Because it looked a little bit like a
Yeah.
collapse, and we don't like collapses. Nothing against T1 winning, because they did so in a pretty formidable fashion.
Yeah.
But seeing DRX just sort of let it happen was not great. But then, the fact that we had such low levels of fun really did bring the fun up towards the latter half of this series.
It did. It was actually if the first games were competitive, then we might not have enjoyed the rest of it.
That's
Because
true.
on the whole, this series was great.
It was absurd.
It was...
And it was really good. And I really like as well that what we confirmed in this series was that Smash is super duper good at League of Legends.
that has not
And
changed.
there were some like rough moments during the regular season, right? Where Smash
Yep.
just wasn't really finding a lot of the, like not living up to the hype as much as I guess we could have expected.
Flork
but-
and Goose, you have about 10 seconds to say psych.
Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of time.
Wait, where is it?
There you go. You're calling people frauds. What do we
Oh.
do? 10? Okay, chat, countdown. There we go. Come on, chat. help us out. Get the countdown ready. Atlas has the hammer. Say psych.
Yeah, you
You say psych right now.
he needs to say psych.
3,
Okay,
2.
Goodbye for a day.
1. Hey! Don't trash talk players in our challengers chat. Puh, get out of here.
At least Waffle Porros said psych. So at least someone did. Someone was living there. No, do you know what happened actually? He just fade awayed. He just he went, I'm going to bed now anyway. And he just decided to write something a bit toxic knowing that he was gonna get booped.
I do actually think that one of the big reasons is that people don't often get called out, and then when they do, like,
Yeah.
and it's if you're saying silly stuff or you make a mistake, that's fine. We would never make fun of you. But if you're toxic, get out of here.
Yeah. But also what you can do as well is you can just join in. Because I feel like
It's
we're
such
all
a wholesome
brothers and
chat.
sisters here.
Yeah.
And we can all have this conversation together. It's beautiful. For example, the Kips and him constantly talking about Quid. And I like how you
It's
very
never going
recently
away.
just spoke about Quid. So sometimes you get your own little things. And, Bun Bun's amazing. She brings us cakes and cookies
the
and
cake
stuff.
was good.
So that's, I feel like that's a biased response.
Who won? It was a DRX reverse sweep.
It was.
Great
DRX
series.
in 5 games. It's
Yeah.
crazy. We've had quite a few 5 gamers already. This was the first reverse sweep of 2023 here in the LCK.
That we have done, yeah.
Yeah, and we have had 5-game series, but of course T1 winning against KT was not a reverse sweep.
It was not.
Yeah, this is actually, casting from the future, 2023.
Future.
So we have moved up quite a few years, 18,000 was a little bit more than I was expecting, but there we go. It's just one of those things. Wait, actually, it's 20,000, isn't it? Because it's just exactly.
Must be nice to everyone except you can make fun of Chronic. That is actually true. Yeah, that's how it works.
Yes.
Hey, look, DRX. Well, that's a cool DRX emote.
Oh, that's super cool.
Nice.
Heck yeah.
Love that.
Where did?
That's amazing.
Oh, that's actually from his own. From their channel. That's dope.
Awesome.
Man, I kind of want to.
Get. Yeah, all right.
Subscribe to it later.
Oh, no.
Maybe I'll do that
No, you can't compliment me. That's actually the
Yeah,
one thing
no.
you can do.
Yeah, to be honest, like Chronicler responds very well to negativity.
Yeah.
Cannot handle any sort of positive feedback whatsoever. So if you say nice things, Chronicler's head, it like starts crushing himself. Like it's not a great thing to do. You just got to make sure that if you do say something nice about Chronicler, you immediately follow it up with something like a bit negative, you know, in a jokey fashion.
Which is why Atlas and I get along so well.
Yeah. So you say something like, "Oh, wow, I really like how your hair looks today.
Thank you.
Is your nose always that crooked?"
There we go. That's the sweet spot right there.
Perfect. And the worst part is that he'll think that that's actually an insult, and I know that his nose is perfectly straight, and so it doesn't even feel like I don't even feel guilty.
No.
I don't even feel guilty afterwards because I know that it's a fully facetious comment, and he still feels better.
It's a win-win.
Yeah, it took us about 2 years to figure it out, but we got there in the end.
I feel like you figured it out very quickly.
AI is malfunctioning. We gotta get the
Your
Atlas
hair is so
program
nice.
to
Did your...
fix it.
There we go. That's a great comment. Your hair is so nice. Did your mom dress you? Perfect.
You're a great caster for being Dutch.
Nice. You get it, chat. Oh, amazing.
Yeah, or you can just say psych like the other guy did.
You can also just say psych.
Yeah,
That's also fine.
That's also fine. Absolutely fine.
Atlas has amazing hair. Betting on it anytime soon this season. It's roasting time, chat. Get in here.
No, it's not happening.
What?
It's absolutely not happening.
Oh,
No
he's never
more
doing
bets.
that again.
No
No.
more bets. Because I'm getting married in September. Like, if I cut my hair, I will not be getting married in September. That's just how that's going to go. And look, I guess, it does solve the problem immediately for me, the whole getting married with a haircut thing.
You're
but,
a great caster for being on
cause
the
another
T1 payroll. Great. I love Chronicler's casting.
that's a good one.
Psych. Great. Doing a wonderful job, chat. You guys get it. Here comes the
thanks,
groove.
everyone. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, I know. I think you'd. I know you like your current haircut way more, and I do think
Yeah.
it looks better. But I think Baltless looked completely fine.
I was happy that my hairline
was better than
wasn't
expected.
Horrendous. Yeah.
I thought
I guess
it
I
looked good.
always kind of know what my hairline is. 'cause
It's very
always-
obvious, yeah.
It's very much there. But you don't know what the head shape is going to be.
And
So
especially
when
how
got-
it grows back as well.
Yeah, when I had it shaved, I remember my hairdresser was super nervous because he had no idea what my head was going to look like. And then we shaved it off. He was like, "Oh, thank God! Oh God, you're not a mutant. Oh, thank
Completely
goodness. Okay,
fine. The
there we go."
greatest aspiration of anyone, I know, right? It's just good enough.
Mm.
When am I gonna get married? Like next year? Mine is still a fair amount off. I'm not anytime soon.
You're gonna spend a
Yeah.
bit of engagement time.
Yeah. You need time to plan everything. It's in a different country, so that's a little hard. As it takes a while.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be fine. So, do the other LCK casters 1v1 to be your best man?
I don't know whether I
It's
haven't
not
really
really
thought
a-
about it because it's not really a thing here in Korea.
No.
Doing the best man thing,
No, it's not in.
and I could
in-
do
in
it like
Indo either. I think.
I mean everyone's going to be invited, and so technically, sort of everyone is there, and I think I can have people make speeches, but I got some friends coming from Australia that'll probably do the speeches for the the ultra
I love that.
ability to
Gonna hear
embarrass.
more Atlas stories from back in Australia.
Back in the day.
Back in
Atlas
the day.
promised not to wear brown to the wedding. I mean, that's definitely not happening. Nothing
No.
against these suits and this tie
Well,
in particular.
Yeah, no, these suits are great, but not for a wedding.
Yeah, and don't you worry, the
although-
suit has been sorted.
Brown shoes are great, I think, for weddings.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think brown shoes, like a nice light brown.
I got a really nice navy three-piece that is.
I can't wait to see it, man. I'm excited.
It's pretty nice. Anyway, let's have a look at this bracket here, as we do have the reverse sweep coming through. That means that on Monday, we will have DRX taking on the winner of KT
In a
versus
week,
D+, which is tomorrow.
Which is us.
Yeah,
We're casting DRX again.
we're just following DRX, and we'll see whether it is going to be KT or DK. I think that it is a bit of a coin flip. Outside of
It
the fact
really
that,
is.
I don't know. Maybe because I assumed that a lot of people would predict that D+ would win, and I was like, I want this to be represented as basically a 50-50, and so I was like, which is the least popular choice? And then it just so happened that Valdez and Wolf also thought that KT were going to win.
And I think that either pick there makes a ton of sense between the two. As mentioned, these two have been duking it out for like the second and third place spot for quite a while now. Even fought for first before DRX came in and swooped in one fell swoop in the final 2 weeks to take it all away. And that's going to be Valdez and Wolf. So you can talk about Mayo Nuggies and I think Wolf his cats as well. There was another thing, but I forgot.
There's plenty of things. There's mainly Mayo Nuggies, I think.
Yeah.
And I personally think that the more mayo on stuff, the better. Just
Yeah,
'cause just the
Mayo's
best.
fine.
I'm a little. I
I made a
shared.
great egg salad recently
Oh really?
with homemade mayo. Yeah, it was amazing.
Ooh, very
Really nice.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as Shocks. Who just I think
Well,
mayo
she
her
is
favorite
Belgian.
Thing
Yeah, Belgian mayo is incredible. So I respect it.
Yeah,
I think it
fair
makes
enough.
sense.
So yeah, that is going to be tomorrow. KT taking on DK. We'll see what side KT are going to select. I think that probably going to be blue side selected all around. Unless, oh man, it's a difficult one into DK.
It really is.
That's a tough
It's
choice.
getting harder.
Yeah, nutty stuff. But
We're
man,
back.
what an incredible series. We really did get
It
our
was
money's
so
worth.
fun.
I think it was Gatoran at the very beginning of the day said that somehow it was going to be a 9-gamer. Well, at least you got maximum games.
We did.
So that's not bad. I don't quite know how long it was. I closed my laptop, so I can't actually see.
It was like 450, I think, like
Yeah.
maybe 5 hours
Yeah,
at this
some
point.
Decent
It's
amount of
only-
time.
It's only half of what we've hit to get our Atlas. That one time that we'll
That one
always
time.
remember.
All right. So current time is about 5 hours. So there we go. Maybe we could just hang around for another 7 minutes. Just
We
get up to
we
the
could
5.
do that.
Oh my God.
That's an option.
wow. What if I walk down the aisle to Silver Scrapes?
I'm pretty sure your fiance would murder you.
Yeah, I don't
before
think
you
I get the
there
I
too.
do.
I don't. Well, I don't think you can say the I do because I think before you've made your way down the aisle, it's
Yeah, no,
it's
but, like,
done.
She might come and stand in front of me just to make sure
Yeah.
that she says no
Yeah.
and then leaves.
Yeah.
That might happen. It would be awesome. That
Maybe
is very
I'll
true.
get a boombox. you
Maybe
know?
I could do it in the
I'll-
rehearsal.
Yeah, or maybe the after party.
Hey, there
Yeah,
we go.
you know, because there'll be all these esports people. They get the joke.
What
It'll
if
be
we?
funny?
Oh my God! What if? How about this? This is the long con. What if we actually just have 5 weddings, and in the 5th wedding, I walk down to Silver
I
Scrapes?
don't, Atlas. I don't think you should have as a goal to have 5
Hang on, wait.
weddings.
So, Wolf's already married. Valdez is already married.
Okay.
Seth's already married. Achilles
Yes.
is already married. I will then be married.
I am not walking down the aisle to
That's
Silver
you.
Scrapes.
That's
I'm not
you.
walking down the aisle to Silver Scrapes. It's not happening, Atlas.
Well, you know what? We're going to have to stop commenting, but you guys make sure that you send as many direct messages to Chronicler telling him that he has to walk down the aisle to Silver Scrapes. Good night.
마무리.
Thank you.